Good morning, I'm Soyan Park from WFP in Malawi.
Good morning, I'm Chikaonda Arnold, Area Civil Protection Committee for Tiamambo in Malawi, working under the Ministry of Agriculture.
Good morning, I'm Mr. Kelvin Muhango, and I work with the Department of Climate Change and Meteorological Safety as an internee.
Good morning, Elizabeth here from Malawi.
Good morning, my name is Jifuniro Gundasi, supporting Sisonic.
Morning, I'm Spue Banda from Malawi.
Morning, I'm Isaac Chio from Malawi.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Miranda from Zambia.
Good morning. My name is Monica Chundama. I'm from Zambia.
Good morning. My name is Richard Hamba from Uganda.
Good morning. My name is Bridget Mugambe from Uganda.
I am Gabriel Manyangadze from Zimbabwe.
Good morning, I'm Christine Nyirenda from Sustainable Development Initiative, Malawi.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Philip Kilonzo. I work with the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance.
Good morning. I'm Mary Blaim, Sisonic, Malawi.
Morning. I'm Tony Matthews Pandapanda from Jesuit Center for Ecology and Development, supporting Sisonic.
Good morning. I'm Dunia Mpande from Christian Aid Malawi Country Office.
Good morning. My name is Edmond Kangamgazi from Zambia.
Good morning. My name is Lumbani Banda. I'm based at Bunda College of Agriculture. I'm from Malawi.
Good morning. My name is Richard Kuseni. I work with Caritas Malawi, locally known as CADICO. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Stefan and I'm from Madagascar.
Good morning. I am Chaunangwa Nyirenda and I'm from Malawi working with ArtGrow. Thank you.
Habari, my name is Maria Matui from Tanzania.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Martina Mudeu. I am a lecturer at the University of Nairobi in Kenya.
Good morning, I'm Maria José Matonsi from Mozambique. My NGO is Mulady Law for Women in Mozambique. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Ntatisi and I'm from Lesotho.
Good morning. My name is Violet Moyo Mganga. I work with UNCDF. I'm from Malawi.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Pili. I'm from Malawi, supporting Sisonic.
Good morning, I'm Lara Mbewe, supporting Sisonic. I'm from Malawi.
Good morning, I'm Shifuniro Zamari from Malawi, supporting Sisonic.
Good morning. My name is Darken Faitenga, supporting Sisonic. I'm from Malawi.
Good morning. Good morning, I'm Adet Sozawanda from National Youth Networking on Climate Change.
Hello, good morning. My name is Aquila Msisia. I am working with the Sysonic Secretary. Thank you.
So Stage Mpenganjira working with the Sysonic Malawi.
Morning, I'm Hope Mangan, working with Sysonet from Malawi.
Good morning, Ruth Ligambare, working with Sysonic.
Morning, Goigoi Konje, Sysonic Secretariat.
Walusungu, can you introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olusungu Gabonda. I'm working with Sysonic.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues, for the introductions. We just wanted to start the day with that. On that note, I know two people just got into the room. Can you give them a mic to introduce themselves? Mr. Govers.
Yeah, I'm Charles Govert from Moyo Agribusiness Foundation, but I'm also an executive member of Malawi Forum for Graduate Advisory Services in Malawi. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the introduction. I think there was we were beaming the internet connectivity details, so you can connect to Wi-Fi. That's the Wi-Fi name and the password. So if you can do that before we start going through the program. Yeah, I think that's okay. We can go to the program. In a special way, I want to recognize Senior Chief Tengani from Sanje District. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. Yeah, so I just wanted to go through this program for today, and then I will hand it over to Dunia to run through a recap. And I think the recap will be done in a special way. So after this, I think we'll introduce the program. So to the recap. Today, we have 2 or 3 main sessions. Yesterday, it was like a scientific session, if you noted, what we're running through the different research studies that were done in the continent, the selected few authors that we were able to get on the issue of loss and damage. And I think the general consensus is that we all understand that I think research has not been done, so much research has not been done on the continent when it comes to the issue of loss and damage. So we need to enhance our research capacity on this issue so that come next year when we are holding a second symposium on loss and damage, then we at least we have more and more of the studies being done, and then to give us directions on how we want to move with this issue. So I think that is one of the key messages that came out yesterday, because you can see the volumes of the studies that were able to, I mean, the findings that were able to be presented yesterday, I think is not good enough. Secondly, even from the thematic presentations, it was very clear that we need more information on this issue. So today is a technical segment of the symposium. We're calling it technical because we are going to have some technical presentations, technical thematic presentations from some of the key people across the globe. but mostly on the continent, to share with us some perspectives on this issue of loss and damage on various elements, so that we can still be appreciating what is there in terms of the information, but also where we supposed to be heading in terms of the conversations around loss and damage. So this is why from 9:15 to 11, we have that high-level technical session, which will be moderated by our chair of the Technical and Political Affairs under the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Dr. Augustine Jamshi, and we're going to have 5 speakers telling us or speaking about different elements as indicated. So we'll have a presentation on the perspectives from the analytical report on loss and damage by Mr. Robert Mutami. I hope he's here or is online. Philip is going to confirm. Then we are going to have Richard Sherman, who is the co-chair of the most important committee that we are also trying to target as we are advancing this issue of loss and damage. And that's the committee or the transitional committee which was set up to help us come up with a funding arrangement or loss and damage fund. So I think we'll be honored to have Mr. Richard Sherman, and we'll also have Dr. Salim Haq, who is also one of the renowned loss and damage advocates. He's also heading the least developed countries university consortium that is dealing with the issue of loss and damage. And then we're going to have Ambassador Seni Nafo and also Titus Gwemende, who are also going to share some presentations. Can you scroll down the program, please? So after that, we're going to have a plenary discussion. I'm going through this program because we haven't printed so much, because we're just trying to be very environmentally friendly. So if you want it, we can also share it via emails, but let's be guided by this. After that, we're going to have a healthy break, and we should be followed by a very a group discussion where we're going to discuss a number of issues that we want to dissect as we are trying to create our messages towards the different elements or committees that we want to target. One of them will be the transitional committees. So after that, we'll have lunch. And then after lunch, we're going to have feedback from the group work, meaning after the high-level technical segment, we are going to go into groups and discuss those issues as indicated. And then we're going to have a feedback session, which afterwards, we're going to run through a documentary so that we can also still appreciate what is going on the continent in terms of the losses and damages, but also what the committees are doing. And which, of course, we want to see if we can still bring Madagascar and Mozambique in the context. Can you scroll down, please? We are going to end with a roundtable discussion with the different, it will be a moderated panel discussion with questions that will emanate from the different discussions that will be held, especially from the group work, but also from the high-level technical segment. Can you scroll down, please, to the end of the day? Yeah, so we'll be ending with that roundtable discussion in here. And Thank you. That's how our program is. Otherwise, if you want more copies, we can still share via WhatsApp. If you want a copy for you to be referencing, you can share via WhatsApp or emails. I want to call upon the chair, the moderator for the recap today. The recap will be done in a way that we just want to have the 4 chairpersons for the 4 sessions we had yesterday to come in front and take your seats. Please come in front. Secretariat, can someone help us organize 4 chairs here? I want the co-chairs for the 4 sessions we had yesterday to come in front, and then Dunia and Pande to also come in front and take up the moderation role. Yeah, so we'll have the 4 chairs in front, and then we'll have the 4 chairpersons in front. They are going to give us reports from the different thematic sessions we had yesterday. After the reports, then we are going to react to that as part of the recap. So I want to hand over to Dunia. Thank you. I'm not the co-chair. Yeah. So, thank you. Can you clap for Dunia, please? As you take me up.
Thank you so much. Can we have Chimwemwe Sakunda from Kadecom? All right, Milton Mahanga, Hona Kelly, as well as Mark Gingwira. These were the ones chairing our sessions yesterday. So what will happen is I'll give 5 minutes for each of them to just give us an overview of the sessions they moderated or coordinated yesterday. What are the take-home issues? What are the key issues that we need to take from the sessions? And then we'll have a few minutes for discussion. So I'll start with Melton. Yesterday, Melton was coordinating a session where there were a lot of discussions pertaining to loss and damage financing. Melton is a chairperson, co-chairperson for adaptation, loss and damage, and agriculture TWG for SESONEC, as well as Environmental Affairs Department. And he's also the executive director for CARD Malawi. Melton, over to you. We just need 5 minutes of an overall picture of our yesterday discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, in session 1, we had a very rich discussion. The 2 presenters centered on the first one was a local research that was done in Malawi to identify the sort of loss and damages that are common when disasters strike. So the presenter or the research revealed quite a number of things. One of the key issue that was revealed was that the definition of loss is still not yet well understood by all of us. And we need also to pay attention to that. But apart from that, the key issues that came out that try to define what could constitute loss and damage, and especially loss included loss of life, loss of productive land, loss of biodiversity, child marriages and early marriages, anxiety, which formed the bulk of the loss that is still amongst the persons that have been affected by the disaster, and loss of cultural identity. So one of the other key aspects that came out and we need to reflect upon is that in the past, women could give birth being assisted by the local Azamba in Chichewa, or traditional midwives. But the policy of the government currently says each one of the expecting mother should go to a nearby clinic. And when disasters strike, it is these same Azambas or traditional midwives that do assist. So the review of such a policy is one of the things that needs to be looked at. There were a number of recommendations, and after the discussion, the questions that arose also pointed to the point that I think we need more research on issues of loss and damage. Let me also go to what the second presenter did, Dr. Sten Kita. He tried to point to us the sort of financing flows that go to issues of loss and damage. But by the end of the presentation, it was clear that much focus is given to response, and much focus is given to other development work, but issues of loss and damage are not clearly isolated in the financing flows that currently we get as a country. So in the presentation also, a few key issues came out and recommendations were drawn, especially on emphasizing issues of loss and damage, and how loss and damage can be captured in the Malawi setup, especially where it comes to the issue of flows or financial flows into the coffers of Malawi. Another emphasis from that presentation was the issue of covering loss and damage through policy instruments and issues to do with disaster risk financing. And from the findings or from the presentation, it was also highly recommended that as a government here in Malawi, government should operationalize and implement the disaster risk financing strategy, advocate for more instruments that would address loss and damage. But from the questions that rose from the floor, it was also quite clear that I think as Africa, we need to also reflect on defining loss and damage, and that for our continent. However, it was also emphasized that the problem that we are dealing with is global, and therefore the global perspective needs to be also reflected upon. I think I'll stop here. I think the key aspects that we can take home are the issues that I emphasize, that the definition of loss and damage is still an emerging issue, and the fact that we don't know, especially what constitutes loss, gives us that great opportunity for us to reflect upon, and also to relate it to the flows of income that come towards disaster assistance, and whether those flows of income also go towards loss and damage. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Milton. A big hand. For those that missed that session, I'm sure you now have a picture of what transpired and probably the take-home issues. We've been talking about consolidating efforts, yet we don't have a common definition for loss. Everyone else is defining it in a different way, probably framing interventions differently as well. So one of the things that we want to do, or to come out of this symposium, is to have a consolidated voice, which should speak to whatever policies or interventions or financing techniques or mechanisms that we'll put in place as a region addressing the issues of loss and damage. So that summarizes the session that we had yesterday on financing. I now hand over, if you have questions, we'll have some 10 minutes after the speakers for questions or needs for clarifications or comments. I now hand over to our second chair for yesterday's session. She's Mark Ngwira, the Loss and Damage Project Coordinator for Trocare, and she was coordinating sessions on local and global mechanisms for addressing loss and damage. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So in our section, we had about 4 presentations. 2 were centered on the Maasai community in Kenya. 1 was from the case studies that were collected from Malawi, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe. So to document lived experiences of people in loss and damage. And then the other one was on the legal frameworks around loss and damage. So that was done in Malawi as well. So from these 4 presentations, what we noted as the rationale for the undertaking those the research was that there's a need to contextualize and understanding of the underlying causes of vulnerability and co-produce solutions with the local communities. So in these, the studies were done on that, but also to look at the possible loss and damage litigations that would recover climate loss and damage, but also to draw lived experience of people that are impacted by climate change, living in different parts of Africa and the African continent. And from here, the key things that came out was that non-economic loss and damage is more challenging. It's hard to quantify, but also and to come up with a monetary value to the non-economic loss and damages. But also, there is a need to involve all stakeholders So from the community to the government to the private sector and all that to be involved in the climate justice issue. The academia, the researchers and all those need to be engaged. But also there's a need to have sensitization to the subnational governments and the national governments on loss and damage, because what came out clear was that there's a lack of awareness on issues of loss and damage and how to advocate for them. And then also that there's already existing effects on the livelihood, and the traumatic experiences are there on both men and women who are experiencing these losses and damages. So as for the, there were questions that were raised from these towards these presentations, and the thing that came out clear was that the discussion on loss and damage should not only look at men, but we should also look at the women, understanding the vulnerability that women, children, and other sections of the community are facing already, and the climate change brings in a further burden on them. But also, I think so on the issue of mental health, to say that we should look at both men and women who are facing the traumatizing effect of loss of climate change. There's also a key issue to say that how are we integrating indigenous knowledge in addressing loss and damage? So especially when looking at early warning system, how are we integrating indigenous knowledge in that? In the absence, but not in the absence, but to also complement scientific knowledge around loss and climate change. So the recommendations from here was that there's a need to advocate for clear mechanism on climate loss and damage. So as CSOs, I think this is a great platform where we can come up with a clear mechanism on how to address or to respond to loss and damage. So we should be able to have a clear standing on that, but also to advocate for that. And then there's also a need to strengthen the domestic litigation and policy framework. It was clear from the presentation that our legislation is quite weak to address loss and damage. A very good example is in Malawi, where we do not have a explicit mention of loss and damage in any of our legal frameworks. So there's need for to strengthen domestic legislation, national registration, but also policy around on climate loss and damage. And also they need to appreciate the diversity between the different groups, and that to have understanding, have an understanding that loss and damage narratives would be different in different communities. So we need to be it needs to be context specific, and also with an understanding of the gender aspect to that. I think those were from the first, that's the summary from our first discussion in room 2.
All right, thank you so much, Maggie. I think some of the key points are about diversity. So this was meant to be a global and local perspective in terms of sharing, so that we are also able to appreciate that some interventions would not be one size fits all, but should be contextualized depending on where and how, but also the population that we are to target. Some would be for men, women, and children as the uniform, but some we need to contextualize. And the issues of mental health, very important. The past week, I was privileged to go almost across all the sites that have been affected by Cyclone Freddy. And of the 3 districts that I had spent a lot of days in, there was literally no stakeholder who was working on anything to do with psychosocial support. It was just NFIs, food, nutrition. And in one of the camps, I found a child that we were told that she had spent 2 days without eating. The food was there in terms of aid, but she wanted to see where her parents were. Until then, she would be able to eat. So you can see that much as we are doing a lot to respond to the issues of loss and damage, this is an economic loss and damage that we overlook. And she had food, but she has no parents, and she can't take the food without seeing the parents. And this is the psychosocial support or mental health issues we're talking about that needs really to be capitalized on the vulnerability assessments we've done, but we've not done interventions that are tailor-made to suit different contexts or problems or individual loss and damage issues. So I think there were a lot of reflections in that session, and that summarizes the discussions that we had. I now hand over to Kelly for the recap for the third discussion that we had, which was on documentation of methodologies for capturing loss and damage. Over to you.
Thanks very much. So we had a very interesting discussion. So we had two presenters, Dr. Dumasani presented on work he had done with Cisonek around methodologies for measuring loss and damage, using examples from how we're measuring loss and damage currently within Malawi and also globally. And then also we had a presentation by Dr. Isaac from MUST, who gave a presentation about the work he's been doing as part of the Scottish government-funded loss and damage programme, together with Trócaire, on working with communities themselves to help document loss and damage, and in particular, non-economic loss and damage. So within the room, there was a lot of complementarity actually between the two presentations, because one was more focused on the theoretical, what is happening at the moment. And then the second presentation from Dr. Isaac was more around how you engage communities to use some of those tools. So I think the two presentations complemented each other very well. And I think there was lots and lots of learning. I think the first presentation from Dr. Dumasani kind of went through some of the ways that, for instance, now with the post-disaster needs assessment that has been led by the World Bank and DODMA that started yesterday, some of the tools they're using, and looking at maybe where there's the gaps at present around the non-documentation of non-economic loss and damage, and how that can maybe be addressed. So some particular examples of maybe what we can do in future to make that more effective. He talked about using different tools, for instance, like working with communities around cost-benefit analysis, willingness to pay, and some other tools like that, so that we can engage with communities to find out, so that they're engaged in discussions around themselves, defining losses. But then what was so interesting was then Dr. Isaac was able to give examples of when he used those tools as part of his team and the challenges they faced when using those tools with communities. So I suppose sometimes we have what's there in theory looks very good, but when you get to the community, there's a number of challenges that are faced when you're using those tools with communities. I suppose some of the questions and discussion was around, yes, if you want to engage communities using these tools, the communities actually have the capacity to understand. How can we adapt the tools so that communities understand that they're given in a language that they understand? So making sure that, if we're going to engage communities, how can we do that more effectively? There was also discussions, I think Maggie had raised it there, around Indigenous knowledge as well looking at using Indigenous knowledge to help quantify loss and damage. So I think there were some examples from our colleagues in Kenya around when there had in the past, when communities had faced losses and damages, there's different ways that different community members were able to support those that had been affected using traditional approaches. So I suppose that was, looking at linking the theory to engaging with communities and trying to identify challenges that you might have when you work to engage communities in a real and meaningful way around the use of those methodologies. I suppose then there was a lot of discussion then around, particularly around non-economic losses and damages, and maybe a discussion around actually, should we even be trying to quantify some of those non-economic losses and damage? And that maybe what we need to be doing is looking at different qualitative ways of how we can describe some of those damages a bit more effectively, and how we can make sure we're working with communities so that they themselves can maybe articulate some of those losses and damages that they faced in a more coherent way. But then there was the discussion then looped back around ultimately what we want to be doing here this week is around looking at how we can bring evidence to the transitional committee, how we can influence the agenda around loss and damage financing, and that ultimately, as Julius, I think, said, we live in a capitalist economy, so we probably need to be able to, in some way, quantify those non-economic losses and damages. So even if we do think moving forward that we need to look at how we can work more effectively with communities to help them themselves quantify their losses and damages using maybe qualitative ways, that ultimately, unfortunately, we still do need those numbers so that we can be more effective when we go to do some of the lobbying that we're planning on doing around COP28. So yeah, there were some of the key messages, and the rapporteurs will have the detail, particularly for Dr. Dumasani. He had a lot of detail there, which we hadn't time to go into, but there was a lot of richness in what he had discussed. And then, like I said, Dr. Isaacs was very strong around just how we actually engage with communities. And overall, for the loss and damage program, I think it was good that they showed the complementarity of the two studies, one looking more at the theoretical level, one looking at the practical level, and yeah, how the two of them can mix. So it was a very interesting discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. A big hand for that as well. So we can all see that there are a number of complementary issues surrounding documentation. That was one of the key issues, and I think community engagement's very key. We can make all the things on the desk, but if we don't engage those, that would be the first-hand people to get in touch with, let alone to benefit from those interventions, then those would not be as accepted, but also meaningful. So there are a number of issues that were discussed in terms of tools being adopted by the community, and also working with communities on costing issues, as well as some of the challenges that could be faced as using the tools in the communities to quantify loss and damage. So you'd get more details from the two studies, but also a detailed write-up that will be circulated on those sessions. I can now open the floor for just a 2 to 5 minutes, reactions or comments from the three recaps. In case you missed the sessions or you attended one and not the other, you would want to get some more information or maybe comment. Yes, there's a hand at the back.
Yes, thank you very much. I think I tend to miss something that I raised. The engagement of private sector in the loss and damage. I'm talking on the point of funding, financing. There is quite a lot within the private sector locked up as CSR. What is missing, the frameworks that you are talking about. But in our case, we would like to see clear demarcations on how much of the finance should be allocated to the loss and damage versus logistics, because that's what is the biggest problem with private sector right now. How do you divide between the two? And also ensuring that the private sector is engaged actively in the process, because the dialogue here appears to be CSO, NGO based, NGO focused, government focused. The private sector is left out, but there's quite a lot of capital, a lot of money locked up in CSR, which is sent for golf club, for golf tournaments and all that. That could be could be channeled to other more productive engagements in the loss and damage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very touching contribution. I was just looking around. We did introductions in the morning, and when he mentioned about private sector engagement, I was like, do we even have representatives from private sector in here? And that's so key. We have a lot of resources in the private sector, and we only go when things have happened. We need to be reactive, engage private sector as at every stage as possible. There's another hand.
Yes, thank you very much. I think in terms of inclusiveness, I wanted to, or I need to point out the fact that at a point when we want to litigation, I think we forget people who are within the legal systems, who do not understand, who are not specialized in environment issues. So we are looking for support from them, but in our discussions, they're not involved. I think we need to be deliberate about this or intentional to see that those that help us with public litigation can actually be part of the process. And secondly, the media fraternity. We largely depend on the media for different channels of communication in terms of passing out information. But at the point of content development, they are nowhere to be seen. So how will the information go to the general public if you're to use mainstream media or other forms of media, and yet this information cannot be properly crafted and maybe messaged in terms of what needs to go out there? I thank you.
Thank you so much. Any reactions from the panel? Okay.
I was privileged to attend another international meeting just 2 weeks ago, where we were discussing the role of extension in disaster management. It looks, we have got the extension workers out there on the ground, but their orientation is not oriented towards also including in their messages issues of mitigation of disasters and all that. They focus on agriculture, seeds, but they are there with the farmers. They are there with the people always, but it looks there is need for some kind of dialogue with the extension services so that probably we can mainstream the messages of loss and damage through the extension services. I know there is a research that is being done in the US. I think one Malawian is doing it, but I think there's need for engagement of Ministry of Agriculture and making sure that they engage in terms of message delivery as the extension workers are engaging with the farmers. Thank you very much. Because we have got something like one extension worker for 3,000 families. So it's quite an impact, though in terms of extension, they are not good numbers. We'd want that reduced. But at least they can complement in terms of issues of adaptability, and assessment of loss, because they already do assessments for crops in Malawi. The APES is done by the extension workers. So they could also they could incorporate in the APES, the loss and damage assessment every 3 months as they do in Ministry of Agriculture. So at least there would be a very good entry point through the extension services right now, if we could mainstream the loss and damage dialogue within the extension services. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the good contribution. Milton, do you want to?
Thank you, Chair. I think what I can say is to appreciate the views that are coming from the floor. It is indeed very important that right from the beginning, we need to engage the various stakeholders, and in this case, the great opportunity that we have from or amongst us, the private sector, the media fraternity, and the extension services that the last speaker has just mentioned. Yeah, so I think the comment that I can make is that being inclusive right from the start, and especially now when we want to have consolidated voices towards how we can respond to issues of loss and damage. I think each and every sector needs to be included. I think others have also mentioned, and Maggie emphasized the point that the local communities themselves need to be highly engaged. It's not only looking at the professionals that come from far, but the people themselves are the grassroots. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Because of the limited time that we have, I'll give the floor again for a 2 to 3 minutes recap on community-led evidence generation on loss and damage, which was supposed to be taken by Ruth. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I chaired the session that Ruth was supposed to, because she was not available yesterday afternoon. So that was looking at community-led measures. So we had 3 presentations. One was looking at flood hazard mapping. And then the second one was looking at assessment and documentation of case studies on loss, on non-economic loss and damage. And the last one was lessons from the Zurich Flood Resilience Alliance project that's being implemented in Nsanje. So I think in this, all these was that the use of community-led approaches in responding or responding to loss and damage. So I think what was key was that we should look at as local available resources as possible to address loss and damage. I think a very good example is the use of phones to do mapping, but also engaging the local community to document the losses and damages. But I think what was clear in that in this was that we were in all the presentation was that we're missing out most of these approaches. Most of the researchers did not really bring in approaches that put the communities at the center of the process. So I think that was missing to ensure that if it's community-led, it means that the community should be at the center and they should drive the agenda as we're doing our assessment or documentation or addressing our loss and damage. But also the question was on what missing out the children, as much we're focusing on women and the elderly and all that, but we're missing out the children in the discussion. So the need, I think the example that our chair has mentioned earlier sits well in this is a very good example in that. But also, I think when we're looking at some of the response and all that in around loss and damage, we should also, when the conversation comes to relocation, we should also be able to look at the political and economic analysis, have a very good political and economic analysis on why are people resisting to move and all that, rather than, so we should have a detailed and in-depth understanding on why that is happening, that people are refusing to relocate, resisting to relocate. I think that's what the discussion we had in the second session in room 1.
Thank you so much. We could discuss a little more, but we don't have time. But just to say, these reflections need to be taken serious, and especially the last part that he said, we are talking of doing community-led interventions, but when you go right into the communities, you'd see that the communities are not even at the center of the interventions, let alone planning. So there's a lot of discussion, and I think we'll reflect further, and this should also build on what we'll be discussing today, because today it would be more technical led discussions. Thank you so much for listening. A big hand to our 3 panelists, and I'll hand over to Julius for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dunia and the panelists. Let's give them a round of applause again. Yeah, they have taken us through what was discussed yesterday. If you still have some issues that you think maybe they were not reflected in the reports, please feel free to write somewhere on a piece of paper and then pass it to one of the 3 session chairs or Dunia, so could be able to integrate whatever information has been, you feel has been left out. Otherwise, wanted for all of us to own this And then what has been presented, we hope it's very reflective of what really happened yesterday. This is why we wanted to do it this way in terms of the recap. Yeah, so now I want to introduce the chair for the next session, Dr. Augustine Jamshi, who is the chair for the Political and Technical Affairs of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance Board. Please, sir, come forward and lead us into the next segment, which is a high-level technical session. Please give him a round of applause before coming here. Thank you, sir. Yeah, no problem. No problem. If you so many, we'll give you.
Good morning, comrades. Am I safe to say comrades? Yesterday, I couldn't say that because the government was here presiding over the meeting. Now, we're left with comrades. Good morning again. And thank you, Malawi, for this opportunity. It has just been one beauty to the other. Good weather, good people, good food, good everything. Thank you again for this opportunity. At least it gives another picture. The dark picture of cyclone is counteracted by the good people and the good scenario in Malawi. Again, thank you. This morning, we have this very high-level session, technical session. It is not high-level because any session was low-level. It's just that this is another high-level session, but which is so technical. The background, as a matter of information, at the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh last year, there was this historic agreement to establish the fund for responding to loss and damage. And this fund's mandate includes a focus on addressing loss and damage. And we thought, as developing countries and as civil society, this was a big win because it has been a long journey to get to this stage. A decision was therefore taken for a transitional committee on the operationalization of the new funding arrangement for responding to loss and damage on the spot. And they have a mandate to bring out the issues of the operationalization of this fund so that it will be adopted by COP28 in Dubai. The first meeting of this transitional committee took place in Egypt, in Luxor, on the 27th to the 29th of March. That's just a couple of days behind. As you would expect, discussions, even in this committee, could not just be smooth. We've seen this in all of the UNFCCC negotiations. So we wouldn't expect that everybody will just be seen from the same lens. However, the most important thing is that this committee is at work. Some of the differences in views between developing countries and developed countries was, first of all, what should be discussed. That is, should they be discussing the funding arrangements first, or should they be discussing the establishment of the fund? These two issues are equally important. Developing countries, members that were there, wanted the committee to focus on the operationalization of the new fund for loss and damage, while developed countries wanted to focus on matters that will inform the funding arrangements and the fund, saying that more information was needed on the current landscape and institutions that are funding activities related to loss and damage, and the gaps within the current landscape prior to establishing the institutional arrangements, modalities, structures, and governance of the fund. However, developing countries provided some concrete recommendations on the scope of work and highlighted that the fund should be under the convention and be guided by its principles of equity and common differentiated responsibilities, that is CBR. I will link this to what the director, Alexander, was insinuating yesterday. He said, probably for us to have legitimacy and claim on the right in this fund, developing countries should also contribute so as to own it and say this is their fund. Some of us are of the opinion that this is a very progressive view, but however, we are already paying for adaptation. But if we bring in this aspect of CBDR, that is common but differentiated responsibilities, probably, if at all, developing countries must contribute. If at all they must contribute, they should have this in mind. That is, this common but differentiated responsibilities. However, the committee eventually agreed that the technical committee would deliver on the entirety of its mandate, which relates to both the establishment of the new funding arrangements of the fund and the new funding arrangements. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the work of the committee just started. It will continue. And civil society has to contribute to the elements of this technical committee. For instance, this committee decided that observers could make written submissions and further modalities for their engagement will be discussed at the next technical committee meeting, which will take place from the 24th to the 27th of May. And there is a workshop scheduled for 29th and 30th of April in Germany. So we have a great role to play. But before we go to have your views, we have changed some very experienced, respected, and respectable members on this panel that we have this morning, this technical panel. I would like to introduce the fact that one of the highlights of the meeting of the technical committee was the election of 2 co-chairs. The technical committee also adopted its working arrangements and a work plan. For the co-chairs elected, we have our brother Richard Sherman from South Africa. I thought we should clap. That we have one of us as co-chair. And then the other elected member or co-chair is from the developed countries, and that is Uti Honga Tukia from Finland. That will share the process, co-chair the process of this technical committee. And ladies and gentlemen, this morning, we have the co-chair of this technical committee, our brother Richard Sherman, who will be talking to us on concretizing Pan-African influence in framing loss and damage, institutional and financing mechanism, critical issues that should define the character of Africa's submission and the roadmap for the technical committee. Let's clap for Richard. He's online. He was speaking to us from South Africa.
Hi, Chair Augustine, how are you? Can you hear me?
Can we can't get Richard. He's speaking.
Can you hear me now, Augustine?
Yes,
Is that better?
you can get you,
Okay.
Richard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, and thank you, colleagues, and thank you very much for the warm wishes as being elected on behalf of developing countries to co-chair this meeting to the committee's work for this year. And we look forward to all the support from PACJA and our colleagues in the continent in delivering our task by, we hope, November, so that there can be a decision in Dubai. So thank you very much. Let me also first express my condolences to the government and the people of Malawi for the losses incurred by Cyclone Freddy, as well as to colleagues within the region that are similarly suffering from climate events. And then finally, before I start my presentation, just to thank PACJA and partners for organizing this meeting. I think it is quite an important event that a week after the first TC meeting, that we're having our first consultation or first opportunity to engage with affected frontline communities and civil society, and that is in Africa. So let me share my screen. Okay, if you can allow me to share my screen, or you can put the presentation up, please. Okay, well, while we're sorting out those technical issues, let me start. So I think the first thing to do is to really understand what our job is as committee members, and essentially my sense is for the next 3 to 4 months, we're going to be listening to people. We're going to be getting submissions. We're going to be talking to experts in the field. We're going to be working with institutions that are already supporting some components of responding to disasters or events, with a view to try and understand how do we empower the funding institutions, the new fund, the funding arrangements to be able to fulfill its work. And so the mandate is pretty clear. We have four main deliverables that we have to deliver by COP28. One is on the fund and its arrangements. The second is on the funding arrangements. The third is in identifying the sources of funding. And the fourth component is the coordination and complementarity with the existing system. So you may have heard in the COP this language of the mosaic of loss and damage. Oh, there we go. The mosaic of loss and damage. And so basically, this is what we have to try and do. As you rightly pointed out, Chair, there was quite an intense discussion, both in the formal meeting and also in the retreat, around which comes first. And essentially, what the developed countries were saying is the mandates in paragraph 6, which is the slide in front of you right now, which is the assessments of what informs the committee, should be the starting point. So you're right. Developing countries want to get down to work, designing the fund, looking at the funding arrangements second. Developed countries want to assess the system, identify the gaps, and then only start the work. So we wanted to start the work now. We can be informed by gaps, but they're not essential to actually designing the institutions or the arrangements. Developed countries were clear. Now let's start with the gaps in the information, and then only get to TC recommendations at our fourth meeting, so towards the end of the year. We had a bit of a disagreement around whether we have work streams or we have 2 work streams, one on the fund, one on the funding arrangements, and one on sources. And we ended up not agreeing on how to structure our work, but we agreed that both paragraph 5, which is the previous slide, and paragraph 6 of the decisions from Sharm el-Sheikh would happen at the same time. So we would be able to start work on designing this fund. At the same time, we're plugging in information on where the gaps are. And so hopefully right now, we should spend the second and third meeting around identifying the elements of the decision, as well as the elements of the gaps. And by TC3, we should start agreeing on the sort of the straw framework of our decision text. And by TC4, which will happen in October, end of October, we aim to start concluding the work on our report. There is general agreement that the report will contain recommendations. The recommendations will be in the form of draft decisions, or a decision potentially on the new fund, a decision potentially on the funding arrangements, and then potentially decisions in relation to further mandates on sources. I don't believe that we'll conclude that work this year, and potentially further mandates to the governing bodies of this fund and the funding arrangements on how to deal with the complementarity and coherence. We don't have the mandate, for example, to instruct the World Bank to do something, or even the Green Climate Fund, or the Adaptation Fund, or the GEF. So that's what we agreed upon. In terms of the key outcomes, one, I think you really raised this, Chair Augustine, is the need to follow and be grounded in the principles of the convention, particularly Article 11. Article 11 is the article that establishes the financial mechanism, and it establishes how the COP delegates authority to an entity or entities to run the financial mechanism. And in this case, it would be the financial mechanism to support loss and damage finance. We have practices in the past where, for example, the GEF was pre-established. We designated We had the example of the Green Climate Fund, where the COP actually, the last transitional committee, designed an institution from scratch. And then we have the Adaptation Fund, which is not an operating entity, but again, it was established in a decision by the CMP. So it's really important that we follow the same process, particularly ensuring accountability to the COP or the CMA. Again, it's just general practice around form follows function, but I think we need to be quite flexible in this, because to a certain extent, scale will determine the form of this fund. So either we're talking about a large fund that's able to respond quickly at its scale, or we're talking about a medium-sized fund, or just generally a small-sized fund, which we would probably define as something like the GCF. So it's important to continue this discussion. The third thing that's really important, and this came out towards the latter part of our discussion, but we didn't delve into it in the committee, and it's this issue of how certain developed countries are defining the eligibility criteria for this fund, as in particularly vulnerable developing countries actually means not all developing countries, but a subset of developing countries. And this is going to be a very complicated issue. The language, particularly vulnerable developing countries, is existing language. It's the language used in the Adaptation Fund. It doesn't denote any subcategories or sub-prioritization of countries. And everybody is able to access the Adaptation Fund. We hope that we don't spend too much time trying to define subcategories, but rather we spend time understanding that different groups of developing countries require different solutions. And this is one of the lessons that we've learned from the GCF, is when we designed the GCF, we thought a one size fits all. So what you could do in an LDC is what you could do in a middle income country, or what you could do in Latin America is what you could do in Africa. And we've learned that it doesn't work. So we need to have in our discussions, solutions that are tailored to the Pacific SIDS, or solutions that are tailored to African LDCs versus Asia Pacific LDCs versus the Caribbean SIDS. And therefore, this should be a guiding principle rather than a dividing principle. We also know that the fund needs arrangements around predictability, scale of resources, grant components, and non-debt instruments. So one of the core elements of the decision was to request mandates to the World Bank to have a discussion on how they support loss and damage, as well as to the UN Secretary General. One of the mandates was for the World Bank to discuss this matter at the spring meetings, which are taking place next week. But unfortunately, we haven't really been able to establish if there's anything formally on the World Bank's agenda around loss and damage. There are one or two side events, but we don't see at this point in time actually a formal response coming from the World Bank. So this may only come to us towards our third or probably the fourth TC meeting after the fall meetings. The fifth thing that's really important is we don't have to solve all the problems, right? And we're probably not going to solve all the problems. We have another 3 meetings, that's roughly 12 days maximum of in-person meeting time. What we need to do rather is to focus on what are the tools that will empower this fund or these funding arrangements to operate. So, for example, if there's a desire for colleagues to have an insurance-based instrument or as one of the instruments, we don't have to design that. We have to understand what are the legal matters that will allow a body, whether it's a new fund or a funding arrangement, to extend its insurance coverage. A lot of that is legal issues around legal capacities, ability to operate, and the nature of the funding cycle that we have. And once we establish the governing body, they can then further work on that work. So this is what we really did with it, both with the Adaptation Fund and the GCF, is we didn't establish criteria or eligibility for projects or program cycles or how you would do accreditation, et cetera, that was just left to the governing body to do. And I'm sure that's probably going to be the same case. One of the core things in understanding what this fund would look like, because this is the main priority for developing countries, not that the funding arrangements are secondary, but the priority is the funding arrangement, the fund itself, right? So if you look at the GCF or the GEF, its resources are based on a replenishment cycle, right? So every 4 years, the donors come together and they put money into the fund. That money is not immediately available, right? That money is available over a 4-year period, but in fact, if you look at the GCF, the 10 billion that we got, the last replenishment, most of it is actually spent after the replenishment due to the available commitment authority and the nature of disbursements, right? So if we have a fund that's going to respond to loss and damage, it can't work on having a defined commitment authority. It needs to have a lot of resources in a pool. It needs to have capital, right? So that when an event happens, the fund can respond to it. The GCF right now only has a funding commitment authority of less than 2 billion per year. Sometimes last year it went down to below 1 billion, right? So that's the only money that they can spend. So that kind of model is not going to work for responding to loss and damage. So we need to have a new model. We need to look at different ways of raising capital and having money available, not to spend as we need to spend as for projects, but to have money available when there is a climate event and we need to provide resources to the communities or to the countries. There are other things that I know Professor Salim will speak after me, and he's been very vocal on this thing about UNFCCC time. Well, the only way to resolve UNFCCC time is to resolve issues now. And so one of those issues is whether we have a clear institutional linkage with the United Nations General Assembly, and therefore can we use the UN administrative system, right? So in the GCF, we never resolved this. So it took us 5 years to design an administrative system. You can't really hire staff if you don't have an administrative system. So these things take time, and there are ways to resolve it. And one of the ways is to find a way that we can have an institutional linkage with the UN. Not only that, we can use the administrative system of the UN, but we can also have the privileges and immunities accorded to the United Nations, right? What this means is that staff can travel on the laissez-passer, but also institutionally, we have international legal protections. We don't have this in the GCF at all, and trying to get the developed countries to agree upon it is very, very problematic. The other thing that we need to resolve is we don't want to have an accreditation system. The failure of the GCF is the system of accrediting entities. It takes roughly anywhere between, I think, 300 to 900 days just to get through the door. And then you have another 300 or 400 days to get a project approved. And the evaluation that was released last month on Africa is generally about 608 days from a board approval to first disbursement. And so that system just doesn't work. So we have to find a way where money goes, on the one hand, directly as direct budget support to governments to respond and the systems to manage that. And then we need to find a parallel track on how we get money to affected communities without going through this burdensome assessment process, right? We have to take the risk that communities will use money responsibly because they're likely to suffer multiple events over a period of time, and that there's not going to be any scope for maladministration on this. We need to agree on a set of principles. The standard ones, country ownership, increasing indebtedness, and then this issue of making sure that we're not moving resources from adaptation to loss and damage. And then I think my final point is on the key outcomes is we're thinking about the decision, right? So when we listen to you, we hear you, but we're thinking about what is it that we can put in a decision. So essentially the decision would hopefully be the funding arrangements, further guidance for parties at COP28 and a process going forward. And I think, again, if we're going to avoid UNFCCC time, Professor, we should elect the board at COP, because the experience both with this transitional committee, but also the board of the Green Climate Fund is we lost 9 months waiting for people to be elected. So ultimately, we elect the board of the new funds at COP. They can start their work in the beginning of January, and then there's no delays, and that will also help. Then just finally, on the sequence of work. So we have 3 more meetings. The thinking right now is that for each meeting, we take submissions, right? So for the first meeting, you have a deadline, Augustine, of the 10th of April, and this is to submit case studies or areas. So the committee said it would be useful to be presented of different examples of where responses were made, whether that's on the ground work by the humanitarian system or it's different types of instruments. So we've opened up this process for people to submit, observers and parties and TC members to submit ideas that could be included in a case study. The case studies would be like 1 to 2 pages that would be presented to the committee, both at its second and third meeting, and that's to look at lessons learned, what's worked, what hasn't worked, et cetera, et cetera. So you need to think about making a submission emanating from this meeting by the 10th of April on what is it that we want to see in Africa, what works, et cetera, et cetera. Then there's the second round of submissions, which I think the date is the end of April. And that's really on the mandate. So it's on these, it's on these issues here, which is the paragraph 5A to 5B of the decision. Now, what at least I'm thinking of, and I have to convince my co-chair about this, is we would have one document for each of these elements, right? So we would combine all the views that colleagues submitted around institutional arrangements for the new fund, we'd cluster them, and then we would have a conversation on where are we on these things and what do they mean in practice. So for example, what we need to do is not have submissions that say we need a new fund, but we need a submission that says the fund needs to have a board. The board will meet, is it a resident board or is it a periodic board, right? And this is an important thing because unless you have a resident board, you're not going to be able to respond to a disaster or an event as it happens unless you delegate that authority to an executive person, right? So if you want to have the board to be the decision-making authority, it needs to be able to meet, whether that's in person or virtual, as right after a climate event has happened, or you delegate authority. And there was proposals from Ambassador Nasser that we delegate authority to a certain limit within 1 to 3 days of an event. And so therefore, we'll have those submissions, and prior to each TC meeting, we'll have further submissions, and then we'll compile the documents, and hopefully by the end of October, we'll have a decision. So I'll leave it at that. Chair, happy to take questions, and I was here yesterday, and I will be here today and hopefully tomorrow. So I am listening, and we'll certainly follow up with PACJA colleagues and others that are interested to inform our work. So thank you very much.
The questions, please, I would request that you send your presentation to us so that it will form the basis of our work as we move forward. And again, thank you for this wonderful presentation, and congratulations again for your brilliant election as the co-chair of this very important committee. At least the African perspective and developing countries' perspective in general will be reflected in the decisions thanks to your intervention and your being there. As you've all heard, Richard, yesterday, when there was a presentation about a case study here in Malawi, and even the response, I said the comrade that presented should keep that in mind. And you see the request coming from Richard, it's just confirming. Before I give the floor to comrades to maybe to make a few comments and ask you questions, I would like to ask the first question myself. In the decision for the new funding arrangement, there was this phrase that says, these new funding arrangements complement and include sources, funds, processes, and initiatives under and outside the Convention and the Paris Agreement. For us, in the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, we were a little bit apprehensive on the effectiveness of such when it is also including arrangements that are out of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. In the past, we have seen how funds and initiatives under the UNFCCC have been ignored and allowed to dry off, when at the same time, most of the time, developed country parties fund bilateral schemes that are only defined on their own terms. Richard, is our fear founded? Are you there?
Sorry, I think it's important to have those fears because they're based on our experiences on how finance flows. But it's important for us to understand what we mean by arrangements, right? So the only reference to arrangements in the convention is in Article 11.3D, right? And that talks to an arrangement between the COP and an external entity, and that entity has been designated as an operating entity. So legally speaking, we could designate, for example, if we wished, the Global Shield to operate some component, not exclusively, but some component, and then it would be accountable to the COP, and there'd be arrangements. That's the very legalistic way. Now, there's another way in which we can still have arrangements between those external bodies and then be accountable to the COP without going through that designation. And that's part of the innovative legal understanding that we have of the convention. So what we're doing is we're setting up a fund and the funding arrangements that are accountable to the normative policy process. The multilateral normative policy process will sit between the convention and the CMA. It will include the functions of the WIM, right? So the WIM will be the technical body of that. And it will include the Santiago network. So now we need to understand what is that relationship of how does the Global Shield support the Santiago network, right? And is there a way in which we can bring Global Shield more into the accountability of the COP system? So we can't have two normative policy processes. The COP CMA is the normative policy process around what is loss and damage, what constitutes loss and damage, and that should just be the end of the story. Now, there are very different ways in how we can see the arrangements without being, I mean, we need to be careful about launching initiatives. We've seen them from Glasgow. Although the Glasgow, there were 5 things. What did the UK tell us? There was food, fuels, forests. There was one more. I don't really remember. But the question is how much money has gone into those processes since Glasgow? And the answer is very little, right? We see the work of the high-level champions, which is very, very instructive, but how much money is actually flowing to these initiatives versus how much money people are talking about them contributing towards. So the trillions, we haven't seen it. So we should be cautious about it. But on the other hand, there are approaches that we could consider, right? So for example, we know there's going to be a need for increased access to, and I hope this is not controversial, but as the temperature rises and in countries that are heat prone, we're going to need more access to air conditioning, right? If you're talking about our colleagues in the Arab group in the Middle East, who routinely getting temperature increases of 45 degrees to 50 degrees, well, it's not possible to operate unless you have programs of global cooling, right? Which actually help access to innovative ways in which we can cool our workplaces or cool our houses. So we could have those types of arrangements. You could also have a type of arrangement between, yesterday, I recall in the case study, there was this issue of schools, right? So I think the discussion, at least in the transitional committee, was not build back better, but build back forward, right? So we can't have schools in Malawi, which are critical components of community life and education and economic development, being washed away every single year or every single 2 years. So who actually funds the resilient infrastructure for those schools, right? Is it this fund, or is it a combination of this fund and another fund, right? And I think those are the kinds of things that we would see arrangements. We do know politically that the developed countries see arrangements as an attempt to create a very small or insignificant new fund, right? And we know that, and we should be cautious about that. But we shouldn't fear arrangements, particularly if they're guided by a decision of the parties, and we bring those external entities into the accountability system of the COP. So, I mean, that's how we would see it for now. We'll see how it plays out, and obviously, you know, we would need the strong voices of civil society on this one, right? I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Augustine.
Thank you very much. So I will now open the floor for questions of clarification and short comments for Richard. Please, you have any comments or questions? Okay, I see a hand there. I'll take that one. Any other? Second hand? 5. Then we close. Okay, please introduce yourself and make your submission.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Richard, for that presentation. My name is Bridget Mugambe, and I work with the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. I am from Uganda. Yeah, my question, or what I'm seeking you to comment on, is that one of the outcomes you talked about, you know, the intention of the committee is not to subdivide developing countries further. And I appreciate that probably there is a need to avoid getting into long discussions on categories and leaving the main discussions on funding and funding arrangements. But I also recognize that I think there are different national circumstances. Even within developing countries, we have different setups, different natural resources. So there are definitely different national circumstances. And I'm wondering how do you think of factoring all that into these discussions, you know, vis-a-vis trying to avoid further subdividing those categories? If you could please comment on that. Thank you.
Yes.
Do you want me to respond now, or you'll take all the questions?
Okay, my name is Dr. Martina from the University of Nairobi in Kenya. And from that presentation, there are 3 key things that are standing out. The first one is how to map out damage and loss. Number 2 is who is going to operationalize or make sure that this kitty is actually managed from different countries. And 3 is the seventh output. You're talking about separation from adaptation. I would want to really get a response to the fact that damage and loss, sometimes there's so much you can't do beyond as you address damage and loss, and you will quickly push in adaptation to ensure that there's life after the damage and loss. So I would like clarification in terms of how to identify the problem and quantify and qualify. 2, the operationalization at country level, and 3, how to separate damage and loss from adaptation. Thank you.
Right.
My name is Andrew Mazuru. My name is Andrew Mazuru from Malawi, Communication for Development Strategist. I have a couple of questions, 2, I think. Outcome number 5. Oh, rather, thank you very much, Mr. Presenter, for the great informative presentation. Having said that, let me put forward the questions. The first one, outcome number 5 in your presentation is to do with the TCs do not need to finalize all activities in order for them to submit, to put forward the request to access loss and damage fund. How long should it take really for a country to submit and then access the loss and damage fund? Having noted from your outcome number 5 that they do not have to do a hectic process, all those activities, all the formalities to access, they should be able to fast track the acquisition process of the LD fund. How long in your timelines, TORs, institutionalize the strategies you've put in place? How long do you envisage that a country would be able to access the facility? Number 2.
Thank you.
Number 2, what safeguards have you developed to guard against divisions, politicking, theses, politicking on L&D fund and ethics in general? And what are the threats for divided TCs, technical committees, in its function? You put that in one of your 3 outcomes. I hope the second person that asked the question on divisions did not preempt my questions regarding the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. We've heard the questions, and then you can give a response, but you will still stay here after this, because at the end of the panel, you each have a final word. So over to you, Richard.
Yeah, thanks, Augustine, and thanks, colleagues, for those questions. There was one question on the chat that said, where do you submit the case study? So you submit through your observer body that's registered to the COP. I'm assuming in our case, it would be through PACTA, to the Transitional Committee Secretariat, and we can circulate those details for you. So in terms of the question asked by Bridget, we think that a lot of the answer to how we fund and where we fund will be based on the definition of a trigger, right? So there are different ways of triggering support. And so you could have a soft trigger, which is the current kind of trigger that's used by the World Bank, where the country self-declares an event, and they seek support from the fund or from the funding arrangements for that. There are other different types of triggers, such as hard triggers or parametric triggers, where you would actually use from the insurance sector, where you would predefine certain events. So, you could say in Malawi, because it has a periodic system of cyclones, so anytime there's a cyclone, that would trigger then the ability for the country to access support, and that would then allow for different national circumstances to be recognized. There are other parametric triggers, such as a percentage of your population that are impacted, but those don't always work for Africa. The triggers that are based on population or GDP impact may work better for small island states, because they're small and the populations are less, whereas it may not work in the same reasons rationale for Africa. So we would think that the new fund would have a series of triggers ranging from soft to hard triggers, and then also triggers for the private sector, triggers for local community, and that would then allow the fund to fast track its work. So rather than you actually having to go through submitting a funding proposal, you simply, the trigger is met, and then you seek support, and that support is either directly through direct budget support to national treasuries, and there could be some elements of policy conditionality or advice on that. So a lot of the trigger system works very much because we pre-prepared for events, right? And so there's a whole system of understanding what happens before an event that allows the fund to respond in time. So that would then also recognize the fact that what you do in one country is different to another country. It would also give the countries the opportunities to choose different types of instruments, whether it's insurance-based approach or whether it's direct budget support or whether it's equity investments if it was for the private sector or guarantees. The notion of where what Martina I think said was so the issue with the separation and adaptation is we still need to have the other components of mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage, right? So we have three primary sources. We would prefer that if there was proper mitigation by developed countries and there was support for the transitions in developing countries, as well as increased, I mean, we received the doubling of adaptation commitment 2 years ago, and we have conversations in the Standing Committee on Finance, and the developed countries say, well, we're not really going to meet that commitment to double adaptation to 40 billion. So that's just making sure that we're not taking money from the adaptation space and putting it into loss and damage. We need to fund both adaptation and loss and damage, and we need to find a way of separating that sources, which gets us into another discussion on where is this money going to come from, noting that they can't even meet the 100 billion. There isn't a lot of money or appetite for public sector interventions. We keep seeing developed countries try and shift the burden of responsibility for finance onto the private sector, which is not materializing. So I think that's that separation of adaptation and mitigation. I think, Andrew, the issue is that we have 12 days, so we cannot design a financial instrument approach for this fund, right? What we can do is we can say, in order for this fund legally to provide an insurance product or a debt product or a guarantee product, it needs to have the following systems in place, and we can empower the governing body to develop that at time. The same goes in terms of eligibility criteria for sub-projects. So we may get to a broad understanding that there'll be an economic loss window, a non-economic loss window, a slow onset event window, and then windows or sub-windows related to recovery, rehabilitation, et cetera, but it would be up to the governing body to define the further details of that. It's just not possible. We haven't got the time to go into detail, and we're also not the funding authority where we've been mandated by parties to present an institutional structure. That's very different to being a board of governors that would then manage a pot of money towards that. So that's what we mean by doing that. In my sense is if we're not able to respond to a future event within maximum of 10 days, then we failed, right? I mean, that 10 days may even be too long. And therefore we have to think, so in order to have a governing body that's able to respond in 10 days, what does it need to have to take a decision, right? And part of that is not getting caught in this discussion around what is loss and what is damage, right? We have to figure that out. We have to find a way to not have something stuck at a technical level or scientific level through an independent panel, as we see in the GCF. We may need different approaches to assessing each country's the science and what is loss and damage in that, and that's really decided. And then it's simply a matter of a trigger being triggered, country asking for support, and there being primarily, we think, two main channels, one to government and one to local communities. I think the government one is pretty standard through direct budget support. How we get money to local communities on the ground is a little bit more complicated, whether we use existing humanitarian systems or not, or we provide direct support to communities through community-based organizations or representative bodies. I think that requires a further thought. My sense is we probably need another year in the governing body level, just practically from experience, but that doesn't mean that we can't start doing work early next year once we've constituted a board, and we have some money to spend. I think we should be flexible and nimble and not too restrictive, but we have to figure out these things now so that the governing body is empowered in early January. As for the funding arrangements, if we go through this approach that all funding arrangements need to have a legal arrangement with the COP for the decision, that's also going to take a year. So we have to figure out what happens in the interim period. So I'm hoping that we can figure that out. We've got a lot of smart minds, both at the table, but also outside the table, that are talking to us and are giving us ideas. We just need to synthesize them and understand what will work. And we need to build in a process of review and reflection and learning. So we may not get it right in the first time. We probably won't. I mean, that's been our experience. But as long as we build in a system of learning and realigning and managing for future events. And I'll finish now. This came up quite a lot in the TC, is that we're planning for future scenarios that we don't really know what that means, right? So we know what the science is telling us, that it's going to get worse and worse, but it's very hard to plan for something that is unknown in terms of we've never really experienced that. So if this is now the indicator of every 2 years, Malawi is going to be hit by a Freddy of that magnitude, it's very difficult to plan for that. So, but we can build in the system of review and reflection and learning, and be nimble enough to support countries in need and change our course over time. So I hope that answers those questions correctly. And again, I think the issue of, this issue of safeguards, best practices, we made a fundamental error in the Green Climate Fund, and that was primarily because of the US insistence that the GCF not adopt international best practice, but the GCF makes best practice. It's a terrible mistake. There are enough international best standards on ethics, on gender, on safeguards, on on community participation. We have the UN Declaration of Indigenous Peoples' Rights. We don't need to reinvent that. We just need to accept them and continue our work. But if we spend 5 years trying to create the best practice that nobody else uses, we're going to be a failure. So I believe that those issues will be considered by the board once established. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard, and thank you for the presentation and the answers to the questions. I know there would be many questions that will still come. The good thing is that you are around with us for the number of days that we're here. So for this session, I would ask that you just stay in the room as you are, because at the end of the day, you still have to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 46 developed countries in the world. 33 are in Africa. I think Malawi is one of them. We have this majority of least developed countries on this continent, and I think that is what makes it another continent or continent. That's one of the aspects that beefs up the claim of Africa being a continent with special needs and circumstances. Vulnerability is not just the predisposition to be affected by the impacts of climate change. Vulnerability is more of the capacity to wake up, to stand up again after being affected by the impacts of climate change. We'll be exploring existing policy and institutional landscapes in least developing countries so as to inform mechanisms for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage that will serve as lessons for the transitional committee. In this space, ladies and gentlemen, we have elders, we have models that we look up to. And we are privileged today to have one of those that has stood with us, developing countries, and PACJA in particular, CSOs from developing countries and PACJA in particular. I'd like to introduce to you Professor Dr. Salem Hope, who is Director of International Center for Climate Change and Development. You are welcome, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Augustine. Good afternoon from Dhaka, Bangladesh. It's a pleasure to be with you. Let me thank you for inviting me, and congratulations on organizing such a interesting event. Also, let me pass on my congratulations to Richard as the co-chair of the Transitional Committee, and assure him that we will support his work in the Transitional Committee and hopefully get them to work in reality time as opposed to UNFCCC time. I remain hopeful that we can achieve that. So let me share three sets of comments and information with you, which I feel might be of use. And I apologize, I don't have any slides. I'm just going to speak for a while, but I'll be happy to take questions after that. You mentioned that we have the least developed countries under the UN Framework Convention, currently chaired by Senegal, 46 countries, of which the majority are in Africa, scattered around West Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, and even North Africa. And we have been working together for a long time, and I have been advising the LDC group in the UN Framework Convention at the COPs, particularly on loss and damage, which is an emerging topic. Before that, I worked on adaptation. And one of the initiatives that was taken some years ago under the LDC group is to set up a network of universities called the LDC Universities Consortium on Climate Change, LUCCC, or LUC, we call it for short. And this has a network of universities, is coordinated out of my university in Dhaka, Bangladesh, but the majority are in Africa. We have about 20 universities in 20 least developed countries, mostly in Africa, working with us, including Malawi. We have our LUC partner from Malawi in the room with you right now. And we have been working, as I said, initially on adaptation, and in particular on locally led adaptation. And the purpose behind these this network is to build capacity, to carry out research, generate knowledge, build capacity, and enhance the ability of these countries to cope with the impacts of climate change, particularly through adaptation, particularly through locally led adaptation, which means working with the most vulnerable communities at the community level. And we have made a lot of progress in this field. A lot of work has been done already. Now, more recently, now that we have crossed the threshold of human-induced climate change with global temperature due to greenhouse gas emissions having gone up well above 1 degree already, we are now seeing climate change, human-induced climate change, attributable impacts of climate change, like you just recently saw with Cyclone Freddy that hit Malawi. These are now becoming the norm. We have crossed the threshold. We have entered what I call the era of losses and damages from climate change impacts that are going to get worse every day. Somewhere in the world is going to get hit, and particularly the poor developing countries are going to get hit. And no country in the world is prepared, by the way, not even the United States. In fact, right now, the US has a snowstorm in California that has already killed a number of people. So nobody is immune. Nobody is prepared. Everybody's going to have to prepare themselves very, very quickly. So the primary task, in my view, is what I call the reality of loss and damage, impacts that are happening, like Hurricane Freddy that you just said. We are going to have to get ready for them, whether we like it or not, and as fast as we can. That means enhancing our level of information, evidence, research, capacity building, and that is what we are involved in doing. And we are very, very happy to offer to collaborate with any other people who are interested. Please feel free to give my contacts to people in the room and attending this conference if they wish to get in touch with me. We have a very substantial program of research on loss and damage, as you just heard in the conversations already over the last day and a half, that that there are loss and damage is still confusing. People don't understand it. There are many different aspects to it. There are fast onset events like hurricanes and floods, slow onset events like sea level rise and droughts. There are economic losses and damages where you can put money figures on it, but then there are non-economic losses and damages where it's more difficult to put money figures on it. So all of these require further research, further elaboration, and this is just beginning. And we are doing quite a lot of this ourselves. We're very happy to collaborate with others. In particular, I would emphasize the need for us to enhance and improve South-South collaboration in research. Unfortunately, this does not happen much. I do a lot of research globally, and it's usually northern institutions from developed countries who have research funding who come to us and they tell us what they'd like to do the research on. They want to do it on mitigation, not so much on adaptation, and not at all on loss and damage, I can tell you, until now. That is now broken with the COP27 decision. Loss and damage has become untabooed. It used to be taboo, but it is now untabooed, and we may see some research funding coming. But we should not depend on that. We should generate what we can ourselves and at least share knowledge in real time with each other going forward. So that's my first proposition and offer to everybody here. Let us find ways to collaborate, to network, to be better organized so that we generate information from the ground up, from the people on the ground who are the victims of climate change, from the countries on the ground who are the ones that will suffer the most, and then also take the global situation into account, both in the UN Framework Convention, but even outside the UN Framework Convention, in the UN OCHA, the humanitarian sector. There are many different players and many different avenues in which this issue is being taken forward. One of them, by the way, you may have seen in the news just a few days ago, was a General Assembly resolution put forward by Vanuatu, the country of Vanuatu in the Pacific, for asking the UN General Assembly to issue a request to the International Court of Justice for an advisory opinion on climate change impacts vis-a-vis international law. So that's a whole new ballgame that will now start in the International Court of Justice in The Hague. So we are going to have to play the game on many different fronts, on many different arenas, and we have to be nimble, and there's no sequence. You can't do one thing and then the other thing. We have to do all of them at the same time, which means we have to organize ourselves much better and be much more efficient in doing things. Different people can do different things, but we must connect with each other and network with each other and ensure that we are informing each other in real time. And your conference right now is a very, very good example of that. We would be very happy to continue to share with you and take forward this potential collaboration on the reality of climate change. So I distinguish between reality of climate change, which is on the ground, dealing with the impacts, preparing yourselves, preparing communities, preparing governments, preparing NGOs and other civil society organizations to deal with those impacts, both the fast-moving impacts like cyclones and hurricanes, as well as the slow-moving impacts like sea level rise and droughts, etc. That's the reality. We have to deal with that first. Then there's also the global, the discussions that are taking place in the UNFCCC following the COP27 decision, path-breaking decision that has given rise to the Transitional Committee. And we just heard about the work of the Transitional Committee from the co-chair, Richard Sherman. They have started their work. They have a number of meetings before COP28. We need to be supporting them. I sincerely feel that all the members of the Transitional Committee want to do something. It's not clear what it is that is best to do. That's something we'll have to work out. They will have to work out. We can give them advice on. But my own personal feeling is that something is better than nothing. Sooner is better than later. And that should be the mantra of the Transitional Committee members. Do something soon, and we'll work it out. If it needs to be improved, it can be improved. But people cannot wait. We cannot work on UNFCCC time to COP29, COP30, COP31 before any money flows to the victims of climate change. So let us see if we can help them do this very quickly in real time and move forward in evolutionary, work with something that works first and then build on it and then work the next step later, and coordinate amongst all the different organizations and activities that are taking place. Already there are a number of funds that have been created, the Global Shield by G7 in Germany. There are other funds like the V20 as well, and others as well. The government of Stockholm, the government of Scotland has put funds on the table. So these are all now different avenues in which we can take forward both the learning and the actual disbursements of funds to help the victims of climate change that we need to take forward and improve and enhance, and working together being the key element for delivery for the victims of climate change in real time. Now, before I end, let me just add a couple of comments in light of Richard's excellent presentation on the status of the Transitional Committee and what would need to be done. Richard, I agree with you entirely in terms of what we need to focus our attention on and offer my support in that. But in terms of taking it to the UN, I really do think an idea is worth promoting is getting the UN Secretary General to get involved by appointing a special envoy on loss and damage for climate change for a period of 5 years to ensure this coordination between the UNFCCC, the UN OCHA, the UN Secretary General's office, so that this can be a regular thing, a continuously regular thing. And I'll share the experience I had with the UN Food Systems Summit, where the Secretary General had appointed the special envoy, Agnes Kalibata from Rwanda, to prepare and deliver a UN Food Systems Summit, which was done a year or so ago. And I was invited to be co-chair of Action Track 5. There were 5 action tracks. Action Track 5 was on resilience of food systems. And the action track leaders were invited from outside the UN. We are, independent experts, academics to, lead these action tracks, consult with a wide variety of stakeholders, government, non-government, small local government, national government, intermediate government, and so on, private sector, big private sector, small private sector. And we did this very effectively over a period of 2 years, even during COVID. We did a lot of it online and came out with the UN Food Systems Summit, which came out with the results there. But it was a very effective way of coordinating amongst many, many different actors that was unleashed by the decision of the Secretary General to have an independent, relatively independent. We all reported to the special envoy, and she reported to the Secretary General through the Deputy Secretary General. But it was actually quite an effective way of reaching out and sharing knowledge in real time with all the different actors who will all have an interest in loss and damage. This cannot be kept to a few people on the Transitional Committee doing all the work. We need to distribute all of it. So I'd be very happy to pursue that if you think that might be of interest, either Pakcha or Richard or anybody else who's listening. I'll stop there. I'm very happy to take any questions that you might have. Over to you, Augustine.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you, thank you. Having something is better than having nothing. And that is why we of the African Civil Society are supporting the developing country position that paragraph 5 of the decision should be put into motion as soon as possible. That is establishing the institutional arrangement, modalities, structure, governance, and terms of reference for the fund, defining the elements of the new funding arrangements, identifying and expanding sources of funding, ensuring coordination and complementarity with existing funding arrangements. We need to get that going because it has been a long walk to this stage. And again, what we hear from you, Prof, is that we have to distinguish between fast-moving impacts from slow-moving impacts and how to deal with them. I was interested in when you were saying we have to get ready at all times, which is very important. Yesterday, when we were having the conversation with the minister of Malawi, and we could hear that sometimes it is not like we're not ready. We have the information, but you are just helpless, right? You're just helpless, waiting for the cyclone. It's coming. They tell you it's coming, and they gave this analogy of where you're sitting somewhere in the open space, and they say lions have escaped from the zoo and are coming to attack. Will you start running without knowing the direction in which you are running, or will you wait and see where the lion is coming from before running? So those are some of the questions on the ground, right? So, but we have to deal with this. Thank you again, Prof. I would like to pass the floor to the comrades that are sitting here. If you have any questions or brief comments for Professor before we move to the next speaker. So, any comment from that direction? In the middle? At the extreme left? Okay. Comrade, you have the floor. Introduce yourself, ask your question.
Yes, thank you so much, Prof, for the presentation. I think in the discussion, Richard Hamba is my name, from Uganda. And I'd like to share, based on the fact that you emphasize research to be one of the key things that you've dwelled on in terms of building the capacity, knowledge and technical capacity, of course, in addressing loss and damage. But what is important is the information crafting that basically will go out there to address the knowledge and maybe communication challenges of many. What you clearly say that looking at the south to south kind of cooperation has been limiting in such a, in terms of how we share information. And the question is, how do you think, what you recommend that we should actually use now to improve our communication exchange as something that has been tested as compared to just the normal, maybe academic sharing, because probably that literature is stocked somewhere, maybe in bookshelves. The deliberate and intentional ways information can reach out there for preparedness, for early engagement of communities or all actors anyway, and maybe for getting feedback. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall I answer, Augustine?
Yes, in the absence of any other question, I think, okay, please.
Okay, thank you very much. That's an excellent question.
Okay, let him ask his question before you answer, please.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Professor, for the comprehensive highlights. So mine are two questions in a form of comments. The first one relates to the issue of south to south cooperation in as far as research is concerned. But I have concern that I think largely our researchers in this part of the world have worked largely in isolation, and they have been, lost touch with the reality. And therefore, I would like to call upon our researchers, I think, to break their silos and work, with the people, work with the civil society, work with the government. Otherwise, they become so irrelevant when they work in silos. And I think the loss and damage that we're experiencing is not better timing than now, that we should be able to be seeing more, not only reactive research, but also proactive research. And I think that's where our friends in the North have done better than us in terms of the proactive in as far as research is concerned. The second element, I agree with you, yes, better to have something than nothing. But also I would like to argue that I think justice also matters in these things. Let's see, I mean, we need to be pushing for financing, which is or funding mechanisms which are justly, addressing the impacts of loss and damage that are affecting our people. Thanks, and all.
Thank you very much. Shall I respond now, Augustine?
Yes, Prof, go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So very, very good points. I'll give a sort of reflections on them rather than specific answers. So, you know, I've been involved in doing research and capacity building for a long time. The kind of research that I do with my colleagues and partners is normative research. It is not just doing scientific research for the sake of research and publishing in peer-reviewed scientific journals, although we do that because that's a indicator of the quality of the research, but we do it in order to help people, to help our countries to deal with the impacts of climate change, initially on adaptation, but now also on loss and damage. So in fact, the two are very closely interlinked. In fact, if you use a loss and damage framing lens, then adaptation is simply minimizing loss and damage. You know, averting loss and damage, avoiding loss and damage is mitigation, but minimizing loss and damage is adaptation, and then addressing loss and damage once it happens. So the combination of minimizing and addressing is effectively adaptation and loss and damage, addressing loss and damage, and the two go together very well. And in fact, at the local level, as I said, we've been working on locally led adaptation for many years now. This is now segueing into locally led loss and damage, you know, local loss and damage, and then local addressing loss and damage at the local level as well. And so this is now a natural progression, and we need to be doing both at the same time. This, in my mind, there's no artificial division between adaptation and loss and damage. It's minimizing loss and damage and then addressing loss and damage using a loss and damage terminology. And in terms of sharing knowledge and generating knowledge, sharing knowledge in South-South context, what we find and what we have found over the years is that peer-to-peer learning is by far the best way to do this. And so, you know, in my center here in Dhaka in Bangladesh, I regularly bring colleagues from our LUC partners in Africa to come and spend some time here. We run short courses on locally led adaptation. We're now running them on loss and damage. They come and spend a week in Bangladesh looking at what we are doing, sharing their knowledge with us. We learn from them, they learn from us. And this is by far the most valuable way of learning how to do something practical on the ground to deal with the problem. And then we stay in touch with each other. Nowadays, with this you know, phenomenon of being online all the time, we can now stay in touch in a very, very significant way. And this is very, very valuable. And we actually run courses, online courses, full-fledged online courses. And again, if you want to learn more about them, please do get in touch or visit our website. And it's something that we would be very happy to engage with whoever is interested, either organizations, institutions who are doing capacity building and research that want to collaborate at the institutional level, but also individuals who want to get involved in networking and in getting engaged in these training programs, online training programs, in person. We actually run a master's program, a full 1-year master's on climate change and development at my university here in Dhaka. And we've had students come from Africa a number of times. We've had a number of African students come and spend a master's, come and do the master's here with us. So there are various different ways in which we can promote sharing of knowledge, promote capacity building, both on adaptation and loss and damage going forward. And the final point at the global level, I agree entirely. We must not give up. I'm not saying we give up at the global level. We have to push. We have to make sure that the three things that I hold dear in terms of testing the global system is speed. They must deliver quickly. You know, we cannot wait. Secondly, who they get to, who they deliver the money to, it must go to the victims, the poorest victims on the planet. They have to find a way to do it. Just because existing systems don't do it well, let's find new systems or find the systems that do. There are some that do in the humanitarian sector, and let us see if we can help them and build on those. And then thirdly, as you said, the climate justice issue, the polluter must pay. We must find ways to make the polluters pay. That may not be governments or public sector payments. There may be other forms of making polluters pay. I'll mention something that the LDC group is working on, my center is researching on. It's on making air passenger levy. It's called the International Air Passenger Levy for loss and damage, a $10 or €10 levy on all international flights all international flights everywhere, everybody around the world, it would raise between 10 and $20 billion a year for loss and damage, because passengers flying intercontinental flights are polluters. They're causing a lot of pollution, and they should be made to pay it. And $10 or 10 euros is not much. It would not make their decisions change for flying. They can add that. It's what they would pay for a coffee and a cupcake in the airport while they're waiting for their flight. So that's one idea that we will be pushing forward and taking forward. And there are others as well. So we have to, as I said, play the game on multiple fronts at the same time. We cannot afford to leave any front unplayed. We have to play that game everywhere. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Professor. A round of claps for him again, please. Probably will not go away. You will still be in the room, because at the end of the day, we may still have to ask you a few questions, time permitting. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the role of philanthropic organizations in, addressing slow onset events and associated non-economic losses cannot be ignored. Philanthropic funds, if streamlined, could be very useful in this loss and damage arena. So however, there's a significant research gap in regards to financial figures on climate change spending by philanthropic organizations. There is need, to streamline and have a strategy on how to engage philanthropic organizations in this loss and damage process. So we have with us our brother Titus Gwemende, who is Africa Regional Director of the Open Society, who is speaking to us on the role of philanthropic institutions in expanding the space for advancing loss and damage agenda, especially on the African continent. Titus, if you are there, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Augustine, and I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
5 on 5, please.
Sorry, my connection isn't perfect, but can you hear me?
We can hear you 5 on 5, Titus.
You can hear me 5 on 5?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. I realize that we are slightly behind time, so I will try to breeze through my presentation. Thank you very much to PAGJA and partners for inviting me. As you have heard, I work with Open Society Foundations. I'm in the Africa office, and I lead our equity team. And it's great to see some of you who are also our partners outside this conference. And congratulations to my fellow panelists who have spoken with clarity and purpose on these issues. Perhaps before I start, I also want to pass my condolences to the lots of families that have lost loved ones through Cyclone Freddy. I mean, I've seen reports of devastation, Chiradzulu, Mvulumvulu, Blantyre. That just reminds us of the kind of damage we saw through Cyclone Idai in Buzi, in Beira, in Mozambique, or in Chimanimani, right there in Zimbabwe, in the Eastern Highlands. The scale of carnage and damage is significant, colleagues. It's whether damaged infrastructure, loss of lives, loss of livelihoods, dreams. I personally lost relatives who just woke up one day buried in a sea of mud in the Eastern Highlands, where I come from Zimbabwe. So this is about people. This is about lives. This is about destinies of nations being disrupted. And the poignant thing is a family being buried in mud in Shirazulu that tragedy is closely linked to the opulent life of another family, most likely somewhere in Los Angeles or in Dubai or in Shenzhen. And we have to get to that point where we do the connections between suffering and what causes that suffering, and then say the polluter pays, the big emitter is accountable, and we see ourselves as open society and fellow philanthropic institutions as playing a role in ensuring that that accountability works out. So I'll briefly share with you at least some of the work that we do and some of the things that we think ought to happen in our sector, at least insofar as our own role in expanding the discourse on loss and damages. And the first one, some of you who may have gone to Glasgow, you will remember what some philanthropists did, which was contributing money. I think it was ourselves, Open Society, it was SIF, Children's Investment Fund, it was the European Climate Foundation, it was the Hewlett. I think we pooled resources together and gave what we called a startup finance towards pushing the conversation around the establishment of the Glasgow Loss and Damage Facility. Our thinking then was to provide catalytic funding, to provide funding that signals to the market that there is political legitimacy in a conversation. So we see the role of philanthropy as to also send political and economic signal of things that should be considered important. And by doing that, we want to put our skin in the game. So actually put in capital, that is loss and damage fund, to help communities. And we have seen that. We followed the Scottish government, that also it announced a few millions in loss and damages. But this is a drop in the bucket. I mean, what we need is 1.2 trillion. And of course, to do that, we may need some of us who will signal. But that startup finance and signaling in the market is an important role that we consider important for us and for everyone. And then the broader conversation around financing of loss and damage, financing of climate finance, adaptation finance, and the entire finance that we require. That we see the need to mobilize, direct, and hold to account political leadership to take action that's proportional to the size and crisis at hand. So just that work of mobilizing, directing, and holding political, I mean, you're looking at the G7, you're looking at the G20. There's a lot of mobilizing, directing, and influence, and that is required at that level. And we're playing that. But we're also looking at the need to increase the size and the overall quantum and quality of financing. Colleagues, it's not just increasing amount of money, but it is the quality of the money, that it should be debt-free. The instruments themselves should be debt-free. And it should be working on finance, loss and damages, particularly for Global South, because this is where the suffering is most yellow. And to ensure that this financing does not create unsustainable debt. One of the most unfortunate experiences, colleagues, was when Mozambique had to borrow the IMF in order to pay for the damages caused by Cyclone Idai. So countries that are already debt distressed should not become more indebted as they are trying to address loss and damage. So the quality of liquidity or financing is really, really important in addressing. And for us to get to the quality of finance, colleagues, you get onto the question of what are those kinds of institutions that we operate under. A loss and damage facility is going to operate within the context of established financial architecture, financial principles. And we're seeing our role as trying to influence reform of the global financial architecture that is fit for purpose and that can respond to the scale of challenge that we have at the moment. And so we're engaging the World Bank, we're engaging World Trade Organization, we're engaging World IMF. We're engaging private equity with a view to ensure that the quality of money that we give is instrumental. But it's also engaging institutions like the IMF around austerity. And there's a very important link between austerity and loss and damages, colleagues, because austerity reduces African states' capacity to address loss and damages. You know, part of the reason why the colleague who just spoke was we're helpless is because the African state capacity has been decimated because of massive reduction of public sector. Departments of health are being cut, Department of Education is being cut, early warning systems are being cut because we are all desperate to get a loan from the IMF. And so if we don't address austerity, we are reducing African states' capacity to respond to crises like loss and damages. And so engaging the international financial architecture in appreciating the interconnectedness of state vulnerability, climate vulnerability, and conditionalities is a crucial part of our work. And related to reform of financial architecture, we want to address the question of, you see, loss and damages is a product of anthropogenic work, with its, work that was done by climate change, but it was work that was caused by industrialization. Our production models, whether it's transport, it's energy, it is production of food. And so until we also reform our production models, our ways of producing, moving, transport, energy, shipping, unless we also change our modes of logistics, energy, transport, then we're going anywhere. We're going to create new vulnerabilities for loss and damages. And so a critical aspect is also engaging on shifting our economic paradigm, our production patterns, our growth models, and our financial models. So that is a crucial aspect. As I proceed, colleagues, there's a question of harnessing public opinion and activism on the need for greater financing beyond the reform of architecture. You see, if we're going to reform financing architecture worldwide for loss and damages, it means we have to harness public opinion and activism, which is why I take my hats off to the colleagues like Pagja and your partners, because you are playing that role of harnessing public opinion and activism, because there has to be a greater consciousness from customers to users to industrialists to ordinary citizens that what we're doing here is connected and it affects all of this. Dr. Hart was talking about, Dr. Hart was talking about potentially taxing an international flight levy. That requires a certain level of consciousness around customers, not just of the importance of paying, but on the link between luxury flying and potential loss and damage. So there's significant work around creating public consciousness, colleagues. And we want to support that creation of public consciousness as we strengthen that. And it's related to the question of strengthening the ecosystem for loss and damage. And by that, we're talking about supporting an ecosystem of powerful civil society, policy, advocacy, and campaigning organizations and individuals to capitalize on the momentum. I mean, we created momentum from Glasgow right to when we were in Sharm el-Sheikh last year and going to Dubai. We want to capitalize on that momentum around loss and damages and reform efforts in 2023, particularly as we look at Dubai, and engage political leadership to deliver global commitments to substantially increase financing for loss and damage. So as philanthropy, we're looking at ourselves as builders of the ecosystem. We want to support NGOs, we want to support universities, we want to support the entire ecosystem so that it's ready and capable of pushing and advancing the loss and damages. I won't talk too much around connecting across regions, which is south to south cooperation. Colleagues, we cannot win this by doing a solo performance. We want to create a chorus in which there is a critical political mass of people in the global south to engage the powers that be on loss and damage. There's a loss and damage is the technical work that is necessary, what Richard is talking about. There's a lot of that technical work. But we have to support Richard and his team by creating that chorus in the global south, where we are all speaking from the same hymn sheet, speaking the same language, and creating that political capital through connections, collaborations, and partnerships. Training is going to be important. I think a lot of work has gone through question around training, litigation. Colleagues, some of what we're seeing requires some kind of accountability. Some people may have to be jailed. Some people may have to pay heavy fines. And so strategic litigation and supporting strategic litigation, because it's extremely expensive. Very few NGOs or states can do that. And so supporting strategic litigation so that we build evidence is going to be important. It's not just building evidence, but holding people to account. And of course, research, supporting research. By supporting research, part of the challenge we are having on the continent, and a lot of you may agree that there is a need to strengthen the link between policy and knowledge. A lot of policies that emerge out of our governments on the continent right now. There is no link with the knowledge centers at all. And so the question that you're always asking yourself is, what informs our policy? Because there is no connection whatsoever with our local universities. When you look at the liberation period, I want to take you back to history, when Africa was fighting for its independence. I can mention universities like Dar es Salaam, University of Makerere, University of Jos, University of Ibadan, University of Zimbabwe, Lesotho. These universities were intellectual nerve centers of the liberation struggle. They literally and directly influenced how the struggle was executed. They informed the political consciousness of the freedom fighters. But when you look at post-independence, there is a growing disconnect and sometimes a growing suspicion between knowledge and policy. And you're also seeing less and less funding of knowledge centers. And so our investors, our researchers are ignored, broke and frustrated. And so we want to increase support to our knowledge centers. We want to connect, motivate our researchers so that they all don't leave. We're losing all our researchers to different universities in the global north, where they are now involved in doing research around a carbon intensive growth agenda, when they could be local with us here, strengthening our capacity to do research on loss and damages, on a low carbon intensive future and things like that. So we want to invest in knowledge and research. And speaking to a diverse variety of stakeholders around G7 and so forth and so forth. Perhaps as I close, the ecosystem issue is, as philanthropists, we're also committing to not become the problem ourselves. Because a lot of philanthropists, we are founded by billionaires. We are founded by people who have made money through all kinds of processes, some of them dubious. And so it's also being humble, physician, heal thyself, and say, before we even talk about advocacy, influencing research, look at ourselves and ensure that we are not part of the problem. The way we produce our own wealth does not create the end result, which is loss and damages. So it's a lot of introspection that we're going through. And of course, saving lives. Philanthropists are looking at loss and damages from the perspective of saving lives. People are dying in Chirazulu, in Vulumvulu, in Chimanimani, in Busi. And we're proud of the work that partners ourselves, like Oxfam, have done, mounting a robust humanitarian response to catastrophic flooding in places like Pakistan. You remember Pakistan, I think it was 1/3. Basically, was submerged in water. What partners are doing in Malawi, in the places I've mentioned. So it's saving lives. Sometimes it's not just about figures. When the loss and damage happen, when the cyclone hits, we have to save lives. And we have to put our resources in ensuring that we save lives. And with that, colleagues, I will open this for reflection, questions, and comments. But I thank you, Augustine, and I yield my time to you again. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for? Okay, you're already doing it. Thank you. Thank you for being spontaneous. Yes, Titus, may I correct that our brother Titus is the director in the division that is charged with opportunities and equities at the Open Society Foundation. Again, thank you for these candid reflections, Titus. I heard something and which is very interesting. You talked about the philanthropists themselves looking inward, whether this loss and damage has also been caused by the source of their wealth. And chaining into that, I like to ask if you, as philanthropists, are considering distinguishing the support you give in solidarity and in sympathy with the victims of climate impacts, that is loss and damage, and thinking further to support the loss and damage financing as an obligation, because you think somehow that the problem has also been caused partly by the way you make your wealth. Are you considering that? Are you having discussions about that in the philanthropic arena? Again, talking about research, which I congratulate you for being interested in endogenous research on the continent or in developing countries has to be encouraged. Maybe you also consider funding research on your climate spending, climate-related spending, to have some facts and figures so that it will inform your further action in this arena. Those are the two things I wanted to say. Most importantly, therefore, is whether you would also consider the reason for giving. One, which is what you've practiced before and you are practicing, giving in solidarity and in sympathy, and then giving and supporting as an obligation because you think you are responsible somehow for what is happening today. Titus, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Darren Walker, the president of Ford Foundation, just wrote a book called From Generosity to Justice, basically talking about steering away from notions of charity and generosity to notions of justice. And that's what we're talking about here. As a foundation, we talk primarily around climate justice. In fact, I lead the work on climate justice internally. For us, it's not climate generosity, it's not climate charity, it's justice. Because we know that climate change is anthropogenic. It was driven by human activity, and we know those humans, we know those companies, we know those states, and we want them to pay up. Solidarity, while it is useful, paying up is justice. And we want to fuel and support those justice initiatives. That's why I was talking about litigation. That's why I was talking about research. That's why I was talking about connecting South to South, not just for research purposes, but for creating a critical political mass. Because just knowing the truth and knowing the kind of climate instrument that is required is not going to be enough. We have to create a political critical mass that becomes difficult to ignore. And you cannot ignore when it becomes a chorus. So when we move from that silo or from singing solo, we are saying, let's do this together so that if one day we're speaking, whether it's at COP28 or at G7, we are too loud and too united to ignore. So for us as philanthropy is to support that, to not even be your voice, because you've got your own voice as Christian Aid or as Pagda, is to then say, if you've got an agenda, we can add a bit of resources to ensure that you do your agenda. If you want to connect with colleagues in Latin America, do that. We'll probably give you a bit of money to do that. That's what we're trying to do. It's not become your voice. You've got your voice. We are not the voice of the voiceless. You've got your own voice. What we can do is maybe the voice needs to travel to DC. Maybe we could buy you an air ticket, or we could help you with paying for the research, or we could help you with booking the hotel. But you as a Global South campaigner, intellectual researcher, you have the intellect, you've got the interest, the passion, the example to say these things by yourself. And we're there to support you. That's the message. If you forget anything I've said, that is the message.
Thanks, Titus. I will now open the floor for brief questions and comments from the audience. Please, I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, and we close. So please, over to you. Introduce yourself briefly and go straight to your question.
Thank you. My name is Gabriel Manyangadze. I'm from the Southern African Faith Communities Environment Institute. I'm based in Zimbabwe. Thank you very much, Titus, for that reflection. I just want to find out that we are well aware of the increasing intensity of the crisis that we are facing. We know exactly what is happening, and the recurrence of the disasters that are happening in the places that you mentioned in Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. Is there maybe from a philanthropic perspective also a sort of a need to come through and also prepare to avert the disasters happening to the people? I think you heard that people are aware that a cyclone is coming, but they don't know what to do and how to do it. They don't have the capacity. Would you also support the capacity of the people to be able to move away from the places that we already know are vulnerable to the disasters or to the cyclones well in advance in terms of the philanthropic assistance that you would want to give? Thank you.
Thank you, Titus. My name is Bridget Mugambe. I work with the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, AFSA, based in Uganda. Thank you for your reflections and on the roles of philanthropic organizations and also what you can do. And I would like to speak to reform of the global financial architecture. We know that many developing countries, especially in Africa, we are faced with a recurrent, high debts. The recent reports, for example, from the World Bank, from the IPES Food, they show the high debts that most African countries are facing. And this is keeping us in a more vulnerable situation. So I'd like you to speak to what you see the role of organizations like yours in this whole discourse around the high debt risks that many developing countries are facing, and how that would impact any assistance that is coming to African countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator of this session. My name is Samantha Ann from, I work with Mpido, an indigenous people's organization based in Kenya. Now, I have a question, not really a question, but a concern when it comes to how philanthropists sometimes handle us. In 2006 in Glasgow, we are aware of this pledge that was made, the 1.7 billion pledge that was made to constituencies that we represent, the indigenous people's constituency, where 17 funders and philanthropists came on board to give financing to the subtropical and tropical forest dwellers. And my problem normally is when they now, after now making the pledge or giving the funds, when they dictate how that funds should be used. And in that, when we're doing that, you see that they're actually pursuing their interests or their priorities and not the priorities of the people on the ground. And they tend to, ignore that there have been structures around on management of these funds. And so that has been a problem. And also sometimes we find that they lack some transparency or accountability, which is quite unfortunate, because if we are expected to be accountable, then no, everyone else should be. And I remember, like, for this 1.7 billion grant, which we had the likes of Ford Foundation, Christensen Fund, when last year now in COP27, when we tried to see how far we've come, because we were already 1 year into the pledge, we couldn't get information. We would hear that 19% of that fund has already been disbursed, and you would want to follow and know to who, you see, but you cannot know. Actually, it is even very serious, because out of the 17 funders, who actually, I think more came on board in COP28, you cannot really know who is contributing what to this particular basket. And so I think transparency and accountability is something that we can also really require the philanthropists and the the funders to really adhere to it. The other thing is when we talk of research, and as much as we should try to always incorporate the traditional knowledge into it, because before anything else, we had our own way of managing things. I come from a pastoralist community, and I can tell you, we had our own way of adapting to the impacts of climate change before you tell us anything. And as we need to incorporate that, of course, but again, I think there's need to document the traditional knowledge. Otherwise, most of this knowledge, it's slowly diminishing. It's slowly diminishing. And so we should really allocate a budget to documenting this knowledge, because it is very useful. And this is what we will use even in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, my name is Lucia Spiller. I work with Caritas Africa. I'm based in Kenya. My question is tied to what Bridget asked, because you mentioned in the initial part of your presentation that loss and damage financing is going to be based on the existing financial architecture. So it means it could be official development assistance, it could be loans, it could be a grant, and it could be rechanneling the special drawing rights. So, and you've mentioned that you've been having dialogue with the international finance institutions, either IMF and World Bank. And I wanted to hear what are some of the outcomes from this dialogue, and what is the nature of financing that could go to L&D so that we do not push countries into more debt distress. The issues that Southern countries, we pay a lot of interests because people fear that we will default. So the rates are really high. So if it's going to come, money is going to come in the form of loans, what is the outcome? What is the outcome from the discussions with the IMF and World Bank? And then I've also had discussions on research and South to South cooperation, but we need to be also cognizant of the power imbalance between the North and South in terms of access to power and access to resources. How many of Southern NGOs are able to access funding to conduct research? And even if we are told we need to collaborate with academics, it comes with cost implications. So how are philanthropics working with different actors to facilitate access to power and resources for the Southern organizations, so that even this contextual knowledge, the indigenous knowledge, gets to be heard and contributes to research? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Titus.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. These are all brilliant questions. I guess our perspective is, if the discussions around loss and damages happen and are finalized in the current existing global financial architecture, we may not win much. I think that's the message that I'm trying to say. It's an analytical statement. It's not my wish. It's how we analyze things. And by saying that, we're saying the financial system as it is right now is such that it has not managed to direct the kind of quantum and quality of financing that is required. And so there's the broader question around how do we reform that? And I'm saying we are part of those institutions that are interested in having that conversation. For example, you may want to know that African finance ministers are in the process of putting together a report on how they think as Africans the financial system ought to change, whether it's on debt, it's on tax, it's on trade. And I'm very happy to inform you that we're supporting that effort. And so the first question there is, you want to organize African voices and to ensure that there is consensus amongst African voices on what kind of financial system we want, and then unpack what it looks like. What would be a fair IMF look like? Should it even be an IMF? So those are the conversations that are happening. I think by the end of the year, there will be a report that will most likely be published around the reform of global financial architecture. So this is a huge question. But it's a two-track process. I mean, you can talk about the reform of the architecture, but there are things that are almost like low-hanging fruit that we can address. For example, someone just mentioned the issue of SDRs, special drawing rights. Remember when SDRs was designed, the idea was we want to help countries recover from the triple crisis or the poly crisis, pandemic, and all kinds of things. And I think over 650 billion was released. The only unfortunate thing was about 30 billion ended up in Africa, which then tells you that maybe 500 to 600 billion ended up in the pockets of advanced economies, which was not really the original intent. The original intent was hopefully we create more fiscal space for debt-distressed LDCs, but that's not what happened. And so in the interim, while we talk about broader reform issues, why can't we have more SDRs being channeled to African countries, and they can be channeled through AFDB? I don't want to get too technical around the, debt issuance and things like that, but bond issuance. But the conversation is at the very minimum level in the short term. We could talk about more SDRs being driven towards Africa so that African countries can reform. The second thing is around designing more progressive climate instruments that are not debt creating, most likely that are more made up of non-debt creating money or grants, to be quite frank with you. A third one is cancellation. We still have countries that are struggling with odious debt. We have countries that are struggling with colonial debt. What kind of debt could we also cancel? And I don't want to go on and on around finance, but just to say the conversation around loss and damages is closely linked to reform of a global financial system. And if we reform that, we are likely to have better outcomes for LND. And that's the first point that I was talking about. In terms of prevention, I think if I'm not mistaken, that was my brother Gabriel Manyangadze from Zimbabwe. Yes, prevention is a critical part of this early warning system, invest in better early warning systems. And so there are different kinds of organizations that are active on this. But there are also government departments that are active. So that's why I was talking about making sure that we resource departments that work on early warning systems as a basic point. The other basic point is to ask ourselves a deeper structural question, is why is it that a lot of African governments seem unwilling or unable to respond to when times of crisis? Then I started talking to you around our economic structural system that is obsessed with cutting government spending, that is obsessed with shrinking the African state. So when you shrink the African state to the extent that we have, you are left with a bare-bone structure that's unable to respond. So there's also a structural issue, but there's a priority issue. I think a lot of our governments also have to improve. And there's a lot of influencing work and campaigning NGOs could do. Why are we spending a lot of more money on presidential jets, on luxury villas, when we have no money being channeled towards early warning systems? So it's a question of structure, yes, which is an exogenous issue, but there are endogenous issues that we have to confront, which is our own priorities as government, to say, put your money where your mouth is, have more priorities around crisis and stuff like that. And then lastly, there's a sister who was talking about, philanthropy is having to be more transparent. I couldn't agree with you more. Of course, we can't speak for all philanthropies, and with I wouldn't know the actual details of that 1.7 billion. But yes, we have to be a bit more transparent around our partners, around our funding, and how we do that. And we try to do that. If you've been an OSF fund grantee, you will know that we believe so much in co-creation. I think I've seen a whole bunch of our partners in the room. They will tell you that we don't bother them. I think if we give you a grant, you are best placed to know how you use that grant, and then you be accountable for that. In fact, we are moving so much from project money to institutional money. Institutional money is where you're also strengthening the institution itself. And we are proud that we do that. We're doing that with REX. We're doing that with big NGOs. We're doing that with small NGOs. because we want to do what we call field building, strengthen this ecosystem of civic actors. And NGOs are part of that ecosystem. And we're proud of the work that we're doing around strengthening the ecosystem of NGOs so that they do that, so that they can go to Washington, to Brussels, to London, to Shenzhen, to Beijing, to Rio de Janeiro, and speak by themselves and ensure that they are ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Titus, and thank you for the panelists. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we want to conclude this session by bringing in key perspectives from a paper that PACJA commissioned, taking into consideration the fact that loss and damage is already being experienced on this continent, and that we are predisposed to be experiencing more of this in a big way. We commissioned a paper to analyze loss and damage in general and in Africa in particular. So the objective of this paper is to explore loss and damage in Africa attributable to climate change and variability with specific focus of understanding its definition, framing loss and damage in the context of Africa and the global South. The paper also expounded on evidence of loss and damage in Africa, evolution of loss and damage negotiations in the UNFCCC process, and implications of UNFCCC negotiations and decisions to Africa. It has also tackled geopolitics of loss and damage in the current crisis and implications to Africa, as well as negotiations, power metrics, prospects for financial loss and damage in Africa and global South. This paper has not yet been published, but because we are here discussing and interrogating the issue of loss and damage, we thought it wise to give you a few perspectives that the paper has come out with. So I will invite our brother Nicholas Abuya, a Global Program Resilience Advisor at Christian Aid, to bring us these key perspectives very briefly, because the paper is still to be published. Thank you, Nicholas. You want to come here? Okay, please. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if we could have a quick projection of the presentation, but I'll go over it very quickly, just as has been guided by Augustine. Okay, as they prepare to project the presentation, very quickly, just as Augustine has said, the publication of this report will be made soon, but it was a report developed out of a desktop review led by Robert Mudhami, who would have been here to make the presentation. But unfortunately, due to unavoidable circumstances, he could not be here. So he reached out to me as one of the persons who contribute to a section of the report, now that I'm here really to make the presentation on his behalf. And therefore, mine is going to be very brief, yeah? From the findings of the desktop review, one key thing about framing loss and damage from an African perspective is that we must take into account historical perspectives of the countries in their transition from colonization to independence. And this is one thing you will hear people always telling you, that don't talk about colonialism 60 years later after independence, which is basically to distract us from the real issues. Because the situation we find ourselves in terms of development, is very much set on the foundation of colonialism. Then the other thing is that with industrial development of the global north that largely drew raw materials from Africa and other developing countries, that resulted to increase of greenhouse gas emissions, leading to the increase of global temperature. So here we are actually again going back to what most speakers from yesterday and even this morning among the panelists talking about, sticking to the principle of the polluter pay. I think is important, yeah? And also attributing to the element of fair treatment, even in terms of looking at the debt burden, given what the developed countries are enjoying is out of exploitation of what happened to colonized countries in Africa and the global south. I think that's one thing that we cannot move away from. Then the other thing we want that came out very strongly from the literature review is that most of the sectors of sustainable development in Africa and the global south remain highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change and climate variability, leading to significant loss and damage, because most of African development, when you look at their economies, they rely on climate sensitive sectors and therefore highly exposed to loss and damage risks driven by climate change. Then the other thing that came out very strongly is the aspect of the disruption that comes with the increased frequency and severity of climate change that actually is worsening the social inequalities in our communities. So we find ourselves in a situation where there is this kind of increasing a trend of people trapped in vulnerability. Take a case of cyclone, tropical cyclones that have been affecting countries like Malawi, where we are hosting this event, is that we are witnessing an increased frequency of the cyclones. Before long, God forbid, there would be another cyclone perhaps hitting southern Malawi and Mozambique. What it means is that increasingly, those who are affected by the current cyclone will be affected again, and they will find themselves in a more worse situation, and therefore contributing to the kind of vulnerability and inequalities that we are witnessing in this continent. Then the other thing is that evidence of loss and damage in Africa are eminent in various sectors. I don't want to overemphasize that. We've been talking about this from yesterday, be it talking of cyclone, be it talking about, say, the East African drought, be it the flooding in, say, South Africa, just to mention but a few. We can move on very quickly. I don't want really to dwell so much on that because that's what we have really talked about. We can move to the next slide. And again, we don't want really to dwell so much about the evidence of loss and damage in Africa because this has been documented prominently. You saw the documentary yesterday. When you hear about the statistics, you need to put the face of people into it. You saw the man who lost his wife. You saw the man who lost his children. Yeah. This morning I was reading a report from Kenya about the flooding which has happened in one of the counties. A heavy episode. And then a pregnant woman was swept away with her 3 children. So we really don't want to talk so much about this because this is well documented and we have been talking about the same since yesterday. Moving on. Okay, this is basically a photo of pastoralists in northern Kenya, where the current drought which has contributed to the death of most of the animals, estimated that they have lost up to between 50 to 70% of their livestock herd, ranging from goat to sheep to camels. And I was in northern Kenya in January, and when I talked to one of the pastoralists, this is what he told me, that it has taken them years to breed camels of high quality that are tolerant to drought, most of which have been wiped away by the drought. And according to his, what I can say conservative estimate is that you take them not less than 20 years, yeah, holding factors constant for them to be where they were before the current drought in terms of camel breeding and restocking to the current state. So you can imagine the magnitude and impact of loss and damage related risks for Africans. Then of course, I don't want really to talk so much about this in terms of a rapid onset kind of disasters and losses and others that are slow. That is well documented and you know them. We are talking of the case of Malawi about the cyclones, which are quite rapid onset in nature, but others can also be very slow in terms of the stresses that they create, like an increase in temperature, which is really affecting Africa to a large extent. Let's move on to the next slide. Then, of course, there is a very long story about the evolution of loss and damage in the UNFCCC, going back to more than 3 decades ago from 1991, when the Alliance of Small Island States, when the drafting of the UNFCCC was being done, where they say that they wanted an insurance package to address the risk of sea level rise. You know this, of course, it was rejected, and therefore it was not reflected in the draft of the UNFCCC in 1992 and the subsequent ratification of the UNFCCC in 1994. But of course, it has been a long journey up to mechanism. And then, of course, the adoption of the same, the Paris Agreement in 2015, the COP21, you know that. And of course, very recently in the COP26, the discussion about the establishment of the Siandago network for loss and damage. And of course, coming on to COP26, when we had the Glasgow dialogue on loss and damage, and of course, recently now, the agreement, and of the kind of perspective that has been there, particularly of the developed countries, not ready to take responsibility. And even the kind of trade-off that has happened for the loss and damage fund in terms of the agreement at the COP27 is that the developed countries said that it will be on the basis of cooperation and facilitation, but not, yeah, taking responsibility for liability and compensation. And of course, you know how we have been having different kind of opposing opinions, where the developed countries were arguing very strongly that mitigation and adaptation was sufficient and adequate to address loss and damage. Yeah. And they would always argue that in case loss and damage happens, then humanitarian assistance was in place to address that. And yet for other countries, other communities, loss and damage is actually an existential threat. You know that. So it has been a tug of war of divergent opinion lasting more than 30 years. And even now what we have is more of a compromise in terms of saying it's cooperation and facilitation. We said, just as Augustine says, that something is better than nothing. So that was what was agreed in COP27, really, given the history of evolution on the loss and damage negotiation at the UN level. Move on. The same, of course, we don't want to dwell so much on that. Move on. That's what I've just given a summary on. Next slide. Next slide again. Next slide. Yeah, and then, of course, there's the aspect of geopolitics of loss and damage in Africa. And this is where actually we also need to guard very carefully in terms of our relationship in when we look at where we happen to be, yeah, and what we share in common including localities and topographies, etc. I think that's something that we really need to consider. For example, when you look at Mozambique and say Malawi, and to some extent even Zimbabwe, and their exposure to cyclones, yeah, this is something that they could be having a lot of nuances in terms of bringing out very strongly. But when you come, say, to Kenya, where I come from, and the Horn of Africa countries, the shared aspect of the drought and how it affects their communities, these are things that need to be considered in terms of really framing the narrative of loss and damage from an African perspective, because everything is local. We must look at the context. That is very important. We move on. Of course, there is a big issue about what the establishment of loss and damage funds means. And I'm happy that this morning, Richard from the Transition Committee, who is a co-chair, has elaborated to us what the Transition Committee TOR looks like and what is the expected outcome. But again, come to think about it, the Transition Committee will be addressing issues at macro level. To a large extent, look at the outcomes, look at the TOR. To a large extent, it's more macro level. What about national, subnational, leading to communities in the front line? I think this is something that we need to interrogate very seriously and think of linking the global processes to the local level and vice versa. As actors championing action on loss and damage, what role can we play to bridge that gap? Yeah, to connect with what the Transition Committee is doing right now in terms of informing their work with the lived experience and even trial methodologies, including the ones on loss and damage funding to communities who have been affected by loss and damage. I think that would be really critical in terms of looking at what the establishment of the loss and damage fund means. Because otherwise, we don't want to go the route of, say, the GCF, which at times I can take liberty and say that it is broken. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine a facility of that nature really to be agile enough to address loss and damage when you are talking about a cyclone, which will be having a landfall in the next 12 hours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicholas, and thank you for what we call in French avant-goût. Avant-goût is just a pretest of this paper that will be published very soon. I'm not expecting us to have questions for Nicholas, because we are just stealing because we are close to the kitchen. It was not yet set on the table to be eaten. So we can't ask questions of something we've just stolen, right? So thank you very much. We have not done so well on time, but it was necessary because we thought this was the highlight of our conversations here. I'd like to take this opportunity to give the excuses of Ambassador Seni, who had a family obligation that he was not expecting, and so had to excuse himself. I think in the near future, we'll still have to listen to him. May I take this opportunity to thank Richard
our brother Richard, the co-chair of the technical committee, transitional committee, our elder, Dr. Professor Salem Hope, and of course, Titus from the Open Society Foundation, and again, Nicholas for taking the bull by the horns in presenting the key highlights from this presentation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to end this session and thank you for your patience. Thank you for bearing with us. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Augustine, for providing facilitation guidance to this important session. We will only take a 10-minute break. We've seen people started to enjoy tea a bit early, but they've been able to enjoy it in an orderly manner. Ensure you use the 10 minutes to enjoy the tea and take the health break. When we come back, we are going to a session when all of us speak, but speak constructively. We will provide the platform for you to speak constructively. Thank you. 10 minutes strictly.
dali pa nkhondo yolimbana ndi mliri wa kolera. Gogoneli Omara wa zaka 82 wa mmodzi mwa Malinga Group Village Headman Magoli kwa mfumu yaikulu Mwambo boma la Zomba wakhala akulera zidzukulu zake zitatu komanso zidzukulu chubzi zisanu ndi mmodzi. Kamba kakukula komanso ukalamba, Gogoneli amavutika kuyenda komanso kudzigwirira okha ntchito zosiyanasiyana zapakhomo. Iwo akhala akudalira zidzukulu zawo. Lero tawapeza akusola chimanga kuti akagayitse apange phala kuti ana adye. Mkunena kwawo Zodiac lero sikadawapeza pakhondepo.
Kubwera kwa mazi kuchipanda ana kundipulumusa ine ndiye kwa Malinga kuno number 1 kufanikana khandani kuti kuyenda lephera. Koma naye sesa mzukulu wanga uyo kundipira mkono kundipira mwananga wachisinza. Ndikoni tuwa kutunda kukusiku kumaona ngati ndathawa. Kumene kuja nditagona. Video kulopo ya mabanda kuja nazabwera mazi opyanya. Ndikati mazi mumve. Amene yaja kumene kukuna thawira neko swala ndi kwakwaza mazi au amkosi amaere paka kundifikisa so pa chipata kuma molimba. Kodi ni maberuka ngati kufungwa. Chifukwa cha kufunga kwa chani kwa mazi tukukupa kwa mazi. Ndipo ndo chibanwire pazaka. Sinafika pano pa 24 January. Koma kuchoka pa 24 January fika pano tendere palibe. Tikugona nyumba, koma nyumba ayo yosalongosoka. Tikugona limodzi ndi ana 4 pa mphasa imodzi. Ngakhale majedwe amene akukhala ovutikira. Olo kuja kwake kwa ife kukukhala kuti ena achifunda kuyendera kutigayira. Kumene tinachoka koso zote tingakwanise kubwerera palibe chifukwa kuli maenje ang'onaso alipo. Ngakhale kumunda kumene timalima tinena pano mulimadzi. Ndiye mtendere watu kuti mtima mwatu ngati kubwerera pano tukugayira. Ngakhale tili pano lozova zimene makope ana china chilichonse ntiwonongeka palibe chomwe tinakulapo kana. Kufika size kufika trade ya lero tili pano ndikusowa kopita. Kuyesa mabungwe maboma oloboma china chilichonse pano palibe chomwe akutipanga ife. Anangodziwa ndi oloti kukangobwera mavoti ndiye tikakorera koma moyo wa ife mtendere sakuthandiza.
Adziwa anagwa usiku 24 January time ena ngwakuja sima ena kuona ena majira usiku kuti apite kutunda madzi antarara iku abizera kuti kuja kuchakanda ndiye madzi anachuka ina muri ya makao kuya mitengo kuti avondoke na nasali abilimo tutaenda kuya kuti abise kuti madzi ajayo abira fika basuku pa makao kuti ndimpaka na hija na seka suku kuti andakhala kwa wiki modzi wiki jaira tana bisengura kana saura mangi magoni kuriana adzita upunja masuno ndema makabo fura uri mtu ambeso wani mpunzira maninga na kurina ngoma gobe analisegura bakabira zole ndama bufa usini maifu mjova nde anampire na anatawuma kwa kuri maso uraga ndijani suguni nde muda namba suguni ndojera malo zikona amata kusoa anto ambiri amakaa aipena vai vose ndio kuti muntu akadudi madzi abiri kubafa akasambe makaa okura masanda kulia kakuna mchana bese kulia wanyamara balisiga na balisimai sima na ngumi ndani ba bese maroko mavura maumana ndori atsika na ina mata ubigwa huko hapo naronda ikagira abo magule malo abasankamya ukaba gapu kumaso abo matangize agule magobe zolembera mabuku zovani maifomu kuri anaina amene akukamutse ati obwera kusukulu kuti dzidzakuphunzira
madzi ose kugara mupiga lezo kugura kwambi kuti kwezi tito kumusha chinthu na university yambi kutenga kuna ngosi ngoruwa kumusha kwa hiyo madzi akabwa mwa motama kwambi ndipo le ikabito chichola mufuna kumusha na unyama kubwera ku ndipo zinazofura kwambi pa school mama uve na lotu uri nato yilukana kwambi tinata miezi iwili masi paka vanhu kutoeva kampo so malo zakuja isiru zose makuru oti timasowa positivity masi tachulukana chimbuzi mzazi ole pakaipa no kadai kana kunda kanata kuti kuya malo kuti kali maso ndipo ndikutithandiza mabuku ophunzira maso zipangizo zokuya nazo school
kumbali ya mavuro tanena kale kumbali kuti china chilepire ni madzi kumene timadalira ngati kuti tikalima tikunena muno mukalima tibe kuunjikana pamene taunjikana pano kutete ufulu palibe tikungoberana akadatirewa abomawo ndikutigulira malo kumvana ndikutigulira malo mwina umoyo wathu ukadakhala wabwino malo takhala ndi asukulu ainwa chakanena kuti chokani tikadzalephera mukatiwanga kukakamira ndi kuti tikusowa kolona
nyumba iyi tinakumana ndi mafuro amadzi atabwera pa 24 January ndi madziwo atabwera pa 24 January tinapeza zokuti basi ndikuokola manyumba mudzi muno komanso ndikuononga katundu ambirimbiri so ni nyumba yokhayiyayi nyumba yambo timakhala anthu 1 ya 4 ana awiri basi makoloso awiri kazi ndi mamuna ndi madzi atatipeza napita kuntunda mabi kuntunda kuja chifukwa chokusowa malo okhala nabwerabe kuno fana ndi mbuzi chizikweto ali ng'ombe nditaona kuti kuja sindikwanisa kukhala nabweranso kuno kuti mwina ndingokhala pena ina kuyembekezera kuti mwina malo atatapezeka titakakhala kumene koko ungapezeke malo kuntundako suri kukhala pano kuti mwina ndasangasidwapo yayi koma ndi mavuro kokha akusowa kwa malo komanso tikupempha aboma ngarakhala kuti mwina kulimayi kuti mavuro mwina achepe akutipeza malo abwino kuntunda kwabwino tilinga kuti zikakhala kusamukirepo.
I'm calling for order, particularly those who are still standing. Let's take our seats because we need to begin. And indeed, it is important for us to begin. So those who are standing, we are requesting you be seated. Those who are on the queue for the tea, we would encourage you to have order as you do that and exercise that particular right for you to be fired up. We want to commence this important session, and indeed it's a session through which your voice is heard. So it is an highly consultative session, and that is what I just want you to practically note at this particular point, that is a highly consultative session. It is a session through which your thoughts and your perspectives. Can we have one meeting? Those who can see me, please wave me. Those who can see me, please wave. If you can see me, please wave. We still have a lot of noise. I'm not too sure where it's coming from. Good. We are saying this is an important session because indeed it's a session that will determine whether we are quite influential in terms of the inputs that we provide to the Transitional Committee on Loss and Damage, or we fail on part of our accountability. And therefore, this session harnesses our collective thoughts. And I do believe you all slept in a good cow skin. From the culture that I come from, if you want to make a major resolution and you want to wake up fired, to make a sober resolution, can I ask how long will it take to fix that banner? How long will it take to fix the banner? Sorry? Yeah, I'm asking because it's quite disruptive. Huh? So if you can do it quietly, I think we'll be happier. So I'm saying this is an important session because it's the session through which your inputs, your thoughts are canvassed into the initial transmission, transmission that we'll make to the Transitional Committee. And therefore, it is indeed important that you are appropriately guided. And therefore, out of that appropriate guidance, you are able to share your thoughts and your perspective. To do that, we have one brief presentation I've checked. I think it's around 10 slides. And I know Yare Deme is quite a man of few words. So Yare Deme will be stepping in. He will be riding on the platform that has actually been provided by Mr. Richard Sharma. Richard Sharma provided a very good background. Therefore, Mr. Yare Deme will ride on that, particularly to detail the key processes that lead to loss and damage that require our technical inputs. Then after that, I will quickly move and split you into group tasks. And then each of the group tasks will be accountable to a particular area of submission. So that is how this session is structured. It's quite a fired session. We are operating on a time deficit, but we equally have means of recovering time deficiencies. Yared, the floor is yours. Take at most 10 minutes, but don't bite your tongue.
Thank you, Philip. I'll try to manage the time, mainly to make it 10 up to 15 minutes. So, yeah, my name is Yared Aberra. I am a research analyst at World Resource Institute. I'm going to present the key processes related to loss and damage that requires our technical inputs. So, before directly going to the key processes, what are the major or the important issues for the year? The first one is really the next slide, please. The first one is really to keep the momentum that the loss and damage got from COP26 and COP27, especially in pushing the agenda. That's the most important issue for the year. And the second thing is that it's really important to look at to the operationalization of the outcomes of the decision from COP27. That includes mainly the funding arrangement for responding to loss and damage, which is the works of the Transitional Committee, especially in designing the loss and damage fund. And also that includes the institutional design phase, the making of the fund fit for purpose, the issue of responsiveness, and also addressing the deficiencies in the existing operating entities of the financial mechanisms. Also, it's also important to know that where the position of the fund as a solution for loss and damage finances should have to be the focus for the year. Secondly, of course, we got a good momentum on operationalization of the Santiago network for loss and damage, but also we need to keep continuing, especially on building up a new advisory board, which we agreed at COP27. And also we look out to the host organization for the network. The third point that is important for the year is that the work of getting more financial resources committed for loss and damage. That will include both the finance inside the UNFCCC mechanisms as well as outside the UNFCCC mechanisms. So this also includes really important to look at the reform agenda, which is the financing for climate impacts, mainly looking at to the Bridgetown Initiative, which is initiated by Barbados Prime Minister and France President Macron. And also, as earlier also mentioned, it's really also important to look at to the World Bank meeting, World Bank Spring meeting, as they will touch upon the issue of finance reform as well. So I would like to quickly take you to the COP27 decision, which says, it's decide to establish new funding arrangement for assisting developing countries. Here is the most important. They clearly outlined that they put developing countries, and also it says that are particular vulnerable. So here also, when we say particular vulnerable, what do we mean by? That's the question or the thoughts that we need to also deliberate in the next discussions. So it says decides to establish new funding arrangement for assisting developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to adverse effects of climate change in responding to loss and damage, including what? With a focus on addressing loss and damage. So it should have to focus on addressing the loss and damage. And the other things on the paragraph 3 of the decision also, it says, also decides in the context of establishing the new funding arrangement, it says, refer to the paragraph to establish a fund for responding to loss and damage, which mandates includes focusing on loss and damage. So there are two critical things. One is the funding arrangement. The second one is also the focus on establishing a fund. These are just to recall what the decision is called. Next slide, please. Yeah. Then I would like just to quickly give you the scope of the loss and damage. Especially there are additional classifications, especially in understanding the loss and damage. As we have been discussed, there are economic and non-economic losses, and also there are losses that are avoided as well as unavoided and also unavoidable. Here, I would like to just somehow outline the type of the properties or the issue of different kinds of loss and damage, whether the economic losses or and damage, or there are non-economic losses. For instance, the loss of culture, as we were discussing yesterday as well, the loss of heritage and other likes. So then the loss and damage which could be avoided or which are unavoidable are in the scheme over of in different elements that needs to be incorporated. So in the issue of like avoidable losses and damage can be classified as under the mitigation as well as the adaptation or risk reduction. And also those that are unavoidable can be outlined in more transformational measures of addressing the loss and damage. And also there are issues with related to extreme weather events and also slow onsets. So it's really important how we can, really touch upon or differentiate the gray area, which needs some technical issues, especially in extreme weather events as well as some slow onset events. Next slide, please. I need to rush with the time. Yeah. So I would like to just give you some highlights about some relationship along with loss and damage. The one is the issue of adaptation. So the risk management, the DRR, and also similar adaptation related interventions would fail under averting or minimizing loss and damage. So that are not basically addressing loss and damage. So we need to somehow classify these two things. And also there are again some gray issues, especially on the continuum, especially increased on adaptation would reduce, loss and damage. So it's really important to somehow work on more technical aspects, especially classifying these things. The other issue which is related to the humanitarian assistance is issue is the humanitarian assistance. That also can easily be conflated with the issue of loss and damage can easily be conflated with the humanitarian assistance, but while they have some overlap with the issue of, because the issue of humanitarian assistance come after the event happens or the issue existed. Then also I would like just to point out that addressing loss and damage goes beyond relief, recovery, and also rehabilitation. So we need to take in consideration of these things, especially including the issue of safe migration, resettlement, and also wide range of tools needed to address the non-economic losses and damage. Yeah, the technical input, the next slide, please. Yeah, the technical inputs needed on the following major points, as in the morning session also Richard outlined. So the transitional committee tasked to identify solutions or suggest recommendations, especially on the establishment of the institutional arrangement, modality, structure, governance, and also the terms of reference for the fund. So our discussion should have to revolve basically in these 4 points. That's why I would like to bring again to this presentation. And also the second point is also in defining the elements of the new funding arrangement. How the new funding arrangement should look like is also the issue that needs to be discussed, especially in the way forward in the next session. And also the third one is identifying and expanding source of funding. Usually this is also a critical and also a tough question that we need to really answer. In the morning, they were raising with issue of some the tax on the flights, on the airlines and these things. So how that innovative finance can be put, it is also the questions that we need to also deliberate on the next session. Then also it's really important to ensuring the coordination complementary with the existing funding arrangement. Next slide, please. Yeah. So it's really important with regards to reflect to some of the processes that we need to look at or really put an input with regards to the discussions. Of course, at COP27, we got the decision. Then following that one, there was a call for a submission. And also the first transitional committee discussions happened last week. So following that one, the second process that needs to get an attention is the discussion which is going to happen next week with the issue of the World Bank and IMF spring meeting. So it's going to happen in April. Then following that one, as the decision outlined, there are 2 workshops that is organized by the UNFCCC secretariats. So the first workshop is going to it's going to happen on the end of April, or on the end of this month. That's also the workshop where we can provide our inputs, our recommendations with regards to the, especially on the, as they outlined in the discussions, especially they outlined the first workshop to focus on the identifying the gaps on existing funding arrangement. And the second workshop is going to focus on the innovative source of finances. Following that one, also between that one and after the workshop, there's going to be the second transitional committee work, which is going to happen. That will be on May 24 up to 27. Then following that one, there is going to be a Glasgow dialogue, which we will build up from the previous COP26 decisions. So also the Glasgow dialogue is also another important platform that we need to put our contribution, especially as it also accommodate all the stakeholders from multilateral environmental organizations, as well as all the civil society sectors. Following that one, the June session, which is the Glasgow dialogue, then the third technical committee will come up. Then the third, between the third technical committee and fourth technical committee discussions or the transitional committee discussions, there's going to be on the decision, it says it gives an assignment to the United Nations Secretary General to call all the, or to bring all the multilateral financial institutions on board and discuss the issue of loss and damage to see what are the existing gaps and also what are the innovative source of finance to be discussed on the issue. So there's going to be during the UN General Assembly or the UNGA week, there's going to be a meeting which is going to be organized by the UN Secretary General. That's also an input. It's more on high level discussions, but also it's really important to give our inputs and also recommendation towards that one. Then there are going to be as last week they agreed to have the fourth technical transitional committee meetings and when they approach to COP28, which is basically on October to discuss and to finalize as the discussions over the past transitional committee discussions. Next slide, please. Here also what the work plan on the transitional committee looks like. This is also we already seen from the Richard's presentation. Next slide, please. Yeah, so my purpose of the presentation is to bring some ideas, especially relevant in guiding the questions or in guiding some questions that can be answered or break an ice for the discussion for the next discussions. So I wanted to give some context. One is really to mind the gap, which is we know already the discussions. We know that there is a huge gap, especially in addressing the issue of loss and damage. The IPCC in 2020 already identified that the gap existed in the funding arrangement for addressing the actual loss and damage. So when we say actual, you know, when the event happens, so it's really important to reflect on that one. Also, the loss and damage are not comprehensively addressed by the current financial governance institutional arrangement, particularly, especially with the vulnerable developing countries. Also, again, if we look at to the existing financial mechanism, especially the Green Climate Fund, there was an independent evaluation unit of the GCF stated that the GCF as a large climate change fund is not still also there's a gap, especially in addressing or in allocating finance to issue related, especially addressing to the loss and damage. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, again, the second context I would like to share with you is also the focus on the funding arrangement. So primary focus of the funding arrangement should have to be especially on addressing the actual loss and damage. That's the context that we need to take in consideration. Also, of course, we need with acknowledgement of the support it provides, especially for addressing, you know, minimizing the expected loss and damage to the greatest extent of possibilities, and also pursue efforts in contribution to the overall aspects of the future loss and damage. So if you look at to the picture, so the anticipation or the before issue that can be aligned or can be addressed with the context of, you know, mitigation, which is basically averting the future loss and damage. The second thing is also when we try to minimize the issue is mainly that also can be also fail in the adaptation arena. So that the red line, which is that point, which really the event happens, that's where the critical or the actual loss and damage begins. So on that one, we need to we need to react. So it's not anticipation or some risk reduction. So the thing is, you know, it's the issue of reaction. So for that one, what we need to have is, you know, we need to have a loss and damage response mechanism or a response fund. So that's where the actual loss and damage begins. Next slide, please. The third context I would like to bring to you is also the placement of the arrangement. So the financial mechanisms where this loss and damage fund can be placed in the existing arrangement or in the new funding arrangement. So there should have to be a fit for purpose contribution by the UNFCCC mechanism, especially in support of the loss and damage response, especially focusing again on the developing countries. For that one, we can refer or we can pick the UNFCCC Paris Agreement or Paris Agreement article, which clearly states recommendation to parties to enhance such supports on cooperative and facilitative basis. That is one of the placement that we can refer, especially in bringing the new funding arrangement. As well, there are apparent gaps, especially in ability of the current operating entities to adequate fulfill these aspects of the Paris Agreement. Then, if we look at to this image or these pictures, there are development finances, which is mainly operated or supported by World Bank and regional development banks. Then following that one, there is an adaptation finance. So that also needs to be new additional funding for incremental cost of, especially in preparing for expected loss and damage. So that also again in the operating entities like GEF, the Global Environmental Facilities, and also adaptation fund and also green climate fund. Then again, I'm going to bring that red line, which is the point where the event happens, where the extreme weather events or some losses and damage happens. That's where the critical point starts. So the immediate measure or the immediate issue that we're going to take is that the humanitarian assistance. Of course, that will be done one by the Central Emergency Response Fund. The second one is also there is with a Red Cross or other humanitarian assistance organization. The third one is, that will also be provided by the country-based pooled fund. So these are the points where the financial or the confusions begin. So after the humanitarian assistance can also address some of the immediate measures, but not in a sustainable way. So that's where we need to critically needs the loss and damage response finance or response fund. So that's where the loss and damage, following the humanitarian assistance, to keep continuing or to make that the issue, especially, for example, resettlement of the people or safe migration needs to be done under the loss and damage response finance. Next slide, please. Yeah. Then I'm going to again give you some guidance, especially on the governing framework. So on the if we look up to the governing framework, one, we have the investment criteria or elements that we need to discuss. On that one, it's really important to understand what activities or needs such as supports to be implemented. So those also with related to non-economic as well as economic losses. Then the second elements that we need to look at is also the issue of access. The issue of access is the most important issue, especially for issue of loss and damage, as the issue needs an urgent intervention after the events happen. So it's really important to understand the ways in which such supports needs to be received. The second point is also with regards to the access is also what are the entities or eligible access to get that support is also another questions that we need to reflect on it. So in the morning, if you remember, Richard tried to somehow outline that we don't need an accreditation systems. That is we have seen a gap, especially with the Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, to access the finance. So when it comes to the loss and damage, it's really important to avoid that accreditation system, as the issue really needs or requires an urgent needs. The fourth point, or the third elements that we need to also look at it, also the result management elements. So on that one also, we need to understand what are the required results, especially in achieving the effectiveness of such support. So this is also something that we need to reflect or discuss in the issue. Then the governance elements, especially with regards to the institutional arrangement, whether the entity needs to oversee or be administrated by, or that can be a program such as like, or that can be governed by a body or an advisory or a secretariat or a trustee or an independent unit. So we need to reflect in this way of, reflecting the issue, especially with regards to the governing framework. Then again, on structure and functionality of the fund, next slide, please. Yeah, on the fund, we need to somehow potentially take in consideration of potential guiding principle for the fund. So that, again, I'm going to say, focusing on addressing loss and damage, and also acknowledgement of the importance of minimizing and averting is the first principle that we can take. The second one is also the recognition for a limitation of adaptation. And the third one is the provisional support, especially with a cooperative and also facilitative basis. That's also a critical principle that we need to entertain. The fourth one is the adoption of high risk appetite, especially in program by the fund. So this also can align with the issue of access. Then the fifth one is also the provision to support in a manner that it should have to be timely. The second one also, it should have to be somehow programmatic, especially in making it more sustainable. The sixth one is also, it should have to be on balanced and equitable enhanced direct access to the fund. Especially yesterday also I was hearing some comments, the community should have to directly access that fund. So this principle can also, support yesterday's intervention, especially with local and non-state actors. And finally, it should also have to be active involvement of civil society, especially in fund operation and also in the governance. So there should have to be a civil society engagement or involvement with regards to the operation of the fund. With this, I would like to thank you. I hope I took 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, Jared, for walking us through the pathway. I can see an hand up, but we intended to close it. Can you do it, Nicholas, in 1 minute? Just 1 minute.
Yeah, in less than a minute.
And make it an input, not a question.
Okay, yes. Let me make it then an input now that you've thrown it a challenge to me. I think we are trying to draw a false dichotomy between addressing loss and damage, averting and minimizing loss and damage. The reason being, if we do understand the full continuum of loss and damage, from avoided, unavoided, and unavoidable loss and damage, then it means that even as we shall be addressing, for example, unavoided loss and damage of Cyclone Freddy, which has happened in Malawi, we could also expect in the future that there could be even a more powerful cyclone, that could happen. Then in that case, as we respond presently, it is important for us to factor in averting and minimizing such a future eventuality of a cyclone of higher magnitude. Therefore, there is a false dichotomy, which is not from lived experience. That is my submission. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. And I think your comment points us to the other kind of reforms outside this discussion that we need to pursue with other funding mechanisms so that they are able to fill in the gaps that are there and are quite glaring. I say this will not be my session to speak. I want to be quite brief. I'm assuming you are not sitting with your countrymen and women. Is that the right way to assume? If you are seated with your countrymen and countrywomen, worse off for you. So I want to exercise my democracy are in forming 6 groups. And these groups will be critical in terms of what we share. 6 groups is what I want to form. And I want to exercise my discretion in formation of those groups. And you will agree that I've exercised that rightfully. I want to combine this I table 1. I usually treat the tables on the front as I table with that table to constitute one discussion group. That table, this table, and this one will become the first group. The 3 of this, that is group 1. You will be moving to your respective tables shortly. I want to combine the group, that group where my dear sister Sauna is seated, with that other group. I'm trying to see whom do I know. I have a friend there, but the name is slightly difficult. I want to combine these 2 to be the second group. Then I want to combine the group at the middle, the I table group in the middle, with the group right at the back to be group 3, exercising again my discretion. And then the 2 groups at the back, you are not escaping accountability. You will become group 4. And then that group, and the one right at the back, and that other one will be group 5. And then the rest will be group 6 on that side. So can we see by show of hands, just to be sure that we got it right? Group 1 members, just by show of hands. Group 2. Beautiful. Group 3, sorry, group 3. Can I add to group 3? Let me extract the section where Yared is seated to join group 3. Let that group, Yared join group 3, sorry. Group 4. Group 4, and then group 5. And group 6. Now the new group 6. The table at the center has forgotten itself. You are part of group 6. Sorry? Oh, you are rapporteurs. Serious rapporteur seated in the midst of us. Thanks. Then can I also redistribute you for the sake of also joining the conversation? Please spread apart and join all those groups. You can exercise that democracy within your own group. My quick presentation. I think we want to go to, can I have my the projection of the quick presentation? We want to go to group tasks. And please take note of your group task and pick the task as I walk through it. So I'm assuming that is the first slide. Remember, we are all making a contribution towards a loss and damage fund facility that is responsive to African needs. And therefore, what we've done is to categorize the various areas of submission, which we've been basically walking through, into 6 areas. The first area will be focusing more on institutional design. What is the ideal design for institutional arrangement for governing loss and damage facility within the context of Africa? Do not bother about what happens globally, bother about institutional arrangement that will work for Africa. It's indeed important you focus at that particular level. Therefore, we are looking at the modalities that are going to be put in place to support the functionality. We are developing more proposals around the institutional modality, the structure, the governance. We are looking at how that facility should look like in terms of its operation at UNFCCC level, but also at national level. Given the fact that the wind has been actually blowing to national level leadership, we also need to see what will be the institutional mechanisms at that particular level. And within the institutional governance mechanism, how do we entrench community participation? Those are just pointers. Those pointers are not exhaustive. Please, in your group, manufacture as more as possible but deliberate within the framework of governance. So you are dealing with the institutional governance element, and that is the work of group 1, the group that is seated here. Group number 2 will detail the terms of reference for the loss and damage fund, defining, of course, the elements of the funding arrangement, what in specificities the fund will fund, and also structuring the different funding arrangements based on the triggers of loss and damage. What are those funding arrangements that need to be put in place based on different triggers? So group 2, that is your question. That is your elephant. Struggle with it. Give us a response. Group number 3 will deal with the question of evidence and threshold. And the reason is why we are bringing evidence so keenly here is because evidence has been used tactically to deny us funding, particularly from the existing streams of funding. And therefore, we want to ensure that we are able to manage this elephant in a better way. And therefore, the key question to ask is what kind of evidence do we require and at what stage if we are going to respond effectively to losses and damage? And what kind of threshold shall we be looking for within the element of research? And we must position the role of a community-led evidence generation. What premium are we giving it in this particular process? And we need to do a bit of mapping of the African institution that can actually support the research that we are looking for, and what is their capabilities? What more do we need to do with them for them to be quite efficient in terms of providing us with the kind of evidence that we are looking for? And then if we need quick research, quick evidence for purposes of action, how do we position these research institutions to be in position to provide us with that kind of evidence? These questions are not exhaustive. Again, you are free to explore and bring thoughts and a perspective. They are just meant to guide. Group number 4, your question will be focusing on money, identifying, expanding the scope and the sources of funding for loss and damage fund. And also focusing more on how will the funds be mobilized. And remember again, COP27 admitted loss and damage as an agenda without the liability element. So we're going to fix the liability element. If you map out the sources, will we have adequate funds? Do we need to take a recourse on the liability? Again, those are questions that you need to respond to. And then you need to begin to nuance the fit for purpose, the elements of responsiveness of this fund. But what is important is make reference further to the Paris Agreement so that again you have clarity around what is supposed to be delivered in terms of funding as per commitment, as per Paris Agreement commitment, and what more we need to do at country and other levels. So it's important you do that bit of disaggregation, even as you explore the sources of funds. The reason is why I'm saying so is that listening to the narrative, the conversation since day one, there has been a natural tendency to say, we will now mobilize resources. We are almost like letting the polluters off the hook. We are nearly falling out of the Paris Agreement. So it is indeed important for this group again to take a recourse on the spirit, the commitment of Paris Agreement, and looking at the other elements therein. Group number 5 will deal with coordination and synergies. The loss and damage fund will not exist in isolation. It will exist in a mosaic of other funding arrangements that are there. So beyond making the fund fit for purpose, how do we also ensure that we are harnessing on the synergies and complementarities that exist with other funding mechanisms? And that is why Yared gave the whole spectrum of the funding, which is critical. And then group number 6 will deal with fit for purpose facility, particularly looking at the principal elements, which I think Yared ended with in his presentation. What are those principles that we need to premise in our submission that will strengthen the fitness of this funding facility for its purpose. So we need to go back and look at that particular element. The accessibility to the front line. I think this team will give us insights on how we can actually achieve this. And then what adjustments do we need to make to other existing funding mechanisms? Because some are inappropriate. They need to be adjusted to be able to complement this funding stream in a significant manner. So all those adjustments need to be borne and captured within the submission of Group 6. Sorry? You can see number 5 and number 6 inside the slide. Can you see? I just want to be sure. I know we are getting to the lieutenant level. Yeah, Stephen, you can see number 5 and number 4. Number 5 inside the slide is for group number 5. Number 6 inside the slide is for group number 6. Now, this task does not exonerate those who are online. So for the team online, you don't have a free time. Indeed, you will be responding to question number 6 as a supplementary input. And Philip Dinga will be coordinating that conversation online. So Philip will be joining the group online for discussion. We'll just disassemble the voice and ensure that that discussion goes on. Now, let me reconfigure the team. Let's group 1 sit at this extreme end. Group 2 takes that corner. Group 3 comes forward here, around here. Group 4 moves towards where the tea tables are. Group 5 moves closer to the transmission space. And then group 6 takes the eye table space. So let's take that move. Well, let's move with our chairs. In each of the group, please nominate a chair and a special rapporteur for the group task. Not special rapporteur, but we can elevate the rapporteur based on the responses we get from the group. Let's take a maximum of 40 minutes strictly. 40 minutes strictly. We will reassess progress on the 40th mark. Yes. And the task begins now. Good luck and thanks. Enjoy your deliberations. Because we are pressed by time, let's be quick in terms of moving to our groups. I urge we be assembling in our groups. Group 6 is taking the eye table. I don't see anyone around the eye table. Group 5 is right at the back. There is a group that is supposed to be around here. So please take your spaces.
Hi, colleagues.
Hello. Hi, colleagues. Can you hear me?
No, sasa wanaandika kwa chat.
I can hear you.
Right. Sorry for the delay. We had a slight technical glitch, so we can begin so that we're able to keep time as well. Can anybody else hear me? Just a quick confirmation. I'm sorry. Well, the system is a bit challenging at the moment, but we're trying to fix it.
Okay, sure.
So you tell them to write in the Q&A.
Right. So in case, just so that we don't take too much time, in case you have any submissions, please just put that in the Q&A. Then maybe I can voice it and we can see how to proceed with it. Yeah.
Maybe.
So, yeah. So I'll just highlight the tasks that we have at the moment. The first one is to just highlight the principles to underpin a fit-for-purpose funding facility as one aspect. And the second one is the measures to make funding accessible to frontline communities. And the last one is what necessary tweaks do we need to input in the mosaic for loss and damage financing to be effective. So I can leave the floor open for anyone to contribute in any of those three, or we can go step by step to see how we can proceed. If anyone can hear me, feel free to check in the chat box to raise your hand, or just unmute yourself and go ahead to make a contribution. We will type that in the chat box as well for you to see. So if you need me to repeat anything, I'm happy to do that. So just as a summary as well, principles to underpin for a purpose facility, what kind of principles to be looked at? Number two, what measures to make the funding accessible to frontline communities? And lastly, what kind of things do we need to have the loss and damage finance to be effective? Yeah, so if you can hear me, feel free to unmute, raise your hand into the chat box, then we can proceed from there.
Maybe you can start with the first question.
Right. Anyone willing to have a go? If anyone can hear me.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
So, well, what I'm not, sorry, can you clarify who am I speaking to? And I thought maybe we would be participating with some people in the group in the room, or is it possible
Right.
it's only me? I think it's maybe only me here online because no one else is speaking. So who is there on your side?
We are five on this side. Unfortunately, we're just trying to fix the other part so that we're able to speak. But the group us as an online community. So we're one group tackling question 6. So I don't know, is that clear? Can you speak?
So what I'm happy to do, if you can hear me still, I mean, maybe it's easier if you have a discussion in your group, all of the people there physically together, and I can come up with some ideas and do a written input, which I'll post in the Q&A box. So I can take some time to do that now, and in the meantime, you can continue in the group.
Sounds good. In the meantime, because you're the only one who can hear me who's responding, you can also voice your submissions, then we maybe pick it up. I believe the rest can hear. It's just that probably they can't unmute to speak on time. We are sorting that out. Can anyone else hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, then feel free to unmute. Any submissions on the? Let's begin with the principles to underpin the fit-for-purpose facility. What kind of things do you think we can look at, even off of the presentation, and maybe just some new thinking or some fresh ideas? What do you think we can look at? Just feel free to unmute if you're able to. Hello.
So it's me again, Ben from SCIAF. We don't know, because it's a Zoom webinar. We are seeing an image of the room. We don't know who else is on the call. I don't know if there's anyone else. I heard one other person. And I thought you said you would have a discussion in the room. So I'm sorry, but I don't know who is actually in this conversation because of the way that it's set up.
Okay, thanks, Ben. I can see you online. So yeah, we had a difficulty with the unmuting to speak. So maybe we can just start with you. If you can just offer some of the ideas. And as colleagues, maybe as we proceed and they're able to unmute, they can contribute or even put that in the chat box. So if that's okay with you, Ben.
And there are other people on the call?
Yes, there are about 21 people on the call. Yeah, it's only probably because I can see them on my side. We had a bit of a silence in that as well. So we can proceed and they can chip in.
This is
Yeah.
online only session. Okay.
Online only session. Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Please go
So
ahead.
already I just quickly started to write down, I think one of the principles needs to be polluter pays. This has been constantly affirmed throughout all of the sessions, that we need to make sure that it's monetized based on levels of pollution, and that's the climate justice element, which is core to loss and damage. Second one is it should be needs based, or I don't know how else you can word that, but we want to make sure that the fund is monetized to a level which is appropriate based on the need. So therefore it would be superior to, for example, the 100 billion goal, which was a political target rather than actually based on the need. And some of those discussions are already happening separately under the new collective quantified goal discussions, the dialogues on that. And we need to make sure that the same principle applies here to this fund. And the third one I wrote is one of localization, or you could say subsidiarity, that the fund should be managed really by the lowest level possible. So, you know, that means certain activities should be funded by, should be organized at the community level, but recognizing, of course, sometimes it's more appropriate for local government to have leadership, or for national government or national agencies, and sometimes international. But the principle of subsidiarity should be applied to make sure it's happening at the local level, as local a level as possible. So those are just a few principles to kick us off.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. Thank you for those submissions. I think quite useful, well captured as well. Anyone else willing to contribute?
So, write some ink.
Henry, I see you unmuted. Go ahead. Can you hear me? I can't
Yeah, I
hear
can
you.
hear you. I can hear you.
Right.
loud and clear.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, with regard to the fund, well, my own submission is that the fund should be gender responsive. In other words, it should be focused on priority gender needs, and also another important thing is accessibility of the fund, and the bureaucracy around the fund, I think, should be a bit flexible, so that at least vulnerable community or victims of loss and damage can be able to access accessibility and where disaggregation of the fund and meeting gender needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. I appreciate those submissions as well. And thank you for keeping them coming. Anyone else? Feel free, Emily. I can see you unmuted. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. While we are talking about all these activities starting at getting the fund moving, I think we should really also focus at the local and community level, because those are where the impacts are greatest. How do we begin getting these groups together? You know, that's where the evidence is going to come from. How do we begin getting them already set up in certain ways that they can begin communicating and capturing the information that may be necessary should such eventualities occur. I really think we need to focus a little more on this area. Yeah, because that is where we are going to be knocked off if we cannot get the evidence flowing from there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Emily. I think that's quite important, the community level interface. Thank you for that submission. Anyone else? Feel free to unmute. Okay. Right. Jennifer has something to say. You can go ahead.
I think I have written here, so we can, okay. So first, I think that the facility should recognize the human rights of affected communities and ensure their meaningful participation in decision-making processes. You know, this is necessary measure for ensuring that efforts to address loss and damage ultimately benefits those most in need. And from my point of view, secondly, a fit for purpose for loss and damage should prioritize adaptation measures that build first resilience and reduce vulnerability to climate change impacts. This can be achieved through a range of actions, including what we've been talking about during the conference, like early warning systems, ecosystems-based solutions, and social safety nets. Third, it should be based also on the polluter pay principle, ensuring that rich nations who are responsible for the emissions bear the cost of remediation. And this not only necessary for providing financial resources to address loss and damage, but also for creating an incentive for polluters to reduce their emission and prevent future harm. And it's also sort of holding polluters accountable for the harm they cause, and I think that the facility can create a more just and sustainable future for all.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer, for those really useful submissions. I see we are progressing well. Anyone else willing to contribute?
Let me just.
Okay. Right. So maybe just because of the interest of time, we can proceed to the second question that we're tackling, and that's on what measures to make the funding accessible to frontline communities. So we could share some quick thoughts on that. Then I think we'll have about 5 to 7 minutes towards the end to just finish off on the last one. So what measures do you think will make the funding or should make the funding accessible to frontline communities? Again, feel free to unmute, type in the chat box, just go ahead, kindly. Anyone? Ben, you're our anchor, so sometimes I'll put you on the spot. Or anyone else willing to go?
Yeah. Please go ahead. Someone was coming in.
No, go ahead, please.
Need also to hear from him. Maybe he's the chair, but maybe he has also some, comments on the issue.
I didn't want to be too prescriptive, so I wanted to hear from you because I'm here physically. I can contribute. I can make my contribution, but this is primarily a session for you to really share your ideas. So please go ahead.
One thing it should be, I think, is accessible to civil society organizations in a way that we've not seen this, as far as I'm aware, from the GCF, as opposed to some of the GCF readiness work that's happening. But the actual delivery of projects needs to be available to CSOs, and once you do that, then that can help it be much more embedded within local communities. So that's just one thing I think that we need to do, alongside the principle of subsidiarity from the top to the bottom, and laid out as a key guiding principle for the fund.
Okay, thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. Anyone else? Feel free to unmute.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to maybe to make an addition is that effective engagement with civil societies and communities and ensuring that the capacity of those communities are built into, I think, putting together concept or try to conceptualize the problems or present their case. Because most of the time we'll be hearing about concept of having bankable proposals to ensure funding. So build the capacity of the people, work with the civil society in effective engagement as to how. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. I appreciate that. Please go ahead to unmute yourself if you wish to speak. Okay, anyone? Okay, I think we can move to the third one, then we'll probably just have some time to wrap it up across the three, if you have any contributions to make. I can see Jennifer wants to make a submission. Yes, Henry.
Yeah, just to add also, looking at other funds also, there's been the idea of having readiness funds. Maybe they can have a readiness instead of the full phase. Readiness is there, maybe putting together preparatory for maybe the full funding, and readiness cannot have much of conditionality as attached to it. Yep, so that each and every one that is a victim will have access to that readiness. There's little or no conditionality attached.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Thanks, Henry, that's useful. James, go ahead. I can see you're on the mic.
Oh yeah, I mean, just to concur with the last speaker, that the readiness we can embed into that the capacity building, so that the local structures are well prepared to develop proposals and be able to access the resources without any hinges, as it were. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, James. Anyone else? Go ahead. Okay. Thank you for your submission. So, Jennifer, you want to add something?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. But I think most of my comments have already been shared by the others. But I think also this can be done through government bodies that can introduce grant programs, maybe, and also, partnership with the government. As the first speaker said, in civil society institution, to ensure that these communities receive the support and resources required, to acquire the necessary skills to develop, their career path. And third, there is some comments that have been coming back a lot of times in the chat, which is the community learning centers, to provide people with access to L&D funds. They can be facilitated by community organizations or other government entities. And as someone said in the room, these community-based learnings can offer a wide range of learning programs that cater especially the needs of these communities. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer, for these submissions. Perhaps my contribution would be what has been coming out in terms of how do we engage private sector in terms of innovative funding mechanisms and how that interplays within the broad spectrum of how we engage with communities, taking into consideration their local context, their differences in terms of the intersectionality and how they're impacted. So my submission would be just that level of innovative funding to explore partnerships and collaborations within with the private sector. Anyone else? Feel free to unmute. Anything in the chat, Jennifer?
Yeah, okay. I just want also to make this the role of government institutions, where government as a whole, because we have noticed that most of the focal points are within government institution or national designated authorities are within government. So creating that government creating the conducive environment in terms of engaging civil society, private sectors, then because most of the time they just focal point and the engagements at national level sometimes challenge. So reiterating the role of government in terms of accessing the fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. That's quite useful. Okay, anyone else? I hope I'm not leaving anyone behind. Right, so we can tackle the last one, then we see how to make up for time or just contribute freely, depending on the time that we'll have. So the last question is, what are the necessary tweaks in the mosaic of the solutions for L&D finance that needs to make it effective? What do you think needs to be tweaked to make loss and damage financing to be effective? So feel free to unmute, then we can contribute to this last part. Go ahead, please.
I can come in. So I think, well, maybe first we need to understand what is meant by this mosaic of solutions. But if mosaic of solutions means other processes which are already contributing to loss and damage outside of the formal UNFCCC processes, then I think what we want to make it effective is oversight, coordination, and that should improve the predictability and the reliability of these responses to loss and damage. So the situation at the moment is when a cyclone strikes like Freddy, then the government of Malawi has to go and beg for support from international actors, and those international actors may or may not give that support depending on the political situation in their own countries or the whims and fancies of their decision making, or indeed maybe we could say that a lot of the time the humanitarian aid is given for diplomatic reasons, which is based on a colonial legacy or based on contemporary relationships between governments, which does not always meet the needs of the people suffering. So we need more organization and coordination to help with the predictability of all of this funding. And I think, I mean, maybe that relates a little bit, well, actually as a separate point, I think, you know, the tweaks in this solution, we've heard a lot in the mosaic of solutions about insurance mechanisms, and I'm sure that they provide, they are part of the solution that we're looking for here. But I think it's important that to improve the effectiveness of these existing solutions, that we make sure they are underpinned by values, which is about getting support to the poorest. It's about acting in the interests of the common good, and it's not in the interests of trying to make profit from climate disasters and losses and damages. And with some of the insurance packages, not all, but with some of the insurance packages, I think that they are a more cynical attempt to try to profit from these events. And so therefore, what we need to see is the mosaic of solutions being informed by better principles, and I think coordinated more effectively through whatever structure we agree on for the loss and damage fund.
Thank you, Ben. That's quite useful. Anyone else, feel free to unmute. It's not a conversation between Ben, Henry, Jennifer, myself, right, and James. If you James,
yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I can see you.
Yeah, I think just to add to what the last speaker has said, I think it would be good to think about the insurance products, and in this case, and to see how best governments can be challenged, as he rightly said, not just for profit, but to make sure that the principles are very pro-poor, where the subsistence farmers can benefit from the products. And in some situations, you need the enabling environment where the legal framework is very pro-poor, where the private sector can come along and then support the vulnerable communities with climate risk insurance products that will help them to build their resilience as it were. So it's an area that needs to be discussed further and see how best governments can ensure that the legal framework is very pro-poor and the principles are there to really support the vulnerable people. Thank you.
Thank you, James. I appreciate the submission. Anyone else, feel free to unmute.
Maybe I can come in.
Okay, go ahead, Jennifer.
I think there have been pretty great comments and insightful, inputs from Ben and James and Henry. Sorry, I think first there's need for transparency and
Can
accountability.
I try to check? We are 3 minutes past the time.
Yes.
How much more minutes do we need?
10.
Sorry? 10? So I'm seeing an indication of 10 minutes. That 10 minutes, we'll take it from your lunch break. Yeah, it has to be recovered somewhere. So let's take the 10 minutes and let's be back here at 2:30.
Okay.
Okay? Let's take the 10 minutes, close on the task, have our lunch, and let's be back here at 2:30. Thanks.
Okay. So I was saying there is need for transparency and accountability in the disbursement of the funds. It is essential, very essential, to ensure that the fund reach the intended beneficiaries. So I think transparent financial mechanism and monitoring frameworks should be put in place to track the disbursement of funds and ensure the effective use. There is also need to broaden the scope of loss and damage finance and cover to a much wider range of costs, because currently loss and damage financing is only limited to a few categories of costs, like risk reduction, emergency response, and if I'm not mistaken, infrastructure repair. And lastly, I think the funding for loss and damage must be made available to more countries, particularly developing countries, because currently most funding is provided by developed countries, which are the larger emitters of the emissions. However, so I think it's very essential to recognize that developing countries are the most vulnerable to climate change and its impact. So it's therefore necessary to ensure that more funding is available for loss and damage in developing countries, whether through grants, as I said before, or loans, right? It's a good English. Yeah, it's all loans. Anyways,
Right. Thank you, Jennifer. Anyone else with a point to make? We probably have the next 7 minutes or so to wrap it up. Emily, I can see you on the mic. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's like I'm beginning to sound like a broken record, but really the role of research in all this, I think that should be very focal. We need to have a clear understanding of the trends that are taking place and that will continue to happen into the future. And with this, we must be able to somehow, connect with the communities as we are empowering them so that they can help build the evidence that will be required for us to access the resources. So, and having this particular group here, I think we should be at the forefront of coming up with very clear methodologies on how we begin building all this. Because while indeed we say loss and damage is already occurring, but I do believe we are in a position where we can actually begin putting in place mechanisms and structures such that we do not have so much suffering when these sort of events occur. So the role of science cannot be underplayed, and that the strengthening of communities such that they are able to gather the data and be able to have this communicated very fast when we have the national governments looking for resources to deal with the impacts made much easier. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Emily. I appreciate the submission. Very useful indeed. How do we build our evidence? Kevin, your hand is up. Please have the mic.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Just to recall what Emily has mentioned, how can we leverage on the research that so far has been done besides empowering our communities? What other avenues we have as Africans on tackling the loss and damage as far as it's concerned? That would be my question.
Okay, sorry, Kevin, I might have missed it. If you do, you mind typing on the chat box or the Q&A? There was a bit of a feedback and echo. I couldn't quite get you.
All right. Let me just. I don't know if I'm here now.
Sorry, there's a bit of feedback, but right now. Go ahead.
Let me put on the chat.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for understanding.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for the submission. Anyone else as we wrap it up? We probably can do so in the next 3 minutes or so. Anyone with a burning point, contribution, question? Okay, looking around. Jennifer, do we have anything on the chat box? Okay, right. So just make sure to capture Kevin's submission. He's gonna put that in the chat box. But colleagues, there's nothing further. Maybe from my end, the kind of tweaks for me will be to eliminate the barriers towards access, which we've experienced with what we've been discussing through the GCF funding and other funding mechanisms. The barriers to really, someone spoke about bankability of projects and how that cascades down to the community. So I think the whole infrastructure and the financing mechanism really needs to speak towards the accessibility of the funding mechanism, as we've put it, so that communities at the front line are able to access that. So that would be my parting contribution. If there's nothing further, we can close this in the next few seconds. Then I'll leave you to, have some free time. If you're having your lunch or break, then we can reconvene when the bigger session starts. Yeah, sorry for the background noise. It's just because we are in the room and my mic is on. So unfortunately, we can't avoid that. So pardon me for that inconvenience. Right. So thank you for being such a lovely audience and for your submissions. See you on the other side when we're doing our submissions for this online group. I really appreciate your submissions and your time. Thank you very much and enjoy your break.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Very necessary. Yeah. It's different. Of course. Yeah. Lucy, huyu si hapa anaongea jana Kizungu. Si jana hapa anaongea Kizungu. I don't know.
3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes. No, 3 minutes.
Can we go for lunch?
Yeah, no. Go through. Go through what we've done.
The what? Oh,
1, 2.
One, two.
So good afternoon, everyone. So if we have international delegates in this house, I think you can just meet Fatia. She's right there so that she can sort your DSAs. Sure.
Okay. Oh, this one. Which slide?
We need us to get started, and we want to start in the next 2 minutes. So if you know somebody who is hanging out somewhere, kindly quicken their steps to this room. We want to start in the next 2 minutes.
Dzina langa ndine Evans Namakoka, secretary wa zamisika kuno kuti anjane scheme kwa group achaweza tie mwambo. Ndikufotokoza kwambiri mbali ya mphepo za ana komanso gombe mmene zinaonongera dera lathu lino. Anthu amene mabanja anakhuzidwa analipo 414, anthu onse analipo 2440. Mwa anthu amenewa ife akusikimu alimi 42, pamene akazi ndi 22, amuna alipo 20. Mphepo imeneyi itapanga zimenezi, mbewu zambiri zinaonongeka, zinakokolodwa. Kusenza kuti anthu analibenso pogwira pena paliponse. Koma mwa alimi amene ife tili kuno kuti anjane, tinano ngati tapulumutsidwa, pachoti nyengo itatha mphepo imene itapita, tinakwanisa kubwera ndi kulima mu skimu imeneyi yomwe anatimangira ndi abungwe la Caticom kuzera ku Trokea. Ndipo chifukwa cha kulima kumeneku, alimi amene sanakhale ndi mwayi ojoyina ku skimu kuno, ndiye kuti anakumana ndi mavuto anja.
Mazi athu aja tinaperekaso mazi khangati mbewu ija ng'amba utabwera zinalepheka kuti ziume. Ode azathu amene ali kunja kwa skimu ino kuumira mbewu.
I think that is a sufficient break. We will begin. We had indicated that we will take off.
January. Kuna zabwera mazosefugira ana. Atafika mazosefugira ana ja.
Can I request we pause the video? We will continue with the video shortly. And basically I was saying that we need to get started. I know we lost some time. We are trying to recover, but we are in a good space in terms of recovery. And we should be there. We want to hear from what came from the groups, and please listen keenly to the instructions. The instructions are simple, that each group will take like 3 to 4 minutes to present what has come out of the deliberations that you had. Whoever is rapporteuring for the group will also key in that presentation and share with us for purposes of feeding it into the submission. But then the rest of us will listen keenly into what is being presented. And after the presentation, you will only have 3 more minutes, not to raise questions, but to give inputs, particularly around elements that you think have been missed out. So it is important, again, we listen keenly to the presentation of the groups. If there is a pertinent issue that is missing, we try to bring it on board. So the presenter has 3 minutes to present, and then we'll open it for another 3 minutes for any substantive input around issues that might not have been captured by that group to be brought on board. That will be the process. Once we give you the space in the floor in interest of harnessing as much thoughts as possible, please do not tell stories. Go straight to the substantive input that you think is missing and provide that to the group so that, again, it's incorporated as part of the comprehensive feedback for the group. Now, we will proceed with the first group that was actually looking at the whole element around, the whole discussions around institutional design. Is the rapporteur here with us? The rapporteur for group 1 that was looking at the institutional design, are you here? Group 1 rapporteur. Is the rapporteur for group 1 here? Group 1 was dealing with institutional design. Please take the floor. You have 3 minutes to share your thoughts. And anybody else with thoughts, please raise them so that we are able to capture them.
Good afternoon. So for group 1, we were dealing with the ideal design for the institution. And the first question we responded to was, what are ideal modalities that should be put in place for effective functioning of the loss and damage facility? And for the first thing we wanted to see is the representation of the LDCs, the least developing countries in the governance structure, the LDCs, the governing and vulnerable countries. Also, in terms of representation, we wanted to see women, youth, indigenous, and marginalized groups. And then we asked for one very important thing. You should clap for us because we said the secretariat of the LND should be in Africa. And then accountability, transparency, and accessibility of the funds by the affected community. We wanted this for effective functioning. It should reflect in accessibility by local communities, and also local organizations should be able to access these funds to help them in their interventions in terms of recovery and addressing loss and damage. Then a strong component of monitoring and evaluation, and also policy decisions should factor in local knowledge, because there are some things that have worked very well in terms of emerging livelihood systems, like the role of village saving and loans associations and community disaster funds and the role they play in building recovery. So policy decisions should factor in some of this knowledge. And then functioning of this facility should be data-driven and also rely on scientific evidence. And so there was a second question on proposals on institutional arrangements, modalities, structures, and governance. How different should it be? Because within the finance mechanisms, we have different finance facilities. One of them is the Green Climate Fund, and we were thinking the transitional committee should also pay attention to some of the issues that have been raised about the GCF. For example, the accessibility is not easy, the technical processes, which may be difficult for local communities to sit down and develop these proposals. And so we wanted for them to sit down and see what are the lessons learned from there and how can we incorporate this into the loss and damage facility. We also wanted to have a grievance mechanism for people to raise issues. And then in terms of accessibility of the fund, even by local actors, there's a need for governments to do mapping so that we are aware of who is working on what, so that we ensure there's some due diligence when we are facilitating access to funds, maybe a form of accreditation. Because if something also becomes accessible, it becomes accessible to everyone. So how do we ensure that we are doing some due diligence? So how should this facility look like at the UNFCCC level? There should be an executive board. We want, of course, a finance team. A safeguarding component should be taken care of, an element of research, M&D, an element of due diligence, capacity building, and then an advisory team. So these are important components within the governance structure. And within the sector of the subsidiary body for technological advice, we noticed that there is the executive committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage. And here we would like to see that CSOs get to understand the structure of the UNFCCC, because you cannot influence policy processes without understanding the governance structure. So we want to deepen our understanding of these committees, and for us to be able to know who does what and what are our entry points for us to engage. And in terms of the financial mechanism, which falls under the subsidiary body for implementation, we were saying that when we design the modalities for the funding facility, it should be a grant. And also at the community level, we should see some commitments towards their local contribution, and how do they ensure sustainability through maybe self-financing of some of these things to ensure sustainability and ownership. And then at the national level, we replicate the same, but we ensure there is also stakeholder representation, the way we are calling for it at the international level. At the national level, there should be the space for broader stakeholder participation. And so how could community participation be entrenched in the governance? We want to map community level across all hazards. For example, in Malawi, there is a tendency to think about only floods. So which are other disasters that we can think about also? So we map actors within this discourse and see how to engage them in the discussion. There should be budget allocation for capacity building for the local communities. And also you see within the UNFCCC, they always organize workshops for the policymakers. So there should be some budgets also for capacity building for them within specific workshops that we may recommend. And then there should be increased public awareness of this loss and damage facility and how it may make a difference within the country level and how the decisions that are passed at the international level. We also emphasized on the role of faith actors because of their presence within the local communities, and they're usually entry points during disasters. So how can the voices of faith-based communities be incorporated in this? And we also said the information in terms of priorities should not be top down. Communities should identify their priorities. So please clap for my group. We did a very good job.
Thank you so much, Lucy, for ably representing the thoughts from Group 1. So I want to open it for quick inputs on anything that might have been missed, particularly around governance related and institutional makeup. From the floor, Julius, proceed. Julius, proceed.
I thought you were saying I'm not from the floor.
You are from the floor, definitely.
Yeah, so yeah, I just want to comment the work that Group 1 has done. But I think one of the things that have made
Can I direct Julius, Group 1, please take those comments and incorporate in your submission. Final.
Yeah, I was just saying, one of the critical issues that has made the financial mechanisms under UNFCCC not to work for communities is the governance structures. So you look at how the GCF is structured. I think there was a good idea of how this GCF can actually be structured in the governance, but then you see how the structure has made it very slow in terms of supporting the communities on various issues. So I hope we can try to look into how best we want to frame a governance structure that can work for the loss and damage funding and funding arrangements, so that it's not similar to what we are seeing, or if it's there, if it's similar, but how do we want to also even propose the terms of reference for this, for such structures to even work effectively for us. I think one of the issues was, I think there was a reference to, okay, I'll come back to that when I remember. But the main point is, let's see how best we also want to concretize on the terms of reference for each of the structures. And okay, the reference was made to the WIM, the committee, the executive committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage.
Mhm.
When we're talking about the Santiago Network on Loss and Damage, it was the same discussion. Why? It's because when you also want to just look into the existing structure, then you'll be duplicating the efforts of this structure, and then you make it even slower than what you expected. So is it, I mean, are we proposing that we should actually use the existing arrangements that are there within the WIM, which for me might even slow things down, because these have already existing mandates to play? Or do we want to start proposing independent units within the this new governance structure that should actually be working purely on this funding? Thank you.
Thank you, Julius, for your thoughts. I would have pushed one much more difficult question. Do you recommend a departure from multilateralism? And at what point, if you are recommending within the governance a kind of departure from the multilateralism as it has operated under GCF and other funds, and at what point? Probably that's you want to take it? At what point?
It's very difficult for us to run away from the multilateralism because it's still a party-driven process. So we'll still operate within the UNFCCC mechanism. So every party needs to be involved. So we can't run away from that. But what I'm trying to say is to propose a structure that even if we are working under the multilateral arrangements, we still have the flexibility to run with this in the most efficient way so that it can deliver for the local communities.
Point gone on. Thanks. Any other comment, observation? You can be sure if you are at the back, I will not see you. I'm not in my specs. But I think there is a clear indication that Group 1 has done a bit of justice. We probably need, sorry, there are two ones at the back. Yeah, but just finishing on my thought, I think we need to basically ensure that we don't make reference to the worst. Because when you are creating a framework that should serve you, then you need to look at, if you are making reference to GCF, you must be able to see all the points at which you need to depart from that institutional makeup. But I think, Julius, what you're also raising is important in what kind of national outlook of governance are we proposing? Because that will be another pivotal point of leveraging power and the politics around the funding. Let me go right at the back. There were two hands, if not one.
Thank you so much. My name is Walter Chinangwa. I'm a country lead for Water Witness. There's an element of governance was a specific question on political will. How is political will going to be addressed when we're talking of these governance issues, and also how we're going to restructure them? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Group 1, you may need to take it as a reflection point. Please note it as a reflection point because the process of formulating the inputs has just begun, and we are going to incorporate all those elements as we move forward. Let's hear from Group 2. And we can clap for group 1. But I had one special clap for all of you. So you have started to affect my flow. But let's clap for group 1 and we wait for that special clap.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abna and I'm representing Group 2. We had quite a lot of amazing ideas, and I just want to thank our esteemed chair and our special rapporteur for helping us narrow everything down to what I'm about to present. So going back to what our question was, we were tasked with detailing the terms of reference for the loss and damage fund. And this was broken down into 3 components. And the first was we were to define the elements of the new funding arrangements of this fund. And we came up with about 7 or 8 different elements. And the first was we want the funding arrangements to clearly state what the source of the funds will be. And under the source of funding, we came up with suggestions such as internally generated funds from perhaps tourism levies that governments can institute. Yeah, I think this is better. Additionally, we suggested that we could have, some of the identified main proponents of climate change, some of the big companies that have contributed to climate change effects. And some of these companies could be taxed. And then under the elements, another element was the structure of the funding itself. And then there should also be a criteria of selection for those who should benefit from the fund. Additionally, another element that should be taken into consideration is the funding cycle. So at which point should affected countries or communities be able to access the fund and for how long? There should also be dispute resolution mechanisms in the cases where perhaps there's there are differences of opinion in terms of who should get what at what time and for what kinds of loss and damage. There should also be transparency and accountability. And then we also identified that there should be governance protocols for the fund. And then finally, there should also be performance management mechanisms to assess how well the fund is being used, how well it's being dispersed, for example. So the second question under detailing the terms of reference was, what are the specificities of what should be funded under the loss and damage fund? And we came up with 4 broad categories. And the first is that there should be funding available for economic losses, such as perhaps loss of livelihoods, like businesses, etc. And then there should also be funding made available for non-economic losses, perhaps in terms of loss of lives. And then we come down to avoided, unavoided, and unavoidable losses. And we are taking this from the presentation on the key processes related to loss and damage that require technical inputs that Yared gave us earlier today. We also identified that there should be funding for research geared towards contextualizing early warning systems, because we want disaster warning systems that are culturally relevant to the communities that may be affected. And then finally, there should be funding that targets capacity development initiatives to prepare people in the affected communities and the external society to prepare adequately for impending disasters. And finally, we were tasked to identify different funding arrangements based on triggers. And in that case, we came up with a table. Our rapporteur designed a very beautiful table with one section identifying the nature of the funding and then the trigger that would facilitate the disbursement of that kind of fund. And the first type of fund we identified were grants. And we said that these can go towards slow onset disasters. So perhaps areas, geographical areas that are identified as potential locations for climate change disasters can access some of these grants through NGOs. Another type of funding we identified are compensations, and these can go towards communities or peoples who have experienced actual losses based on events that have already occurred. An example is loss of lives, properties, relocations, or forced mobility and displacement. A third form of funding we identified is humanitarian aid, which serves as relief. And this, for this, the trigger for this are occurrences of disasters such as heat waves, droughts, or pest and disease outbreaks. And then we also come to pledges and donations as another form of funding. And these would go towards liabilities. They serve as funding to mitigate liabilities and for some of the big corporations that want to contribute to the mitigation of some of the climate change effects that have resulted from their activities. And then finally, insurance can also serve as a funding arrangement. And for this, there would have to be certain conditionalities that are clearly spelled out for communities affected to be able to access. And so with this, I conclude Group 2's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam. I can see you really struggled with the height. I thought it was only me who is struggling with height, but I think yours was much more severe. But useful thoughts in that regard in terms of that presentation, including the triggers and even where the insurance falls in. Very interesting perspectives around accountability. And when we talk about accountability mechanisms, I think we are occupying a space that is interesting as civil societies and as non-state actors. So we may need to look at the framing of accountability even within this submission, so that again, it doesn't take us to the old script. The old script that sees communities as having no capacities and capabilities to be accountable on their own, first and foremost, but that begins to appreciate the organizing that is happening within the communities and the strength that is within the community structures, even to meet some certain threshold of accountability. So we need to ensure that the mechanisms up there are not exclusive, but the mechanisms do recognize the growing phase, because the communities will live the disaster, will live with the disaster with or without the money. Local governments will live with the disaster with or without local intervention. So we must begin to see that in a context. I'm opening it for comments, additions. Julius again. Yes, proceed. Thank you for being over attentive. Proceed.
Yeah, I think this is one of the critical sessions when it comes to defining the funding, the fund and the funding arrangements. I think let's just remind each other here that we are talking about two different things: funding arrangements and the fund.
And the fund itself.
And then the funding arrangements, we need to also be able to not to shoot ourselves on the foot, but to be able to make proposals that would actually work for us and in our context. I think if possible, that group might want to help us to structure what would be the priority for us, for example. I know the sister there was tried to talk about, okay, slow onsets, we can work on grants, for example, and so on and so forth. But then you find that maybe a larger portion of what has been mentioned would even fall within the area of maybe insurance and others. So how best do we want to make sure that as we're making these proposals, we are already also structuring, making concrete proposals on what is our priority, for example, to address these issues of loss and damage, so that we're not caught up in that situation where we propose some things and then we end up coming back to the table to say, okay, this is not what we really wanted, this is not working for us, and so on and so forth. I hope I made my point clear. Thank you.
You're making yourself very clear, and Nicholas, I think, is following on the same trail of thought.
Yeah, thank you, Philip, and thanks for the Group 2 presentation. Definitely, loss and damage is a very broad subject. And I think on the sidelines, I've been saying that the moment a consensus was reached to recognize loss and damage as a third pillar of climate action under the Paris Agreement, then the actors started discussing climate change action proper. Because I think at first, people were working in silos, adaptation, mitigation. Now, having said that, I think when looking at the components of loss and damage, we must always have this holistic understanding of the broad spectrum of loss and damage. Yeah, where does it start and where does it end? And then we can also think about the layering of the finance products and the different sources of those funds. I think that would be critical, because I keep on using the example of the cyclone in Malawi, that for us to address the problem of the cyclone impacting on the Southern African countries like Malawi and Mozambique and Madagascar, it is important for us really not only to have anticipatory action funded kind of initiatives, which could fall under the realm of adaptation, if you want to call it so. And even when they actually now, it is focused that the cyclone is imminent, yeah, we do some disaster risk reduction initiatives, which could include, for example, relocation of people from areas of vulnerability or exposure. And if when it happens, actually, then we have the immediate response. And after it has happened, like now, we are talking about aspect related to, say, demobilizing the camps and people moving back. Then we address the issue of recovery and even rehabilitation and long-term resilience. So when we have that kind of thinking, then it would be very easy for us to talk about the components, that are interlinked and addressing climate change risks holistically. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicholas, and thank you for using that example. And I think most of the elements that you've actually isolated fall within the full spectrum of loss and damage. Is that the correct view of it? Yeah, I just want to be sure that we are flowing with you and with the rest of everyone, such that if we are talking about now resettling, getting alternative land, where we move communities whom we found to have been living on unsuitable land, that is still within the spectrum of loss and damage, because they cannot go back to where they used to be. If we are talking about the whole spectrum of reconstruction work that has to be done back to where they were, that still falls within the realm of loss and damage. And essentially, as you do the reconstruction, you're also looking at climate proofing elements, because climate proofing elements will be quite key. It's not just saying they used to live in shanties, I return their shanties, but looking at how best you can actually climate proof that within the context of loss and damage. And I think that is what Nicholas is emphasizing, that entirety of the spectrum that we must see, and the appropriateness of the funding, just as my brothers actually emphasized, Julius. Any other comment on group 2 before we move to the next group? We can have group 3. Let's have group 3. I can see we are still flowing on well. Group 3. Evidence. I'm realizing those who presented require a clap, and those who are coming in require a clap to be motivated to come quite fast. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Soyan Park, and I'm the speaker of Group 3. We discussed evidence and threshold that we need for this loss and damage fund. So in terms of what options we have, so we have community level evidence. So we listen to how they are affected by this disaster. And we also have catastrophic evidence, which specifies more on the level of damage. And third, we have non-economic, of course, so that we can document the impacts, and which include cultural losses and mental illnesses kind of thing. And fourth, we also have statistical evidence, which is, like numbers which are really convincing. Assets, so that we can value the assets from the perspective of the local community's view, and we can make it as a source of mapping so that we can quantify the asset. Among these kind of evidences, we all agree that community-led evidence is the most important thing. And not only about the options that we have, we also talked about there are some takeaways that, like, how we can address and accept this evidence. So we felt that we need to elaborate more on this evidence, so that, like, we need to understand the difference between long-term suffering and also immediate one. And even it's same economic loss, some dangers are more permanent, so that we can understand the characteristics of the disaster. And also, we not only focusing on the post-disaster assessment, we also need to make sure that how communities themselves make answer for them, so that we can use, like, loss and damage funding as a more resilient form. And yes, because we can use it like this in community, so that we can get more funding. And there should be more creative method to bring in community-led evidence. So for example, video clips or storytelling that we've used before, so that we can listen to how they perceive and how they're really affected from the disaster. And it can also be used for South-South cooperation. And we also need to make the comparison between a lot of different communities. Yeah, we felt that it's also important. And yeah, and also the important point, one of the important points is that we need to review the government policy and evidence making, like reviewing the government policy and evidence making should be go together, not considered separately. So that like not thinking like we need to make the evidence in one part, and then if we provide the evidence, then government should like make it as a capacity building, but we need to make it as a comprehensive thinking, so that like if there's a difficulty in going to clinic in the disaster, or if the loans that we have made can be the threat of this, you know, like disaster response, then we need an immediate response to that. Yep, and also on the role of African institutions. First, we thought the universities can also the opportunity for that, which have like early warning system provision. And also we need to encourage academic institutions to do the community outreach so that they can document the effects of the disaster. And third, the higher education learning, which learns like climate change kind of thing, can also be the opportunity, so the communities and also the organizations or civil society who stays closer to the community can participate in it and make a partnership with that. And also we talked about the integration and collaboration of different fields of academy, and we thought that there is a still problem on this academic institution part. So it's kind of difficult to nominate that which is a central institution in this country, and also the lack of practical power without government's interest in it. So we thought that we should start from the change in national government's education, which will promote this partnerships, and also the establishing up the higher education forum kind of thing. Yep, and we all agree with that the significant role of the community-led advance. So when it comes to positioning African institutions in global society, we thought that if you're thinking of changing the system of previous global society system, then we need to move away from just scientific data addressing, because like most of the global north system was concentrated on this scientific resources, which are really efficient and evident, but like what is happening in Africa is different with that, and we need to listen to, and we need to concentrate more on the non-economic and non-scientific sources we can use. So yeah, I want to finish with the fantastic recommendations that our group made. So yeah, we really enjoyed the symposium that we can hear from like the people who were really experiencing the disaster. So we need to bring them to the discussion, and we should be all ears to them explaining what they experienced. And we give them more opportunity to participate in this kind of opportunity. So we need to lower the bar of the participation. So from that, we need to think more on how do we structure these experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that elaborate discussion within the group. Of course, it is also important to rely on historical data. we know this part of the world will be affected by cyclones, strong winds. In anticipation that there is a wave, how should this fund respond? We must begin to look at those elements, because those elements are quite critical in the process. Because the cyclone Freddy that affected us started in Australia. It took quite some time to build momentum. But how is the loss and damage funding relying on historical facts, historical evidence of how cyclones affect people, to position itself to help communities in the spirit of averting and reducing, which again has been spoken ably by my brother Nicholas and Jared in that particular spirit. I want to open it for comments that any member could be having. Comments, additional observations. Being quiet means consensus. It means consensus, huh? Sorry? Yes, it means consensus, and therefore we can move to the group number 4. Nicholas, I hope it's not a manufactured thought. Proceed.
Notice that you are not looking at this side. So that's understood. I think we are grappling with so many things in terms of loss and damage. One of which is, I think we want to have a decolonial approach to some of these processes so that we don't get into the same trap of GCF. That is very important. In terms of even evidencing, I think we don't have to go use very complex kind of scientific approach and methodologies. Yeah. And I like the group was talking of aspects which could, for example, related to just having, because we live in a society which is quite oral in nature. Could we have the people tell their stories? Yeah. We have videos about them. We were listening to the documentary here yesterday. Even if you produce a very complicated scientific research, which I can read and understand, I tell you that video documentary speaks volumes to me. You get it? And is kind of concrete evidence about the impact of loss and damage to the people affected by the cyclone Freddy. So I think it is very important as we move forward that we advocate for alternative ways of evidencing. Yeah. Even in terms of impact and best practices, not relying overly on highly complex scientific approaches which are non-inclusive and not participatory in nature, driven by, say, research institution and people like you. Yeah.
I hope you're not pointing at me. You are sure.
Okay. Now, having said that, then again, the other thing we are talking about yesterday is there is this issue of non-economic losses, which are difficult to quantify. Could we also think of a qualitative approach where we listen to the perspectives of those who have been affected? Yeah. They tell us what it means, for example, when they have a person who has died from cyclone being buried away from the traditional burial areas, what that one means from their perspective in terms of loss, what that could be, a very high loss, extremely high, moderate, and the rest. And then we could be working from that really to develop parameters which can quantify that. I think when we have that decolonial approach, then of course we'll be adopting participatory processes which speak to the realities of those who have been affected, adducing evidence of impact and even best practices. Thank you.
Thank you for those thoughts. Actually, yesterday I was speaking to Chimwemwe, and she told me that they've been unable to access even some certain parts that were affected by Cyclone Freddy. So if we are if we are now compiling data, I don't know what kind of data we have, and whether that data is quite inclusive. Therefore, it is indeed important to look at how we frame the evidence. Most of the times, scientists walk to one village or 3 villages, and then they assume that the 3 villages represent the context situation across a very expansive region, which is extremely misleading. And therefore, even within our evidencing process, we must also look at how is evidence strengthening organizing from below. Is evidence extractive, or is it strengthening the leadership of communities in terms of driving long-term resilience measures and response in their respective communities? It's important we really look at it. Sometimes we sample and we draw a line arbitrarily and we say, from this point is where people were affected. Who told you the line passes through there? Who told you that next door there are no communities who are affected? And on what basis have you drawn that line? Because when I looked at the map of Malawi, I could even see other communities who were affected by the disaster, but now it's their crop. It's gone. Totally, it's gone. But in terms of the premising of the evidence and where action should go, they are not part of that conversation. So we really need to look at all these elements. And we already have some certain nuanced evidence based on historical facts that we can actually reconstruct and move forward with. I'm looking at a pastoralist situation. If you are looking at evidence, drought is coming. We know it's coming. We know the actual situation of water sources as it is. We know the prevailing situation of the vegetation cover, and we know what it means. So some of the things are not new science. We know the vegetation cover, the status of the pasture. We know the status of the livestock at the point when drought is being projected. We know the status of our water sources. So we know what it means, which means anticipatory preparatory process based on evidence, based on previous experiences can actually be brought to fore. And these are elements that we need to bring in and ensure that they are well inbuilt within the evidencing realm, without necessarily tying ourselves with a heavy rock and taking a deep dive to the deep end of the sea, because we'll drown there with facts that we cannot provide and we cannot substantiate. I want to move to, this is the worst thing about talking. Julius. Yes, proceed.
I was saying you talk too much, so you have raised other issues in your talk.
Unfortunate bit of expert moderation. That's the unfortunate bit.
Yeah, so no, it's not very new, but I wanted to ask to go back to reality. If we are talking about funding, loss and damage funds, loss and damage funding arrangements. This will be established under the same multilateral process, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And we know United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change relies on scientific data. And that's a reality. When you go even under the GCF, there's going to be someone who is going to be looking at your proposal on the scientific side. They call it the ITAP, the Independent Technical Advisory Panel, which when you submit your proposal, it goes through the secretary, it goes through the ITAP, they will make comments, and then these
especially because when we're discussing some of these things, we forget the children, persons with disabilities, indigenous communities that are not able to articulate some of these things as we do, but they have their own communication approaches that are very familiar with them. They're more friendly, and maybe help them to deliver a message just as we do. So issues to do with artistic impressions, theater, maybe illustrations, paintings. That means that we go a bit beyond to detail what works for whom, what kind of audience, how do we craft the message, does it create, don't we lose meaning along the way where we're trying to define ourselves in terms of what should be received, such that in a way our content is target specific, but also in a way motivates actions, because we just don't want to show theatricals and we think there will not be a message that goes beyond. At some point, you are interested in a critical mass, because sometimes the numbers matter a lot and the science, because probably there's a level of response that we are trying to require that will probably lead to a policy review. So the numbers matter a lot. Then people who are in the entertainment industry, how do they influence our messaging? Many times people listen to them, maybe more than the politicians, or maybe more than the academicians or the scientists, because they interact with them more on a daily basis. So how we use the creative methods matters a lot, because in a way we want to produce the same kind of voice.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think, Julius, back to your question, which was quite poignant. Probably we may need to use an anticipatory approach just to begin to see what kind of data we need to assemble at national level beforehand related to vulnerabilities. And therefore, that is triangulated with now the actual experience soon and disaster strikes. So that's something that we may need to see whether it's a best approach to give the scientific part of it, just basically being able to capture vulnerability data upfront and feed it somewhere, and it's available within the national level and within UNFCCC level. So that is basically activating and providing much more fresh information. So that again, the fund remains rapid. Actually, for me, when the fund is responding in 7 days, that is already lost opportunity. It should be in position to respond in less than 3 days. That is the ideal. But let me invite group 4. In interest of time, I'm now being pressed by time. Group 4, please take the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm Dr. Martina from Group 4, and we were looking at sources of funding and ways to mobilize those funds. So we have 3 categories of sources. So the first one is where we look at global sources or international funding. And the first one on our list is developed countries. Developed countries. We are looking at the Paris Agreement and the modalities of getting funds from developed countries which are obliged to take care of least developed countries in terms of the risks that they are facing because of climate change. And then we have also Global Facility for Disaster Reduction is also another global facility. And then we have the Global Risk Financing facility. These three, essentially the modalities of mobilizing those funds lie with the Paris Agreement. And then we also have a fourth one, which is the global multilateral development banks. And our discussion on this one was clear that we were categorical that these loans must be in form of grants and not a loan that requires to be paid with interest. If it is repaid with interest, then it doesn't qualify as a source of fund for damage and loss. Then the second category was the individual countries to take responsibility and commit to taking care of the risks that happen in their countries. The first one was the national governments in every African country. When they are doing their budgeting, they must have a damage and loss kitty. We're talking about ownership of this fund. And if we do not demonstrate commitment towards the risks our people face, then we will not be talking about ownership, but financing from elsewhere. A good example is what is happening in Malawi. The government has already spent some money towards that damage and loss. When you have a country faced with such situations, there'll always be an emergency kitty, a risk reduction, a risk mitigation kitty. So we are saying now in this government, we need to have damage and loss fund. So that the first day, the second day, we need to be able to take care of our citizens. Then the next one, we looked at now companies or organizations that are within those countries, but contributing to the climate change disaster. So these companies, we said they have to take responsibility and obligation towards the losses that may occur. And we wanted this to be framed in a manner in which they are responsible to a level where it is compulsory. Like when you are being given a license, for example, to do business in a sector that causes climate change or creates some of these hazards, then there must be a certain amount of money or fine or part of the license that is indicated there, it is damage and loss. So that your company, because it is as much responsible as just the developed countries. So even if it is at the local level, they have some contribution towards that. Then the next one was private sector. Private sector has always done this through CSR, and it is through triggers. You will find when people are suffering some of these losses, private sector will easily chip in, and that is also a source of funding. Then also the other one we looked at are the individuals. Definitely when you suffer loss, your next of kin, your sister, your brother, will come in and also help before, maybe if it is a big loss, before somebody else comes in. You will find that close relative of yours is also taking care of that loss which has happened. So individuals are also a source of this kitty. The one that we put on the list but requires some discussion is the debt relief. Because when there is debt relief, it means you're not paying, that money is also released and it is taking care of the losses, damage and loss as a result of climate change. So those were actually our sources of funding and the ways in which you can raise the money. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can see the group safely avoided the liability conversation in a bigger way, which is an important element of this conversation. I want to open it for comments. Augustine, proceed. Group 4.
Thank you, Group 4, and to think of new sources of of funding for the fund is a very exciting thing. Your first point of bringing in the fact that the countries have to put some money for the loss and damage. I'm wondering whether you're saying they should put some money, set aside something for loss and damage, or is it what they're already doing for disaster relief? Because when we are talking of this fund for loss and damage, it's certainly different from the conversation. It's certainly different from these disaster relief funds or schemes that most countries have. That already shows the effort they're making, because when it happens like it happened in Malawi, they're not waiting for something before they go down there. We had the head of state, the minister came from there, every other person. In fact, there are people that we invited here that could not come because they are still going to the hinterlands to make sure that they get some relief to the people that are isolated communities. That is something they're already forced to do, whether they like it or not. Now we're talking of a loss and damage fund. Are you insinuating that our countries, just the way the director said here was proposing yesterday, are you insinuating that our countries have to contribute to that fund internationally? I didn't get that point.
I think the group was coming from a perspective of setting the fund within national level, just a facility within national level for contingency as a fallback. That is what was coming out.
Okay, so
probably if they wanted to contribute, that clarity
sorry?
can be provided. Did you want to contribute in global
exactly
bag,
Yeah,
or
you
it's
can
national?
pick up from there, Julia.
It's just the national, it's at the national.
It's at the national level. Proceed.
There- You know,
It's
you know,
okay. We've got it. Huh? That's the clarity Augustine needed. Augustine, proceed.
No, okay, Julius, take it.
Yeah, I was saying maybe the framing should have actually changed, because we are talking about loss and damage fund here at the international level. I mean, you can have disaster risk management funding arrangements at national level, but we are looking at how this, high level fund can be formulated. And actually his question still arises to say how are we looking at what the governments are already doing, what countries are already doing, or we must see how we want to, to contribute to this fund. Do you want developing countries, for example, national governments, to get something from them, from whatever source, to be contributing to this fund at the UNFCCC level, or what are the sources that we are trying to suggest? Thank you.
Great. I think the comment from Augustine is quite clear, that whatever you are putting at the national level is for your own disaster response. You are not contributing. We are not saying developing countries contribute there. It's just a fallback kit. And ordinarily, because of our level of indebtedness, it should be replenished through recovery. That should be probably the language. It should be replenished through recovery. Once you get the disbursement from the global kitty, then it should be a country that has been hit by disaster should be able to then recover and then replenish that kit for tomorrow. That should be an ideal arrangement. Augustine, you want to proceed on your train of thought? Because I usually say elders ask questions for, they ask questions which they have detailed answers for. Thanks.
Now, talking about that, this is a very personal feeling. The question of liability, you know how we fought and got what we called an empty shell, which is called the loss and damage. Because anything related to loss and damage without liability is always not so, not so compelling. However, in the spirit of having something than nothing, we settled for this. Now, what I had the opportunity to say yesterday, and let me clarify my thoughts. I said, okay, we are not looking at this to like take somebody to jail. No. We are looking at the victim. There's damage. There are losses somewhere. Somebody is a victim. And it is very clear that is due to climate change. So the issue of causal link is not even there again. It is well established. IPCC is clear about this. Many other studies or papers are clear about this. Now, when we had this loss and damage as a compromise, well, that is without liability. I think if at the end of the day, people don't contribute in a CBDR related way to this fund, we have no choice than to visit liability discussion. Okay? Because if we say, okay, it's not to punish anybody, but we know the cause of the issue, of the problem, and we know who has contributed more to that problem, and that person doesn't own up to contribute, taking into consideration their contribution to the problem, then what do we do at that time? Is it like it's everybody's, is, well, we're sorry, but there's nothing we can do. There's something you can do. So let's take it step by step. Yes, the fund as it is, there's no discussion of liability. But if the contribution to this fund that is a necessity doesn't reflect what people have done in the past and even continue to do today to aggravate the situation, then there's no way. We have to also be looking at the liability discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Augustine. Anyway. You are aptly clear on that particular one. And I think the invitation, which is so silent, because Augustine does not want to say it so loudly, is that we must start preparing our house in order. The climate finance that we are probably looking for might not flow. And we must prepare our house in order, or put our house in order if we are going the strategic litigation way, to ensure that those who are liable put up the cost. Let me move to group number 5. Group number 5.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Madaritong Kada, representing Group 5. So on Group 5, we're looking at coordination and signages. The first part that we discussed about was about making the fund fit for the purpose. So we looked at responsiveness and address the deficiency in the existing operating entities of the financial mechanism. So when we come to the responsiveness, we looked at the first thing that we had to look about was about clearly define the purpose of the funding mechanism. So look at the tailor of the approach. So in this, we talked about how we need to recognize other sectors as we are responding. And there could be more than 2 sectors that are actually affected, especially in this context of damage and loss. So we're saying also look at those sectors such as the healthy sector, the education, and the infrastructure, apart from only focusing to one, which is mostly just the agriculture as well. And then we also looked at when it comes to after defining the clear purpose of the funding, we also have to do regular monitor monitoring and evaluation of the effectiveness of the funding mechanism to ensure that they remain fit to the purpose. And then we also have to remove bureaucracy, whereby we have to put in like policies that look at the constitutional structures from top to bottom, whereby also like local structures should also be involved in this, and also local structures should have access to the direct funds. So in this essence, we're talking about trying to bottom down or minimize the barriers that are there for the access of the fund for the exactly like let's say local structures, whereby when the funds come in, they don't have to be going all through all those channels, like from the headquarters and then to the district and then going down to the communities. We should also give communities a chance to access the funds directly. In that way, we can reduce the losses that happen in between when the funds are actually moving from step to step in the constitutional arrangement. And then we also, when it comes to addressing the deficiencies in the existing operating entities of the financial mechanisms, we looked at and we actually discussed about investing in the early warning systems, like what should be done when the warning is being done, like in the case of the one which we nationally witnessed here in Malawi, whereby the early warning, yes, was done on point, but then people were not encouraged on what to do next, like places to move and what other resources have been provided when these people move. So there is a need to actually invest in that area. And then we should also recognize the damage and loss as the act on its own, such as we should involvely like acknowledge the significant impact of climate change and especially the damage and loss, and how taking action, how it should be done, like how we should take action. We should actually have a written document all about this. And then we further went ahead to discuss the other third point, which was ensuring coordination and complementary within existing funding mechanisms. So we looked at how to coordinate with other funding mechanisms. So the funding facility should coordinate with other funding mechanisms to ensure that efforts are complementary to avoid duplication. So there should be someone to monitor the funds and the coordination to actually come together to know, okay, there are these funds, let's talk about it, let's work on what's there, what are the problems, and then next they should be able to decide in which areas these funds should actually go. Instead of just each stakeholder operating on their own, this can easily lead to duplication because the same kind of response will be done at the specific place. And then we also discuss about facilitating the access to funding, which I just talked about prior. So the facility should facilitate the access to funding for, as I said, local communities. This includes simplifying application processes and reduce the chains of hands that the money is actually passing through. And when we're talking about the simplification of application, we're talking about when people are trying to actually apply for funds when we've actually made, let's say, a disaster like the cyclone. There are a lot of processes somebody has to go through, sort of a lot of justification one has to done before they actually get access to that fund. By the time they're accessing that fund, it's mostly too late for them to respond because the damage has been done completely. And it also takes time, whereby there are some responses which are needed immediately. And then went ahead and look at the mosaic of the solutions for loss and damage, including a range of approaches and mechanisms. So as we know, this mosaic consists of a lot of approaches. So as such, a responsive funding facility for loss and damage should be positioned as a complementary solution within the mosaic. So our group discussed that the funding mechanisms should work alongside other solutions to provide support for those who have suffered loss and damage that cannot be prevented through other measures such as the adaptation or mitigation. For instance, the fund should actually be categorized in a long and short term, whereby in a short term, these can be funds that can be quickly addressed when disasters happen, and then a long term bringing in actually policies that are actually creating the constitutional arrangement. And then the other part that we discuss is we need to learn on other loss and damage portfolios and adopt some of the measures that have actually been successful. And we also need to be able to try to divert funds from other areas such as the mitigation and adaptation to support the damage and loss, and also vice versa. So I think that's all we had for our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think today I'm privileged. I'm having only panelists who are ladies. Huh? That is an honor. I'm opening it for quick comments. I can see Nicholas, Julius. I'm trying to look for another usual culprit. Okay, let me start with Julius and then we end with Nicholas. Those two will. Oh, there is one more at the back. Let's start at the back.
All right, thank you so much, Philip.
Welcome, Charles, it's you. Sorry.
Yeah, the hall is quite big, so
okay.
It's difficult to tell somebody's face from far.
Okay.
Great, so sorry, I probably may repeat probably what has been said since yesterday because I'm a late comer, and therefore I feel lost and damaged at this moment. But I want to maybe make a quick general comment, and like I said, probably this may have been alluded to by the speakers. I think as we engage in this conversation on loss and damage, and now because the transitional, committee is already meeting around this agenda, I think we also need to be very, very careful around how the conversations are going. And I think it's important, like that presenter has just mentioned, that loss and damage, of course, should be complementary to other funding, and it must not necessarily be seen as a main funding for resilience building. We must remember, especially from this side of the world, in Africa, that adaptation must still remain as one of our key priorities. That is important because then we have some bargaining power around that. But remember, loss and damage in itself is an idea that was not necessarily crafted by us, but of course it originated from the small island states. And of course we have been able to adopt that. And of course we know there are issues related to loss and damage, that we have to push forward. But the two must actually be treated as two separate, entities. And we must not forget, to actually push for adaptation funding alongside the loss and damage funding, so that we don't end up probably profiling one to the extent that it becomes difficult for us to access resources, from this side of the continent, because like I've mentioned, adaptation remains one of our key area of focus. And we are saying that loss and damage comes in as a facility that will also be able to sort out other issues, but let us not be duped to thinking that we probably can put all these proper resources, on one side and probably just amplify one over the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles, again for keeping our thoughts in track in terms of really pointing out how that funding will be premised. I misplaced my gender lenses, so you can be sure I could not see you from that distance. Julius?
Yeah, thank you to Group 5 for the pointers. I think moving forward, just to polish the thinking that the group has, if we want to make a very concrete proposal, then let's just also look at what would be the model access modality for loss and damage funding. If we are saying because I think we've been making general statements, should not be lengthy, there shouldn't be all these other barriers and so on and so forth. What are these barriers that we don't want to see in this funding process? If we want to simplify access to funding, what kind of a model are we looking at so that we are already concrete in our proposals, whether we want to draw some structure already to say, okay, from this point to that point to this point. I think that would be very concrete for us to make a proposal and general statement to say, okay, simplification of access, and so on and so forth. I think that's what I would want to see from the group. They can polish up their idea further. Thank you.
Thank you, Julius. And I think that statement cuts quite a number of other elements, quite a number of other sets of elements that we must be concrete about. Julius? Sorry, Nicholas. I'm ever confusing Julius and Nicholas from this meeting. My apology.
I did hear you correctly call me Julius. Okay, I think what should also bear in mind is that the agreement we have is that finance for loss and damage is new and additional. We should not forget that, so that we don't end up in a situation where you are taking from the left hand to give to the right hand. I think that is that we have to guard that one. That is very important. That's my input to the presentation of Group 5. Of course, the work is complementary. We don't object to that when you look at the pillars. However, we must also speak from our context. What we are saying is that addressing loss and damage is urgent. Yeah. And the funding or finance for it should be availed as soon as yesterday. But this should be done in tandem with adaptation, which is a priority for us as Africa and vulnerable communities that we work with. So I would imagine a situation, and I'll keep on giving the example of Cyclone Freddy. You just did the response or addressing loss and damage, whatever you call it, be it from the Scottish Government Fund or Start Fund, like for Christian Aid, they are doing that work there, or any other source of fund, yeah? But now that you've done that aspect of addressing it and you've gone, do you think that is sufficient? It is not. We know that cyclone will return again at a given point in the future. So we must actually now strengthen the ability of those vulnerable communities to enhance the adaptation and the resilience. So what we are saying, it is urgent to address loss and damage, and finance should be availed, but this should be done in tandem with adaptation. I think when we develop such a narrative, then we remain focused and really talking from a lived experience of Africans who are vulnerable to climate change induced loss and damage. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicholas. I want to shift gears quickly. I want to go to the online community for question 6, and then we come in-house. Ndinga, you have the feedback from the online community who are dealing with question 6, and then we come back to the room.
Good evening, esteemed delegates. Good evening, esteemed delegates. But I wonder, for those not struggling with height, what do we do? Right, okay. I'm here to represent the diaspora community that is online. And so we tackled the question on principles to underpin a fit for purpose facility. One of the issues that we discussed was that it needs to be embedded on climate justice, which should be at the core, so that the monetization is based on highest polluters paying for the damages that they have caused. We also discussed that it should be needs-based and appropriate, so that it is superior to the 100 billion USD pledge, which was a political target, and the need to enhance the conversation within the landscape of the new collective quantified goal. Localization and embrace the principle of subsidiarity is another point, so that it ensures it is managed at the lowest level possible and organized at community level so that there is local level ownership. The focus in this we felt was on the community, which is crucial because that is where the impact is greatest. And how do we get communities together to begin communicating, to capture information in the case of eventualities, which are already happening? We discussed on the gender responsiveness of and focus of the priority gender needs to address vulnerabilities so that we are able to plug into the whole idea of inclusiveness in the nature of the broader aspect of inclusion that should be gender responsive. Accessibility of the fund to ensure it is flexible so that vulnerable communities are able to access it. So I think my colleagues have already spoken towards issues of accessibility. And also to recognize the human rights angle of affected communities with meaningful participation for measures that are most beneficial for local context and lived experiences for those communities. This we felt would be useful so that it's able to prioritize adaptation that reduces the vulnerability through a range of supportive actions, including early warning systems, so social safety nets, nature-based solutions, and embracing the polluter pay principle, as I have mentioned before, so that the highest emitters bear the costs, are held accountable, and are incentivized to reduce their emissions. On the second part on what measures we deem are necessary to make the funding accessible to frontline communities, again, accessibility, but this time to CSO organizations, so that actual delivery of projects for impacted frontline communities are complementary to the principle of subsidiarity. Effective engagement with CSOs and communities is necessary for them to present their cases and amplify their narratives towards bankability of projects and ensure effective engagement. Embracing a readiness approach for the fund, similar to other funds as has been mentioned just previously, so that we're able to eliminate the conditionalities and reduce barriers and also shift towards readiness of access. The other aspect of readiness we felt was useful is to be embedded with capacity building and linked to the global structures for a more pragmatic and unified approach from an informed position. Community learning centers we felt will be useful so that they connect communities and facilitate learning opportunities and enhance access opportunities to the funds. Funding structure needs to be grant-based. I think this has been said before, and shift from the conditionalities of the loans for a more pragmatic engagement between governments and CSOs to ensure communities receive the support that they require and the response mechanisms are appropriate and sustainable. In this regard, it is useful to create an enabling environment for critical institutions like NDAs and NDEs, which government should take lead on. But a key point was the private sector engagement in our view that we felt is a key element to highlight and to foster innovative financing mechanisms that links frontline communities and appropriate response measures. On the last front, in terms of the necessary tweaks, the first tweak we came across was the definition of the mosaic, which we felt was a bit ambiguous on a light note though, but we looked at it from an oversight perspective, and oversight and coordination we felt was critical and important to improve predictability and reliability when disasters strike, and for a paradigm shift and break the cycle of African governments begging for support when disasters strike, and the non-responsive nature of some of those international actors. But the humanitarian aid is also underpinned by political infusions that call for a greater need towards organization and coordination in a unified voice for the continent. We also felt it's important to improve the effectiveness of insurance mechanisms, which by reality already exist. And so how do we leverage on existing structures towards risk management and ensure that they're underpinned by values and principles of common good to reach the most vulnerable and not to be profit-oriented. In that sense, then challenging governments to embrace pro-poor principles and approaches such that even subsistence farmers are able to benefit from such products through an enabling environment with great support from the private sector to support vulnerable communities through a pro-poor legal framework. To ensure transparency and accountability, we felt it was important in the disbursement of the funds to have mechanisms to track finance flows to frontline communities while broadening the scope of loss and damage finance beyond risk reduction, emergency response, and infrastructure repair. The fund, in our view, should be made available in recognition of the vulnerability of developing countries. We discussed about research, which we felt plays a critical role for clear understanding of the trends and should be connected to the communities so that we're able to empower them to build the evidence that is clear and methodologies that are also necessary for loss and damage is already occurring, and how do we utilize science, what we talked about yesterday about citizen science to strengthen communities, generate data, but more importantly, communicate these findings to frontline communities. Interestingly, a question arose that we're linking research and the avenues on how to build capacity through research. And we felt it would be useful for more funding for South-led research, collaboration with research and academia institutions like the Africa Research and Impact Network, the LDC University that Prof talked about in the morning, and perhaps harness some opportunities from great data through the normative and scientific research approaches. Those were our submissions. Julius and Nicholas, you can direct your questions to the online community. They are ready. And I beg to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that the online and the physical community can take the questions, can I invite group number 6 that was physically present here just to share their thoughts so that we take the comments collectively. So the online community were represented by male speech, but the physical community has promoted greater inclusion. Thank you so much. Take the floor.
So I almost said everything is done for the physical group. We were doing a most similar assignment with the previous presenter. And for us, we've a slight difference in terms of what is presented. So we were trying to unpack how we are going to make the fund fit for purpose in terms of responsiveness and addressing deficiencies. So the first question was what principles should underpin a fit for purpose facility? And for us, we thought an entry point would be, why should we finance and what, which will be informed by the research that has been done already. So that with this robust scientific evidence, we are able to bargain for what we want to be funded. So we also wanted to capitalize on drawing lessons from or learning from previous facilities on what is being done and maybe apply that as we'll be bargaining for funding. So these are proposed principles. One, would want a locally led society kind of approach, which means we want community institutions to be the ones to spearhead the process, to have the fund themselves. For example, directly use of community-based organizations, farmer-based institutions, local-based FPOs, as well as we want communities to control, those communities that are affected to control the fund. So that's one of the principles that we proposed. And secondly, we also proposed a demand-driven principle, which should be informed by assessments. So all in all, it shouldn't be uniform, but it should be demand-driven from the assessments. And thirdly, timeliness. We've seen there are a lot of prolonged process for other funding, but for this one, we want the process to be as timely as possible, because we've noted that oftentimes the funding comes when the needs that were supposed to be immediately addressed have surpassed their timelines. And then we also proposed a gender responsive and social inclusivity, which we feel some aid has landed into the wrong hands. So we were proposing that those that are affected should be the ones who should benefit. Oftentimes, others who benefit are not really the ones that have been directly affected. And then we also proposed measures that should be instituted to make sure this funding is extremely accessible, one of which is an enabling policy environment, which should, at all levels, be able to provide the best channeling for loss and damage finance to the communities. This should be a binding documents. So we want legal frameworks that should be binding documents to define this. And secondly, we want capacity building of frontline communities in managing finances. Since we are proposing that this should be community-led, we need to find out what are the capacity needs that are there, what are the capacity gaps for them to be able to handle the funding, so that we have tailor-made capacity building initiatives to strengthen their capacity to handle the funds. Mostly when the due diligences are done, it's issues of system strengthening that are earmarked. So we would want to also invest a lot in capacity building. And thirdly, we want to make sure that conditions are relooked into. The previous presenter also presented on this. We want flexible conditions. Reference is made to the GCF, which the group described as a nightmare. So we don't want the same process. For this one, we want conditions that are attached to be more or less like a toned down approach, so that they are easily accessible. And lastly, on what necessary tweaks in the other mosaic solutions for loss and damage, what should be done for this to be effective? We also talked about coordination, establishing or strengthening structures that would be there to coordinate at national, district or local levels, so that the initiatives are coherent as well as complementary regardless of the funding stream. So regardless that who partner A or partner B is getting funds from which donor, we should have a system that will be strengthened that should be able to coordinate who is doing what, so that people complement each other's efforts. We also want MOUs to be strengthened between government and CSOs and other agencies, which should define the provision for inclusion of coordination to avoid duplication. So mostly which projects should be aligned to a program and then serve a bigger objective and not in silos. We also proposed private sector engagement at all levels. In the morning, we also had a similar sentiment from one of our colleagues. So we feel we leave the private sector behind until when something strikes, it's when we go now and knock on their doors. So we also need to engage them as early as possible. And lastly, we would want to respond to the people's needs informed by the needs assessment and not just doing the business as usual. So this is what came out in group 6 physical group. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Group 6 and Dunia, for ably representing the views as captured from the physical Group 6. The online Group 6, I think we also got quite noble views from your end, and therefore I'll open it for quick inputs. If you have 1 or 2 inputs into the process, it's welcome. In absence of any, Julius, you are there? Is there an hand there, or is just stretching? Okay. And then my dear sister. Let me begin with my dear sister.
Thank you, Philip. I wanted to say 2 things. One of them directly to you. You made an observation that we had an all-female cast this afternoon, but remember we had an all-male, all-day talk from technical people throughout the whole day, and I think perhaps even tomorrow. So let's make that observation known also. So it's not a one-sided all-woman lineup. Number 2, when we talk about private sector, are we also seeing how private sector is also part of the problem? It sounds as if, and we can go to them also, almost as if they are totally not engaged with causing the problem. But I gave an example in our group. If we look at the amount of water that people drink in a daily basis throughout the world, I think it's like 1 billion bottles per day or something crazy like that. But we're not thinking that that's a group that we need to make sure they are helping to solve the problem because they created the problem. And that's just one observation of one group I'm talking about. Thank you.
Useful observation, Julius.
Thank you, Philip. We're talking about for a number of years flying a plane while we're building it, or using, but I think let's look at the shortening the time period that we want to fly this plane while we are building it, so that at least we achieve efficiency. What am I trying to say? We want to create a fund that wants to deliver in the shortest possible time, but we don't have the all these elements that we are trying to talk about here. Find the structure, we don't have the governance and policy framework and so on and so forth. So how, I think we also need to start thinking of how efficient we want to be in our process of trying to come up with this structure that will work in the near future, but in a very effective manner. Okay, why am I saying this? We've seen from other experiences as well. GCF, I think Richard Sherman talked about it in the morning. One of the biggest mistakes we made for GCF is to not to be able to just learn from what is there or use the existing structure or policy framework, the safeguards that are there, because for a long time you'll find that GCF is still struggling to come up with a what you call a policy on a safeguarding policy, for example. Is struggling to come up with a policy on gender, and that you find some proposals are not accepted because their gender element is A, is B, is C, is D, is not adequate, and so on and so forth. So how do we want to start already thinking about these questions of putting in place things that might even delay further what we want to? I'm answering the question of fit for purpose. Why? I mean, can we already start thinking about that? What are we, this meeting, or as Africans, what are we saying on this issue? What are we adopting? Do we want to just adopt the UN already existing standards on these issues, or do you want to allow this transitional committee and other players that are going to be governing this to start defining their own policies and so on and so forth, which will actually take a long time for us to achieve what we want? I think there was a point that the presenter, especially from the online, made about this issue. So I just wanted to make it clear. I think these are things that we need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll take only one hand and bring curtains down to this particular session. Nicholas?
Yeah, I think, Philip, if we listen very carefully to Richard in the morning, and you look at the TOR and the expected outcomes of the Transitional Committee, is that its mandate will elapse at COP28. And they are supposed to really have a proposal on the institutional framework. And if there are any policies that will follow, then that mandate now will fall on that institution and will be worked moving into the future. I think that is clear. We don't have a problem with that. Because we don't expect anyway the Transitional Committee to do everything. That's why it was called a Transitional Committee, to safeguard work which goes on and forever. Now, having said that, I think what we want to ensure is not for us to fall into the pitfall of GCF, where actually finance goes to entities, some of which are not even having presence in the country. Yeah. They are contact persons and in some capitals. I don't want to name those capitals. Yeah. We would like to see a situation where the fund that is established truly is aligned to national, subnational, and local priorities, and is anchored in institutions that are supported by policies of that country, so that the fund can truly flow to the front line. Because one element that you'll realize from GCF is that somebody is saying that he has got GCF funds for Malawi with covering Mangoshi district somewhere in southern Malawi. But when you go to Mangoshi, the communities are not even aware that such a program does exist. They were never consulted. But this person actually got even clearance from the NDA, and they submitted the proposal and it was approved and funding. And it's multiple countries. You get it? Such a situation, I think we have to point out really that the lived experience that we have is that we need to avoid such a pitfall. We like to see a situation where funds truly flow to the front line, and those who are impacted by loss and damage risks are aware about those funds, and they have got an input even to the design and implementation, reporting of loss and damage funded projects. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. Madam, I've not heard your voice in the spirit of affirmative action. Maria, take the floor.
Thank you. I just want to comment, cement on what Julius and Nicholas just stated and the lived examples and experiences that we have in our countries. But then my question is, with all that we know is not working with this financing mechanism, as we are gathered here, what is it that we want to see coming out strong to our governments, but also to those who will be financing, after all, if they'll be financing to this new, whatever that is, the loss and damage financing which is coming in place? Because what we see from our governments is that reluctance of being transparent. So how are we going to put our government transparent enough to ensure that the flow of financing goes directly to those we are speaking about from the first group now to the last conversation which we're having? So what is it that is coming out from this conversation?
Thank you so much. I'll not try to attempt your question. It's quite a heavy question, but I think first and foremost, we are fixing this fund at the onset. That is where we've had this elaborate conversation. But more importantly, in this convening and subsequent convenings, we'll continue to call upon African governments to wake up, consolidate and galvanize their voices, and be able to hold developed countries to account, because it is actually the control by developed countries of the multilateral process that has actually meant the funds to be designed in such a manner. Allow me to take this opportunity to clearly thank you all for your quite engaging participation, right from the group tasks and in the presentation, and also in pointing us towards the right direction in the presentation, which we do appreciate at this particular point. And indeed, it's your noble efforts that has actually enabled us to piece these inputs together. I'm hearing two to three things. Let me mention the first two things which are prominently appearing or featuring in this conversation. That we've generated information that could be potentially superfluous. Superfluous in terms of content. We've generated information that some of it can be pieced and a channel to the transitional committee. And for that information to be useful, we may need to crystallize it further in terms of what is that we are asking. When we talk about a lean process, what do we mean by it? So we need to really crystallize it further. And probably there will be a small team trying to reflect on that and crystallizing it further so that it speaks with the specificities that are needed for African continent. There is an overflow, and that overflow is quite important, which is my second point, that a lot of useful information that can actually inform national level setup for purposes of this engagement has also been generated through this particular process, which again points to how national governments across Africa should start preparing their institutional structures, their readiness elements, and this needs to be looked into. But more broadly, which brings me to my third point, is that loss and damage is the third mechanism for addressing or for responding to climate change. The funding is additional, and therefore it needs not to be treated as a mainframe funding. Within our submission and in the political conversation that we should further, we must ensure that we continue to urge developed countries to cut down on emission, which is very critical, the mitigation element. And number two, the funding for adaptation cannot be, or the agitation for funding for adaptation cannot be sidestepped, especially at this particular point when we are trying to look at our ability to respond to scale as a continent. So we need to ensure that we are working on all these particular elements. Once again, we'll do an appreciation for all. We'll do the locomotive club. I know in Malawi there is no railway line, but we'll demonstrate you how a locomotive club happens. A locomotive starts its motion like this, slowly. As it starts to move, then it keeps building momentum. Those are old locomotives, not the electric type. So it begins to build speed. So the moment we start like this, we'll be expecting you to clap. And as the speed increases, you keep increasing the speed until the locomotive of responding to loss and damage gains sufficient momentum. So can we start? Thank you all, and let me invite and transition the leadership of this conversation to Maggie from Trokla. I hope I pronounced Trokla the way it should be. Over to you, Maggie. Thanks.
Thank you very much for a very informative discussion, but also progressive in a sense. Mine is a very short assignment. I want to introduce a short documentary that was done by our colleague, Skiaf. We did this at the start of the Loss and Damage project. And this was just after the communities in Zomba had been affected by Cyclone Anna and Gombe. So this is to show the lived experience of the people in the front line of climate change and loss and damage as well. So, yeah, so the tech team, I think some of the people that you're going to see are also here with us. The tech team, I think we'll take it from here. This, before the tech team takes it from here, this is also more like a setting to the discussion that's going to come at the end, the roundtable discussion that's going to come at the end of this the day's deliberations. Thank you very much.
White.
zaka zanga ndi 39. Mkazi wanga ni Marita White, 8 years. Nimeyamba Tawonza White, 10 years. Wajiwiri Joshua White, 7 years.
Dzina langa ndine Evans Namakoka, secretary wa zamisika kuno kuti anjane scheme kwa group achaweza tie mwambo. Ndikufotokoza kwambiri mbali ya mphepo za ana komanso gombe mmene zinaonongera dera lathu lino. Anthu amene mabanja anakhuzidwa analipo 414, anthu onse analipo 2440. Mwa anthu amenewa ife akusikimu alimi 42, pamene akazi ndi 22, amuna alipo 20. Mphepo imeneyi itapanga zimenezi, mbewu zambiri zinaonongeka, zinakokololedwa, kusonyeza kuti anthu analibenso pogwira pena paliponse. Koma mwa alimi amene ife tili kuno kuti anjane tinaona ngati tapulumutsidwa, chifukwa choti nyengo itatha mphepo imene itapita tinakwanisa kubwera ndi kulima mu sikimu imeneyi yomwe anatimangira ndi bungwe la Caticom kuzera ku Trokea. Ndipo chifukwa cha kulima kumeneku alimi amene sanakhale ndi mwayi ojoyina ku sikimu kuno ndiye kuti anakumana ndi mavuto anja.
Mazi athu aja tinaperekaso mazi kwangati mbewu zija ng'amba utabwera zinalepheka kuti ziume. Oti azathu amene ali kunja kwa sikimu ino kuumiratu mbewu. Mpewu kuno ku sikimu sizinaonongeka.
January, pa 24 January, kuna zabwera mazosefukira ana. Atafika mazosefukira ana aja, sana likhuze kwambiri kuno kwa group wa magoli. Koma anangofewesa mlambala wathu ndi kumapita. Kenako kunabwera mazi agombe pa 13 March. Mazi amene kunena zona abale yanga kuno kunavuta. Anapeza kuti matomera ndipo sakadiko mwaja, anaphwasula mlambala ndi kung'amba, matumbo onse, senjerero onse, nthoki zonse nakataya. Ndipo doti imene chokopa mlambala linakalowa m'makomo anthu. Mazi anayamba kubwera ja ma 5:30 kwa mpaka na 12:30 mazi sanaime akungobwera abe mazi. Sana mazi amasewera.
Sinje usiku tunali hapa iya. Sinje unali kutali huko. Kyose kijanali maminda okaoka. Andi mitengo yeyo mkuiona hiyo inazala kyose kiki. Koma chifukwa cha kugumuka kwa nsinje zikuonesa kuti kunoko taonesa ngati anthu opanda mwambo tikuli mapepete mwa nsinje. Koma kusinje kunali huko.
Apapaso ndi malo ena amene anagumula ndi mazi osefukira agombe. Gombe atagumula kumeta chokera kuja anazagumula so apa. Paso gobe naposo anazagumula. Ine ndikunena pano ndine komiti wakati mwa VDC ndinaiso gulu omwero. Ndipo ine amuna angaso malepyaso kutani kuloloka mazi. Mazi cheta sefuka ndi kupita m'makomo mwathu. Ngati komiti ya VCPC imene imazunguluka ngozi mazi akachitika. Ine yamba kumakabwereka ma chimatiboti nalikwera nakatukula anthu napita nawo kumene kucha. Zina langa ndine Steria Namate, ndine treasure wa kuti anjani scheme. Mongo onjezera amene afotokozera nzangaja. masomphenya athu amene tili nawo ofuna kuteteza pa madzi amene amatha kutipeza mu chaka china chilichonse kuchokera ku mtsinje kuzafika pamene tayambira maminda athu olima skimu tinayeza 70 meters cholinga choti kufuna kuteteza kuti madziwo akamabwera asapeze maminda athu a skimu. Komanso kuchokera ku mtsinjeko kumbuyo kwa 70 meters iko tazalako bango, senjere, nthochi ndi mitengo. Cholinga choti madzi amene akamabwera azitha kumamenyana ndi zimenezo kuti madziwo kuno asamathe kutipeza ku maminda athu.
Programu yathu ndiyodzala mabango ajaje kusinjeko kuno. Ndiyo kuti khoma ili ligwirike kwambiri kuti madzi atabwera asaonongeke, kuti khoma lisaonongeke. Kwa ifuka kuti madziwo ndio ambiri amene amabwerawo amatichepesera ngati sitikugwira ntchito koma sitikufokabe ndipo tikupitiriza. Tikunena pano takonzeka kwambiri kufesa mitengo 15,000 yoti titetezere sinje athu.
Komanso ku skimu kuno tili ndi baba shop imene timameta komanso kuchaja mafoni. Ndalama imeneyo imatha kuthandizira kulipira alozilonda athu chifukwa pamalo pano kuti patetezeke tinasiyapo alonda. Ndiye ndalama imeneyo timatha kuthandizira kulipira azilonda athu. Komanso zimene zina ndi zina zikavuta mu skimumu timatha kugwiritsa ntchito ndalama imeneyo kuti itithandizire chifukwa sitingathe kupempha kuboma zimenezo tinatha kuzipanga chifukwa kuti ndalamazo tizitha kuthandizira mu skimu mwathumu. Komanso azimayi tili onyadira kwambiri chifukwa mbuyo timatha kuzunzika. Koma chifukwa cha ulimi umenewo tikupanga kuno wa kusikimu uzolima zimene tikuzilima kuno zosiyana-siyana tikumatha kupeza ndalama zothandizira makomo mwathu. Moti panopa azimayi tili ndi masomphenya ndipo tilibe vuto timathandizira olwana ku sukulu komanso zosowa za pakhomo sitidalira amuna timazidalira patokha chifukwa cha ulimi umene tikupanga kuno.
Huko mazi uzea pasa nkilo. Nakoni ukupasa mazi nkilo.
Zina langa ndine Mustafa Dickson amene ndili khala pa mpando wa ona zango zogwa mwazizizi kuno kwa GVA cha Magoli tiye mwambo. Ngati fe akomiti ona zango zogwa mwazizizi tinakwanisa kuyitanisa anthu onse komanso kukwanisa kuyitanisa makomiti onse kuwasonkhanisa anthu aja kuwanyamula kuthawira nawo kumalo amene anali malo okwera. Koma tinakhala ozingwa potengera kunena kuti chinthu chimene chinatigwerachi kunabwera mavuto osiyana-siyana like ku mbewu zinapita, ziweto zinapita, aposo anthu ngakhalenso ufulu wa anthu so pa maphunziro unapezeka kuti unasokonekera kwambiri. Ndipo tinayamba kupempha thandizo mwa mabungwe ndipo mabungwe amene tinali nawo ena mwa iwo anali akadekomu project ya CCPM. Ndipo kunapezeka kuti anatipasa mbewu, so mbewu zathu zinapezeka kuti zayamba kukula ndipo takwanisa kumagwiritsa ntchito mu nthawi inoyi. Tinakhalabe pansi kunena kuti ichichi ngati daiki yathu imatitetezera kuno kwa GVA cha Magoli anthu onse midzi yonse tipanga bwanji potengera kunena kuti chinthu ichichi ndi chofunika kwambiri. Tinakwanisa kuyamba kuyilima kuchosa uzuwo komanso kubwezeretsa malo ena amene aliona kuti amaonongedwa komanso onongeka koma mwapang'ono. Komabe ngakhale tikupanga za zimenezozo khawa yathu ndionena kuti tikukumana ndi malo ena ngati telekeze ngati mene akulira awawa komano ndona kuti ngati munthu sangathe kukwanisa kuti akhoza kubwezeretsa malo ngati amene wawa.
Panopa aboma mogwirizana ndi bungwe lati tukulane ayambapo daiki ikubwera ko daiki yayikulu kwambiri kuposa pamene ife tinapanga ndi kwinako tinapanga ni manja athu koma kwinako aboma anena kuti kubwera greda yoti ichite protector msinje wathu ya
pakali panopa ngati ifeso makomiti amene tikuzala mitengo yonena kuti pamene tikumanga daiki ndi kubwezeretsa daiki iyi tizizala mitengo cholinga chona kuti daiki yathu ikhale yolimba komanso ndi upangiri umene amatipasa CCPM komanso maphunziro amene amatipasa CCPM tikukwanisa kuwauzanso kapena kuyikiza malamulo na kuti munthu wina aliyense akhale akupereka kapena akuzala mtengo kaya ndi mitengo 10 kaya 11 kupitirira pamenepo koma iziyambira 10 pa banja lina lililonse potengera kunena kuti ndi nyengo yathu imene ikuyendera tikhale na kuti tiiteteze potengera kunena kuti tikateteza nyengo yathu ngati kuno kwa GVA cha Magoli ndi kuti daiki yathunso izakhalanso yolimba.
to protect themselves from the climate hazards. But as the climate change continues to occur, those efforts are not matching with the intensity or the magnitude of some of the climate events. So what you see there as the dike that they were talking about, unfortunately, this year did not protect them. And those people, as of now, they're in the camps. Any fire there that spoke to us is coming from a camp, because the community that it is coming from was no longer protected by the flood defense that the community themselves galvanized to construct it. So I think as we're moving forward, we need our infrastructure, we need to support the community efforts, because they identified that as a main criteria, as a main intervention to protect themselves. But also we need to be informed by climate risk information, that we climate proof our infrastructures, that our infrastructure that we're constructing or we are supporting the communities with should be able to withstand any of the future climate risks or hazards that are to occur in their communities. So with this video show of what people that are in the front line of climate change, I'm going to ask Nicholas to take us to the next session.
Because I did not introduce my name, I can be Nicholas for now. That's the beauty of failing to introduce yourself when you are dealing with an important session. Yeah, and Nicholas is just setting so that he's able to join. And we are also checking on the online constituent and the availability. They are indeed available, quite a number of them, so that we are able to begin this particular discussion. This will not be a new discussion. I'm just stating so as Nicholas sets up. It is more of, again, a session, just to hear from a few experts and to get their view and to get their perspective and to see what did we miss in terms of really consolidating our input to the technical committee on issues of to the transitional committees on the issues of loss and damage. So the purpose is basically to consolidate any thought that could have been left out and ensure it's on board. So that's the essence of this particular session. It will be slightly shorter than earlier anticipated. Initial anticipation was that it will take around an hour or so, an hour and 15 minutes on this, but we've cut it down so that, again, we do not bore you with areas that have been covered, but probably pointing more on areas that we need to pay quite specific attention to, areas that we need not to miss. Probably we missed in our discussion, or even areas of emphasis that we need to be keen on, as well as a bit of elements of political framing. Given all these discussions that we've had, how do we politically frame our engagement so that, again, our aspirations are captured in spaces that are important. So this is the essence of this particular discussion. And I was just holding brief for Nicholas, and Nicholas is now set. Over to you, my brother.
Okay. Thank you, Philip. Very quickly, is more like taking stock of the discussion that we have been having since morning. Remember, in the morning, we had a very powerful panel, which included, of course, the co-chair of the Transitional Committee, Professor Haq, also came to us from ICAD in Bangladesh, among others. Now, what came out as very outstanding is us gaining the insight of the work of the Transitional Committee on Loss and Damage, and particularly looking at the broad TOR that they have been given and the expected outcome. And as you are aware, the Transitional Committee will actually be submitting its recommendation on the Loss and Damage Fund at the COP28, and that is at the end of this year. Therefore, I want to call forward distinguished panelists so that they can distill the conversation we have been having since morning, and so provide input on what we could actually take forward to the Transition Committee so that they incorporate our perspectives as stakeholders from Africa. And my request is that the panelists, if you could just, in the interest of time, walk up front and take your seats to my right, then we can begin this conversation. So the first one is Julius Ngoma, the CISONEC National Coordinator, Malawi. Julius, are you in? Please, in the interest of time, you just walk up front to my right, which could be to your left, wherever you are seated. Then I would also ask or request Ben Wilson, the Advocacy Manager for Scottish Catholic International Aid Fund, to also come up front. Ben Wilson is online. Okay, great. If Ben Wilson is online, then that is brilliant. Then I move on to Richard Sherman. I would expect him to be online as well. You know, Richard Sherman could be wearing two hats, in the sense that he's a member of the Transitional Committee and co-chair, but at the same time, he's also from Africa. And therefore, at this point, he should wear the hat of a climate change participant and actor from Africa. Then we also have Charles Kalemba, Commissioner for Disaster Risk Management Affairs in Malawi. I think I was informed that he is not around, but in case he's around, he could join us either online or physical. Then we have Dr. Augustine Njamshi, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. Where is Dr. Augustine? I thought I saw him around. He could be somewhere. Dr. Augustine? Philip Kilonzo, where did you go to? Maybe you would help me in terms of mobilizing the panelists, because I'm sure that a couple of few minutes ago, I saw Dr. Augustine around. Is okay, I'm told that he's taking a call outside. Then I think we do have Julius is with us, and I'm told that Ben Wilson is also online. For those manning the IT, could you confirm that Richard Sherman is online as well? Is he Is he online? Yes, I can
I'm
see.
here, Chair. This is Richard Medline. Thank you.
Of course, Charles Kalemba is away, but Augustine will be joining us shortly. I think then we should start with those who are present. And Julius, I want to give this honors to you so that you can set the conversation rolling. What would you consider as the crucial inputs that we could provide to the technical committee in view of the conversation that we have been having since morning up to this point in time, or even from yesterday up to this point in time? So Julius, take it from there.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I think I'll be very short. When I was making my inputs here, I think I was also clear on some of the things that might be considered when we look at the work of the transitional committee. So I want to say that I think from the outset, let's recognize the fact that we need funding arrangements agreed. We also need the fund to be operationalized as quick as possible. Of course, we've been seeing the work of the transitional committee ending at the end of the year, but then we know maybe when they are passing on, there's going to be some committee which is now going to be looking at the fund itself. So I think the main takeaways would be the issues of how the fund wants to look like, the structure of the fund. I think it is very clear in here that the fund has to be able to be fit for purpose, just to make sure it delivers for the African communities and other developing countries as well. The fund should actually make sure that it's actually not duplicating efforts, but should really have demarcated or a specialized kind of focus in terms of addressing the issue of loss and damage. We want the transitional committee to also ensure that there is a process where we can be able to take both scientific and other sources of data and information to inform the decisions that can be made when it comes to maybe prioritizing actions, prioritizing countries that needs to be supported, and so on and so forth. The funding arrangements shouldn't be making us to go back to what we are usually, what you've usually experienced. For example, the way the GCF and other funding mechanisms have done in terms of access, for example, but also in terms of how they want to target. Let this be an emergency fund. So whatever modalities that needs to be created, they should actually be able to reflect that loss and damage is an emergency kind of situation. So we need a funding that can be able to address that and even contribute to that. Yeah, otherwise, I think those are some of the highlights of what I can say, but I know, as I indicated, some of these things, as we are developing further, we need to actually streamline them or make it possible that there are very specific inputs that we want to assist Richard Chairman and the rest of the team to actually work on this funding arrangements. Thank you.
Thanks, Julius, for your input in terms of what would like to come out. Of course, you've stressed the urgency in terms of having the loss and damage fund operationalized. And really, not only having a fund set, you can have a fund set, but with no money. I think that is also a critical aspect that we need to consider. And of course, you've talked about the need for really having a mixed approach in terms of data, scientific and other sources as well, so that we have a blended approach in informing decision making. Thanks a lot. Now, moving fast, I want to invite Ben Wilson, not Benson Wilson, Ben Wilson, the advocacy manager from the Scottish Catholic International Aid Fund, for your intervention. You are online. Ben.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Julius, and thank you to Sissenek and Pakja and everyone else involved for organising this amazing event. I've been joining yesterday and today from Glasgow and looking forward to tomorrow as well. If you'll allow me, I'll just give some reflections generally and then move on to some specific recommendations for the submission to the TC, and I won't take too long. Let me just reflect that we at SCIAF have been working on loss and damage only since perhaps the start of 2020 or end of 2019. And for a long time, people here in Scotland and around the UK were confused about what loss and damage is. And indeed, at the COP every year, you'll have some officials, usually from developed countries, explain that they don't really know what is meant by loss and damage. But I know through my work with Sissenek and Trokra Malawi and other local partners that actually from a country like Malawi's perspective, it's very clear what loss and damage is. And that's why I think that these processes such as yesterday and today's event is so important in articulating very clearly, both on behalf of the communities affected and certainly the practitioners in climate vulnerable countries, to define what that is. But the reality is that loss and damage does remain a term which is to some extent multifaceted, and that's because it both relates to a thing, the experience of climate impacts and the reaching the limits of adaptation, but it also strongly relates to who pays. It's a political term as well as a technical term. And I think that what's come through very, very clearly yesterday and today is that affirmation that loss and damage is inherently about climate justice, and we cannot remove climate justice from the concept of loss and damage. And if they do that, then we will not have anything to celebrate from the progress which has been made on this issue in recent years. And I would also just highlight the importance in our submission to the TC and all of the outputs coming out of this conference, just to own the process and to stay firm, because that's what it helped achieve. The progress at COP27 was the Global South solidarity, which was incredibly impressive, and the hard work that so many Global South negotiators put in to that. And I hope that that same indefatigability can ring through in the conclusions of this conference, because we also know that a lot of our northern counterparts, including my own government, are often not always acting in the interests of the Global South, but often within their own interests, which means that leads them to try to avoid paying what we believe as NGOs they owe to the Global South, given the fact that they have benefited and profited for so many years from this state of climate injustice. And I hope that that affirmation that we will not accept, both as NGOs and representatives of climate vulnerable communities, we will not accept a loss and damage fund which is going to increase indebtedness, or a loss and damage fund which is monetized by money, which is simply rebranded adaptation finance or rebranded official development assistance. That will not fly. You know, we cannot expect the private sector to bail out governments of global north countries, because often meeting the needs of the poorest is not bankable. It's not a profitable thing to do, but it's something which needs to happen, and it's something which there is a great responsibility on the global north to fulfill. So moving on from all of that, in terms of the submission, I think there are a number of recommendations which have come through very, very clearly from all of the groups, which I, as part of the drafting team, have been helping to write down. But perhaps let me just affirm some in particular, that when we talk about the fund, we are talking about what we hope will be a centerpiece. We hope it will be an operating entity, I think, of the funding mechanism of the convention, that it will be under the convention, that we will not open up the convention when it comes to questions of eligibility, that will take us into a territory which is not going to see the rapid scale of progress that we need to see. And we will not accept the delay tactics which we're used to seeing from Global North countries on the contributor base, because, as has already been mentioned frequently here, the failure of Global North countries to achieve the 100 billion goal means that they have no right, I think, to claim that those questions need to be opened up and we need to open up the contributor base, when in fact they have failed to meet their own target, and that target was both political, inadequate, and set a very long time ago. We also should affirm in our submission, I think, that the need to identify new sources of finance. Many of these have been mentioned throughout, including Salim's recommendations, which he highlighted earlier, on a levy on flights. I think we need to consider carbon levies. Tax havens are a blight on anyone who believes in the normal and fair functioning of a successful global economy, and should also be considered. But also, I would say that within our recommendations, a call towards countries like mine, like in Scotland and the UK, to introduce national levies to contribute additional money to a global fund would be adequate and a fair ask. And lastly, I would just highlight, amongst all of the other things I've captured to share with the drafting team, that it's important that we make sure that any of the existing financial arrangements which we've been asked to comment on, we recognise that the mosaic of solutions language sometimes might create a perception that all of these solutions are made equal, and that actually we need to remember that while some of those solutions within the mosaic may indeed be things we want to welcome, some of them will not, and some of those things might not be underpinned by the principles that we should be demanding they are underpinned by, which includes the principle of polluter pays, which includes the principle of trying to achieve the common good through solidarity, which includes the principle of being pro-poor, and making sure that those so-called solutions are always about serving the needs of those communities who are climate vulnerable, rather than trying to increase profits for businesses. I'll conclude there and say thank you very much for allowing me to make the intervention, and I'll share my additional points with the drafting team. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I think it's only perhaps you can hear there's been an applause for your intervention, which of course is very insightful in terms of you setting the background for your input, clearly stating that the issue of loss and damage is a matter of climate justice. I think that is very important. And also moving forward in terms of suggesting ways through which loss and damage funding can be raised, including innovative approaches of even levies, etc. Thanks a lot for your contribution. Well appreciated. I think without much ado, I can see Richard Sherman is already online. Of course, as indicated earlier, you're wearing two hats, man. In this case, you can put aside the hat of the Transitional Committee as a climate change actor from Africa, so that you can also give your views in terms of what you think would be appropriate going to the Transitional Committee, where you are the co-chair. So we are privileged to have you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. I've been listening to your deliberations online now for 2 days, and it's been very enriching and very thought-provoking. And I look forward to continuing this discussion with our colleagues facilitated by PACJA over the next couple of months, or until the end of the year. And again, I just want to point out that there will be at least 3 opportunities to make submissions. There'll be 2 workshops plus the Glasgow dialogue, which will also inform our work. So this is by no means the beginning and the end. It is just the beginning. Let me make one comment. I think Julius had mentioned the words that we're not allowed to speak anymore. We've banned in the developing country constituency the notion of flying their airplane while building it. So we've banned that, and we're going to find people who suggest that we should do the same for this fund, because our experience in the GCF is we were in such a rush to have projects for Paris that we didn't really worry about anything except the developed countries' need for standards and requirements, and what that has led to the sort of paralyzing bureaucracy of the GCF. So, and also in the process, we've forgotten where we put certain parts of the airplane. So not everybody has a sense of where the brakes are or where the lights are. So it's a bunch of people running around. So please, let's not repeat that same experience. It's very hard to sort of shift hats from being a co-chair to being the normal African representative. But again, I think our position was very clear going into Sharm el-Sheikh that this fund had to operate at scale, right? And that meant it needs to have anywhere between $100 to $200 billion annually for disbursements, right? And that this fund should operate at speed, and it should primarily provide direct budget support to governments. So there would be, as I said today, an event happens, you trigger it, the money flows, the money is accounted for, and at the same time, we have to find a mechanism to, given the context of what we know happens in the developing world, where often, and we heard yesterday from our colleague from Kenya, that some communities are neglected for political reasons or for cultural reasons, and we have to make sure that nobody is left behind in this process, irrespective of what the political constraints are of our government. So we have to find these channels, whether it's through the fund or through existing entities such as the Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, who can work directly with communities outside of government, whether it's something like the MEGA facility in the World Bank that provides guarantees for private sector to do work in politically sensitive areas. We need to look at those types of approaches. So we would see a fund that actually comes in at the request of the government, at the request of the community, and actually rebuilds better, but also rebuilds forward, right? Because we can't continue to have infrastructure destroyed, crops destroyed. We have to find ways of supporting communities and governments. The one thing that we haven't addressed, colleagues, is what happens when slow onset events take place and we no longer can farm. We no longer have food. We can no longer fish for tuna, right? We're simply missing this angle. And there has been a proposal, particularly from the US, that this fund should only focus on slow onset events. It shouldn't respond to disasters. It shouldn't respond to rehabilitation or any emergency extreme events, right? It should just be funding slow onset events. And we don't support that at all, but we do obviously support work on slow onset events. I think that my final sort of 4 things is, it would be very useful if PACJA comes to the table, maybe not now, but at least by the next TC meeting, a proposal for how we start the work of this fund in supporting developing countries to prepare their loss and damage plans, right? So assume we're going to take a decision in Dubai. We will establish the board. The board will start work in January. We submit our NDCs, our next round of updated NDCs at the end of next year, right? So are we thinking about requesting support? Can we ask the philanthropies to provide $160, $200 million for developing countries to prepare NDC as part of the NDCs, loss and damage communications, right? Which would then set out their loss and damage priorities or their loss and damage needs. That would then give us 1 year to mobilize additional capital in the case of events, right? So we need to start thinking about how we bridge the preparatory process prior to an event, right? We also need to start thinking about what to do with the Santiago network, Do we have a fund that has a readiness component, or do we give that to the Santiago network, right? So this notion of a prompt start or a fast start or what have you, under the control of the board, but maybe through a philanthropic source and not through the GCF and not through the JEF, I think we need to focus on this. The second thing is I think we need to be clear when you start to ask for the capitalization of this fund, right? So we have the ministerial meeting that will take place probably on the sidelines of the General Assembly meeting, right? So is that the point at which we all rally together for initial pledges, capital contributions to this fund, noting at the same time we would be asking people to make additional replenishment pledges for the Green Climate Fund. So when do we start raising this money, right? So, and this was the lesson from the GCF. They didn't want to talk about raising money until we had all the policies in place, right? What we need to do is actually have the funding in place right now. The policies we can adapt from existing funds. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. So I think it's important for that. And it is important to talk about the scale of this fund. So are we talking about a $50 million grant to Malawi, or are we talking about a $300-400 million grant plus access to concessional financing where necessary for certain infrastructure? And then subsequently, how do we design a fund to deliver on that, right? My final point is really about this notion of scientific assessment. So we don't need to have anybody come, once a government triggers an event, we don't need somebody to come and question that, right? It's very clear there's an event. The language in the decision doesn't talk about, it talks about loss and damage associated with climate change, which means we don't have to prove that the event was induced by climate change or greenhouse gas emissions. We can assume that given the veracity and the extreme nature of and recurring nature of events, that this is a loss and damage and therefore it's applied. So we do need some kind of scientific assessment process, but it should be a generic scientific assessment process, not a project or a program specific thing. And then my final point, sorry, is just to remember in paragraph 5 of the COP and CMA decision, it establishes the mandate, the 4 elements, but it also says inter alia, right? That means we can make additional recommendations beyond the funding arrangements, sources and complementarity and coherence. And we do need to start making recommendations about MDB reform, debt suspension or debt cancellation. And I know colleagues spoke about this yesterday, this issue of anxiety. So this was raised in the transitional committee meeting in our retreat. And we are more than likely going to make a set of recommendations around dealing with mental health issues in response to disasters. I understand that there was a component of the IPCC summary assessment report for AR6 that did specifically deal with the issue of the problem of dealing with mental health for people affected by climate change. So again, please do consider those additional recommendations because they in fact are mandated. And so we look forward to seeing the PACJA submission from this workshop. And again, we look forward to working with colleagues throughout the year. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Richard, for your intervention. Very insightful reflection in terms of the journey we are walking, even in terms of really having preparatory processes for the African countries, even as we look forward to the establishment of the fund. Yeah, what is it that we need to trigger in the process, and how can we seek support where required, so that we can come up with loss and damage plans, even which includes aspects that perhaps will include the updating of the NDCs later on to really include the loss and damage priorities. I think you've had an appreciation of applause from the participants. I want to move to the last panelist, who is not least by any means, Dr. Augustine, for your intervention. You could intervene from where you are.
Thank you. I just, I was outside consulting with our team from Nairobi on the program. And so I'm sorry, I did not hear what the other panelists talked about. But basically, from this meeting, I would like us to have a very concrete submission to the TC, that's Transitional Committee. All along, we've had sample case studies, we've had practical experiences since yesterday. And I think it is up to us now to look at these experiences and put together something that is workable. You know, there's a difference between theory and what actually applies on the ground. Before coming here, let me confess, I did not know that relief or assistance for loss and damage can even cause a greater problem than the loss and damage itself resulting from climate change. Take, for instance, the issue of families disintegrating because of lack of, issues of marital strengths and all those things, disintegration of families. Yes, the relief was to maybe have resettlements for those communities, emergency resettlements, but look at the consequences. So those are some of the things that we may not know at a very high level, but when on the ground we talk about them, I think we experience them, that will inform the decisions or the proposals that will come from the Transitional Committee. At least, I'm not by any way saying that paragraph 6 is not of importance, but paragraph 5, let's go for it first. Establish the institutional arrangements, the modalities, the structures, the governance, terms of reference for the fund. Those are some of the things that we should say very concretely what for us it should look like. Then we should also define the elements of the new funding arrangements. What are the kind of elements do we think should be found in the new funding arrangements? Then also identify and expanding the sources. That was group 4 that was talking about new sources. In fact, they brought some very bright ideas that I think will put together. And then, ideas that are also coming from others, not only group 4. And the issue of coordination and complementarity with existing funding arrangements. We talked so elaborately about relief, disaster relief mechanisms and funds that are already existing in some of or many of these countries, and how we have to make sure that this fund is additional and new and not just rebaptizing some of those things to say is funding for loss and damage. Then the issue of complementarity is very, very important. As I said in the morning, it's a little bit tricky when they say this funding arrangement should include and complement arrangements within and out of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. Let's be careful of what we want to see that is included. Also, like Philip said, let's not only be general, but we should be specific and say, this should not include, however, this should not include 1, 2, 3, 4 things, okay? Those things that we think can compromise the integrity of the fund or the funding arrangements. So, colleagues, I think we have done well. We can't sit here and give a very comprehensive document to the Transitional Committee, but we take these elements and build a file that is comprehensive, succinct, and understandable. And I think that will be the way to go from here. Taking into consideration the deadline of the 9th of April, or whether it's 10th of April, So that's what I have to say for now. But I think if there's any contribution from Africa, it has started from this very hall with us sitting here. So thank you. I didn't hear what others said, so that's why I've been so careful just to concentrate on a few things. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Augustine, for your intervention. I think you've heard clearly. And of course, I think one thing that has come out, listening to Augustine even from the morning, Augustine has got a particular issue, yeah, with the combining arrangements that are within and without the UNFCCC. Even me, I've been wondering quietly or silently how that will be achieved, given the broad spectrum of loss and damage. I serve as a global program resilience advisor at Christian Aid, and one of my area that I look at is basically humanitarian response, recovery, and rehabilitation. So I'm wondering how the arrangement, say from some of our supporters in Christian Aid, say European ECHO, yeah, among others, will be coordinated, because those arrangements are outside the UN procedure when the fund is set. But anyway, we leave that to the transitional committee to address. But of course, it looks a bit challenging, because for humanitarian response, we receive funds from all different sources, philanthropies, trusts, individuals, etc., etc. You get it? Yeah, thanks. I think now, let me open this to the plenary. If you have got any comment or question to the panelists, Augustine, Ben, Richard, or Julius, please raise up your hand so that I can give you the opportunity to intervene. I don't see any hands. Oh yes, there is an hand of a gentleman somewhere back there. Please take to the mic and intervene.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles Nkoka. I'm from Malawi. I wanted to bring to the attention of the panelists, the issue related to how do we, integrate the issues of building ecosystem resilience when it comes to cushioning these issues related to the disasters that we are experiencing as a country. I've seen there's a lot of talk about, intervention related to early warning systems, issues related to ensuring that information is relayed to the masses at a very fast speed. But I also felt that there was a need to highlight the synergy that is there in terms of sectoral relationship when it comes to ensuring that we also have vibrant, ecosystems that can be able to curb the challenges that we are experiencing, because to a large proportion, the damage is largely, being impactful because to a greater extent, the ecosystem has actually been degraded. So I wanted just to bring in that viewpoint so that as we are looking towards lessening the impact and the intensity, we also look at, the role the ecosystem can play to ensure that at least livelihoods and even reproduction is actually protected. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to take it one so that we wind up. If you have got any other interventions, raise your hand up. Yes, I can see you. Please go on, take to the mic and intervene.
Thank you, Chair. My submission is in line with the sentiments from one of the panelists. I think it's from Scottish government, the one who spoke before Richard. I think in one of the things that he said is it may not be accepted to rebrand existing mechanisms, for example, adaptation, which I think is true, because I think yesterday when we were trying to define loss and damage, we're saying that we have passed the thresholds of mitigation, adaptation, and now we are losing. We now have damage. So I think it's really understood perhaps that we may not need to rebrand the existing mechanism, but also if we do that, we are going to deplete the existing financing mechanism. But what it means to us, I think, is therefore, perhaps we need, now that is for us, perhaps we need methodologies that can quickly estimate the losses and damages that have occurred. Because I'm looking at, there's already adaptation and maybe mitigation, but now how do we consider or take care of the damages and losses that have already occurred? I think Koka is talking about the ecosystem and other things. Is there a way that we can quickly estimate that so that at least we can have perhaps a starting point of addressing losses and damage in the financing mechanism that we're going to create? Number two, what it also perhaps requires, therefore, is that we also need methodologies that will enable us to estimate the losses and damage as they are happening. Because it has gone past mitigation and adaptation, it means things are happening now. We are losing. Say something is happening, we are losing. I think for us, maybe we might need methodologies and mechanisms that will quickly enable us try to estimate qualitatively and quantitatively what is the loss and what are the damages. That will help really to finance as things are happening effectively and also efficiently. But also maybe financing mechanisms that are going to turn around so quickly. So for example, Cyclone Freddy has happened. How are we going to tap the finances from that mechanism to make sure that we are not delaying too much? Because the more we delay, the more losses and damages are so occurring. So is there going to be a mechanism that, because we don't want to tap from adaptation and mitigation, for example, but we want the loss and damage to address the losses and damages? How quickly is it going to turn around to respond to the things that we are losing or things that are being damaged? So these are the things that I think we are coming out as one of the panelists was talking about, not rebranding the existing mechanisms for financing loss and damage. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Yes, there's a hand from a lady there. Please take to your mic and make your submission and intervene.
Thank you very much. I think from the discussions we have, there is need for us to have special vehicles. For example, because we have this catastrophe or this, what has happened in Malawi, who is going to do the assessment, and how are we going to distribute these funds to the people? Who is in charge? So we need really to be ready at any one time, so that when something happens like this, we are already ready. We go to the ground and we do the assessment and we evaluate and compensate immediately. Because some things like what is happening today, somebody cannot sleep outside. They need to be catered for the day and the following day. So in these recommendations, we need to have special climate change vehicles that are in charge and coordinate activities of damage and loss in every country in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission and intervention there. If I don't see any, and then I think I'll close it here so that I take it back to the panelists. But starting with Ben, because there is an intervention or submission which was directed to you from one of the participants here. Then, of course, Ben, as you respond to that, you could also conclude by giving your final kind of remarks. So I start with Ben. Are
Sure,
you still
thank you.
there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay? Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. Please go on.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the person asking the question. Let me first clarify that I don't work for the Scottish Government. I work for SCIAF, which is the Scottish Catholic International Aid Fund. We are an NGO, but we are helping alongside Trócaire Malawi to implement Scottish Government's loss and damage project, but I do not work for the government. I think the point about adaptation and loss and damage and rebranding finance is very important, but ultimately the main point is we need to increase the overall total climate finance and development finance which is flowing, and we need to grow the pie, and when you rebrand money which otherwise would have been adaptation and you now start calling it adaptation in a way which doesn't increase the overall amount, then that's very problematic. But the unfortunate thing is that in making that point, sometimes the consequence of that is that people perceive that loss and damage and adaptation are completely clearly distinct forms of action. And actually, in particular, one of the key things we've really recognised in doing the Scottish Government project on loss and damage in Malawi is, of course, that when you do loss and damage actions, for example, you know, rehabilitating damaged water points or rehabilitating flood defences, that you also need to do adaptation activities too, because you need to make sure that you're increasing the overall resilience of the community whilst you're also doing the ex-post activities to help them recover from the disaster. And especially in Malawi, I'm sure you all know this because, you know, the frequency is just so great and the intensity is so great of these disasters. So it's important to recognize that adaptation and loss and damage are on a spectrum, and that the finance flowing from the fund will need to really work out that quite challenging issue in terms of how you actually therefore mark the funding, because we do need to recognize that it's not always clear cut. But the main point I would say is it's about increasing the overall pot. You know, the 100 billion goal has failed. We need to address that. We need to be real about that. We have the discussions happening right now about the new collective quantified goal, and we hope that that will yield some positive results in terms of introducing a higher, more appropriate target for climate finance. But we also know that 50 billion per year already flows out of least developed countries to service debts. And so we do need that overall transformation of the global financial architecture, some of which the Transitional Committee, as I understand it, can at least recommend or comment on ahead of COP28, even though we do recognise that introducing some of those reforms is, of course, not in the gift of the UNFCCC always. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Quickly going to the next panelist, I want to request Julius, who is here present, to intervene in terms of your final remarks.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted also to just to add to what Ben said, rebranding. I think this is one of the reasons why we were, I think we resisted that GCF should be a financial mechanism to also address loss and damages, to the fear of the same. So I think it's something that we need to recognize. But I think the role of ecosystems in terms of resilience, the question that came from my colleague from Malawi, I think why we are also looking at addressing or a funding mechanism or a process that can address both economic and non-economic is also recognizing the fact that there are ecosystems that would have such elements that once they are affected, they will still need to be supported, or we need to have some kind of support towards how we address loss and damage towards certain elements of the ecosystem. So I think it comes into play, only that as we are dealing with this issue of maybe ecosystem, we also need to look at how, for example, we should work on the issue of where the limits in terms of adaptation are, because some of the work that is happening around adaptation is within the different elements of the ecosystem. So I think he made a good point, as we are trying to also structure how, for example, the funding is going to be looking at addressing the various elements. Let's see how the element of ecosystem, services, ecosystem components can also be supported specifically around the funding arrangements. Otherwise, I think I think there was also a question: who do the assessments of the damages? This is one of the inputs. I think the questions that I raised when one of the groups was presenting, to say if we want to be able to have a very efficient process and efficient funding arrangements or funding for loss and damage, then let's look at the institutions that needs to be set up under this structure. What kind of a structure we're looking at? Who will be on the ground to do such work? For example, in Malawi, when you look at the national level structure, you see that we tend to establish committees at the local level, which are called the village civil protection committees. And then we have the council level. But these committees, how they support the council is something that we need to actually start looking at. Are these structures that we want to rely, for example, in terms of maybe to be part of the vehicles in terms of climate change and loss and damage issues? So we need to actually be able to look at these structures and see how we can streamline it to make sure that we get the support that we need in a very efficient manner. Otherwise, my point was revolving around setting up that funding mechanism that is very emergent in nature, that can address loss and damages as they occur, not to have a funding arrangement or fund that should be, delay any kind of action that needs to be happening at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you, Julius, for your submission and intervention. I want to get to Dr. Augustine. What would be your parting remarks?
My remarks are just summarily that we should be very careful about what we take for loss and damage finance. It should be very clear, whatever the mechanisms, the sources are, they should be very clearly stated from the onset. We should not have an NDC type scenario where somebody defines what they want to do at their own time and how they want to do it. Because this is a matter of life and death. And if we don't show some commitment that is predictable, measurable from the onset, it will not be functional. We are allergic to these kind of things because some years ago we had an experience where one European country, I will not give you the name, in one of the SBs that we had in Bonn, mentioned that they had to build a fence or some protective something to prevent migrants from Africa coming to reach the Mediterranean Sea into Europe as part of their climate finance, something like that. And we were scandalized because we thought that climate finance should have been that finance that comes from developed countries for climate action in developing countries, according to Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. And that it should meet the priorities and plans and needs of developing countries. That is very clear. But when someone says that the money they spent in building some protection for migrants from coming from Africa into Europe, that is part of their climate finance or what action, then that doesn't sink well. So we are seeing a scenario where countries, because of their bilateral relationships, strategic cooperations with particular countries, which should have happened anyway, when they bring some support to those countries, they may want to count it as loss and damage funding or financing. And that cannot be controlled, that cannot be measured, that, you know, the terms of which are determined by them. So those are some of the things that we're a little bit apprehensive about. But we should be positive and say the things that we want to see, not only the things that we don't want to see. I think we have good work and we've been given that opportunity. So let's take that window and use it very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Augustine, for your submission. Last but not least by any means, I want to give this opportunity to Richard Sherman to close up our discussion this evening or afternoon, depending on where you are. Richard.
I'm in Cape Town, South Africa, so I'm on the same time as you and Lilongwe. I think I'll just sum up by saying two things. One, Ben is correct, right? So this is not just about the pocket of money and the funding for loss and damage. It's about funding for adaptation. It's funding for just transitions in developing countries, and it's about enhanced mitigation action by Annex 1 countries. And so we shouldn't forget that that's the fight. The second thing, Augustine, is the arrangements we can see them at two levels, right? So and we can be cautious about some levels. So you could have an arrangement between the GCF and the new fund, the new fund and the adaptation fund, the new fund and the GEF around doing complementarity work, right? So the new fund does the loss and damage component, but they work together collaboratively for adaptation or resilience work, right? So again, it's not mixing the funds, it's just working together. We would need to have an accountability function, say, between the new fund and the World Bank around whether we're using GFDR resources, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we need to explore this. I think it'd be very useful if you could set down a key set of principles or key set of things to avoid when having these discussions. And we know that, so we look forward to that. To the colleague who said we need to talk about national systems, my recommendation is we're going to be limited in the TC of how much detail we can give to that national system, and therefore it's really important for PACJA to lead the work in the continent to define the narrative of what those systems would look like, so the fund could really plug into really well-developed national systems that allow for proper coordination. We can help in some of the work that we've done on the Global Fund on HIV, TB, and malaria, which we can learn on that one. And then finally, just to say, if you need to hold us accountable, you need to shout at me and the other members from developing countries on the TC, and don't be afraid to pull punches, because we need that. We need to be kept on our toes, and at least from my side, and I'll bring in my colleagues that also represent the African group and our set of advisors, and we're happy to schedule a set of briefings with you post the TC meetings where we can reflect as Africans on our progress, and you can give us advice on what we should be doing, and we can brainstorm. And so I'll leave it that with you, Augustine, and the colleagues from PACJA to arrange. But please, our door is open, and we want to collaborate with civil society in the continent throughout this year. So please, we look forward to a collaborative working modality, even if we disagree on things. That's also helpful, but we want to work together. So thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in the meeting and to speak to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard, for your reflections. I think you do agree with me that we have had a distinguished panelist, and we could give them a better applause once again. And particularly this goes out to Richard and Ben who are participating online for being patient and really in bearing with our indulgence so that you share with us your views and insights. We really appreciate and we don't take it for granted. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening.
Thank you so much. We have some few announcements to make. Let me start with the first and the most announcements. I know you worked in your groups, and we have only received submissions from 3 groups. Jennifer, is it possible to ensure that the email addresses are projected? And if you were the rapporteur for the group, kindly ensure we have that submission, because we have a cut-off date that is quite acute of 10th, and we need to work to ensure that we have a substantive submission. We are starting with what you provided as foundational, as we do a critique. So please, if you've not submitted, and if you doubt whether you submitted correctly, please use those addresses. Remember, Philip is from Mean Phillips with a single L. So it's important you take that into account, single L, not double L. We need to have some small section of us remaining for purpose of another process that begins to take place. And we need to have a quick caucus. And the names that I will read out, which is part of my second announcement, is the team that we need to be left behind for around 10 to 15 minutes. Beginning with Jao Segele, Gabriel Mwanyingazi, Edmond Kangamungazi, and Dr. Kaungelo, Steve Nyarenda, Reynold Mangunund. Then we move down to Stephen Ramanarivo, Monica Chundama, Saone, Miriam Lasela, Diana Lima, Tanaka and Maya, Maria Barak, Stephen Muchiri, Reverend Phyllis. I have not seen Eva, I think Eba Nakala, and all the Pacha Secretariat members, wherever you are located. Thank you. Sorry, in case I missed your name and you are a youthful person who was among those invited by PACCHA for a meeting, please note that you should also remain behind. Thank you. Here in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Can we clap hands for ourselves, please, for today? I'm seeing people not clapping for themselves. Please clap hands. Ghana, clap hands for yourself. Yeah, for the wonderful work we've done today. I think we deserve that. Thank you, all the moderators for today, and all the panelists and all the participants for the contributions. I think this marks the end of our program today. We continue tomorrow. Let's be here at 8:30. We have a session before closing. That session will look at firming up our communique from this. Remember, we are supposed to submit inputs to different, structures, including the transitional committee. So it will be very important if we are together to finalize that communique and then see how we move with that communique moving forward. Otherwise, I want to also request all the Malawian delegates to remain, those that were invited by CISONEC. Can you remain for a few minutes? There's an announcement that we want also to make. Otherwise, I think logistically, I hope everyone is sorted. If you are not sorted by our finance, CISONEC Secretariat Finance, Mr. Konje, what are you saying?
Thank you. Logistics for national stakeholders tomorrow. We'll do everything tomorrow. Thank you.
You heard it from the horse's mouth. So tomorrow it is. For those that were supported by PACJA Secretariat, I think most of you have been sorted. If not, our Mama Fatia is here. So you can actually see Fatia who sort your issues. Thank you so much and have a good evening.